Every 4 years, Northern Territorians go to the polls to choose the 25 people who'll represent and govern them in this, their Legislative Assembly. Well, they've just done it again. The last votes being cast only minutes ago before booths closed at 6 o'clock. Now, 4 years ago, we were inside that grand parliamentary building bringing you all the results, but not this time. COVID-19 is forcing us to get inventive in our coverage. Two of us from a very safe distance here at the ABC's election hub in Sydney. The rest of the team on the ground within the Territory's borders. Together, we'll bring you all the results and expert analysis, just as we always have. I'm Jennett. Welcome to NT Votes. ,000 kilometres and about 15 degrees Celsius, plus a once-in-a-century pandemic stand between us and the Northern Territory tonight on an election day quite unlike any other. The last one saw Adam Giles and his country Liberal government swept aside like an ebbing tropical tide, and in with it surged Labor under Michael Gunner. 4 years later, he's seeking a second term as Chief Minister in this, the first general election to be held under coronavirus restrictions in this country. NT border restrictions have framed the campaign, but they're also why our election data centre has been set up here in Sydney. But some things never change. Of course, our chief election analyst, Antony Green, is one of them. He's here as ever to do what he does best, which is bring us the latest tallies and make sense of them as they come to hand. So, Antony, why don't you lead out with the starting position, the current state of play in the Northern Territory Legislative Assembly?
Well, this is the battle for the Legislative Assembly of the Northern Territory. 25 seats, 13 seats for a majority. Let's go back and look at the last election. The last election was a wipeout, and the Labor Party, 18 seats, 2 CLP, government reduced to 2 seats, and there were 5 independents elected. And so that was the chamber. But what's happened since is there's been a number of changes and there's been a redistribution. Now, we're saying in this election, Labor goes in with 16 seats. The CLP have 3. We say they've gained Namatjira in Central Australia because of the redistribution. There are 3 Territory Alliance. Robin Lamley, Terry Mills were elected as independents last time, and Jeff Collins was elected for Labor. And we have 3 others. So that's a starting point. Basically a swing, a loss of 4 seats, and the Labor Party has lost its majority. The CLP and the Territory Alliance have 6. They need 7 seats for majority government. A swing of about 3% uniform would cost Labor its majority, but really there's 25 seats. There's 5,500 voters per electorate. There are half of the electorates are in Darwin and the other half is in the outback at Alice Springs. Very different behaviour, so you don't see a uniform swing across all the territory. You do get a uniform swing in Darwin usually, but I think we'll be looking at seat by seat given the peculiarities of some of these contests.
Antony, yes, not for the first time, volatility becomes a key word when you're watching Northern Territory elections. So on paper, it might look like a comfortable position for Labor to start. Let's see where it leads, though. Just to complete the picture for you, Antony and I are standing on the outside looking in, but we've still assembled an expert panel in Darwin to bring perspectives from all the major party groupings there. So we have the ALP's Senator for the Northern Territory, Malarndirri McCarthy, her opposite number with the Country Liberal Party, Sam McMahon, and a face familiar to Northern Territorians, Delia Laurie. She's here tonight as the campaign manager for the new start-up party, if you like. That's called the Territory Alliance, but in another time and another place, Delia Laurie was the leader of the Labor Party once upon a time. That's Northern Territory politics for you. Joining them on our panel panel is Jacqueline Breen, who's kept an eye on this campaign continuously and especially over these last 2 intense weeks of campaigning. Jacqueline, what are you looking out for as the results come in? Where, in your analysis, will this be won or lost?
Well, Greg, one thing that was said during the election campaign this time that we didn't feel the need to fact-check was Michael Gunner saying that this was not a normal election. Of course, it's not at all. This is the first Australian general election set against the backdrop of a pandemic. We knew that there would be a swing against Labor this time. There was this massive victory in 2016, and we expected that there was always going to be some adjustment and a swing away from them that was going to be unknown in terms of size. But now we're looking to see how big that is, whether it's the natural adjustment back to the CLP or other parties in the Territory, and whether people take up Michael Gunner's call to stay the course with Labor as it continues to manage the pandemic, or if people decide that there are other crises that are happening in the Northern Territory and they're not happy with the government's management of them, whether it's the budget and the economy, issues in remote areas, and they decide that they in fact want to change the course. That's what we're interested to see, Greg.
Right, so there is a bit more happening in the Territory tonight. It's not just the framing of it around the pandemic, which I guess leads me to a question which I might direct now, Jacqueline Breen, towards Malarndirri McCarthy. And Senator, I suppose the perception is that the Gunner government was struggling, let's face it, for 3.5 of the last 4 years. Along comes a crisis, and that crisis isn't wasted. In fact, it forms the strategy of the entire re-election campaign. Question to you, Malarndirri McCarthy, is that enough to return this government?
Well, we'll certainly see tonight, Greg, and if I can acknowledge the Larrakia people on whose land we sit up here tonight for your coverage. But certainly it's been a tough couple of years in the certainly the 4 years, but certainly in the lead up even to that. And Chief Minister Michael Gunner certainly had a great challenge ahead of him, and it certainly didn't help with some of the issues that obviously occurred within the team throughout that period. But I have to say, Greg, that it's a tough year right across Australia and around the globe. And I think what we've called on through this election is to ask for the voters of the Northern Territory to stay with us, to stay the course, to know that, yes, it has been tough. Michael, through his leadership and also through Natasha Files as Health Minister, certainly carried us through a really difficult time, and obviously we're not completely through that. And I think it is important to recognise that had things gone terribly wrong, it would certainly have been another story, and we're asking the people of the Northern Territory to stay with us tonight.
Yeah, maybe the pandemic management isn't exactly tested, but or contested, I suppose, is the question. But let me go to Sam McMahon now. Sam, your party does start a long way back. We're talking 2 or notionally 3 seats. Is a one-term turnaround strategy for Leah Finocchiaro realistic, given the ground that you clearly have to make up here tonight?
Yeah, look, I think it is realistic. As we've heard, the Territory economy is in tatters and was in tatters before COVID came along. Yes, Michael Gunner has been helped by the COVID crisis. But let's face it, I mean, all he's done is what he was told to do. Nothing more, nothing special. And that is all that he has campaigned on is COVID, I've kept you safe. Leah is an absolute breath of fresh air. She's got so much energy, enthusiasm. She's got policies. The CLP has been coming out with some very, very strong policies. They've got policies on law and order, the economy, developing the Territory. So, yes, I don't think it's unrealistic to expect that the CLP could take back government.
All right, well, that would be a monumental achievement in one term, which does again lead us to Delia Laurie and the part that your party could play in that. We can talk in depth about preferences later, Delia, but for your own part, what is the offering that is distinctively different coming from Terry Mills' Territory Alliance as a third player this time around?
Yeah, well, look, Terry certainly came back into Parliament a man to, as he says, he saw a bit of a car accident and wanted to attend the scene of the accident because he felt that the two parties, both Labor and the CLP, had let Territorians down. We have had a very tough 4 years in the Territory in terms of the economy, but also in terms of crime, and people have really felt quite abandoned by the two parties. So Terry stepped into the void, spent some time looking for how to create a party. He stepped up and created Territory Alliance, and look, it was just September of last year, so they're not even a year old. He quickly was joined by people who wanted to represent their communities. It's very much a grassroots party. It's got no political machinery. These are people who are bedded into their local communities, but they were challenged straight away with pretty well a by-election. So only just formed, they had to get into a by-election in Johnston. The by-election showed that voters were attracted to this new alternative, significant swing to Territory Alliance. They nearly took that Labor seat in the by-election. So then Terry got his good, strong running mates in Robin Lamley from Marylewin as the deputy leader and Jeff Collins in Fonglim as their whip. So it's been an incredibly tough, hard, fast journey for this new party, but they have captured people's imaginations.
Well, certainly the one thing that unites all of you as a panel there is a degree of turbulence that everyone has had to endure over the last 4 years. I assure you those opening offerings by way of analysis and framing are only the beginning. We'll come back to you for much more besides in the hours that follow. We've fanned out our reporters across the Territory tonight to keep us updated and to bring you, of course, reaction to developments when those developments occur. In a moment, we'll go to Eleni Roussos, who's at one of the large accounting centres in Darwin. But first, here's Eleni's look at the issues that have defined the last 4 years in Territory politics.
Set against the backdrop of a global health emergency, the coronavirus pandemic has flipped Territory politics in a way no one saw coming. Michael Gunner's leadership during the crisis has delivered a much-needed boost to his flagging popularity, but he's been accused by his opponents of politicising the pandemic to his advantage. After a chaotic 4 years of scandal and white-anting that went on in the former Country Liberals government, Gunner's team came to power in 2016 on a promise of restoring stability.
We are Territorians. We weather challenges together.
But the Labor team started to crack 2 years in. It was in deep financial trouble and borrowing money just to meet its operational day-to-day costs and pay public servant wages. When 3 Labor members spoke out, they were controversially dumped from the caucus.
The budget is in crisis, and no matter how much spend you put out there, we're in crisis.
It ultimately sparked a by-election in February here in the Darwin seat of Johnston. Labor managed to just hold on to the seat, but it was punished by the Greens over its decision to lift the fracking moratorium. Labor's pro-fracking position, which enjoys support in much of the business sector, isn't the only issue causing resentment in parts of the broader community. There's concern out bush with the delivery of Labor's signature promise to build more homes in remote Aboriginal communities. But there's been praise as well over its decision to close the borders early and to send Indigenous Territorians back to communities to stay safe during the COVID crisis. The Territory government has relied on stimulus measures to carry the sluggish economy along through COVID. With government debt expected to soar past $8 billion this financial year, many Territorians are questioning what the future will look like. As a leader who basically faces no real opposition in Parliament, Michael Gunner has had a revival thanks to COVID. He lost support when he disappeared on holidays immediately after his treasurer dropped a bombshell report about the state of the economy. And a controversial $12 million government grant to build a grandstand in his own electorate wasn't a good look. But he turned things around with the virus response, survived a heart attack and had a new baby that's been the mascot of his campaign. Whether this pandemic turns out to be the panacea that delivers Labor a second term is anyone's guess, though the punters are betting on a returned Labor government. The contest has Michael Gunner up against an opposition leader who heads into this election as a party of one, and a former Chief Minister leading a loose band of outsiders who might help decide the balance of power.
So that's 4 years in a nutshell for you. And Antony Roussos joins us live from the Darwin suburb of Berrima now. This is where a big swag, in fact, pretty much all pre-poll votes that have been cast will be tipped out and counted, many of them tonight. Antony Green suggesting that effectively about 2/3 of all votes actually cast in this election will have been lodged before this point in time, that is even before today. Why is that number so high?
Well, that's right, Greg. I mean, the number of early votes for this election are quite remarkable. More than 75,000 Territorians have decided to cast their vote early, which is no one was really expecting it to be so high. And when we ask about why, well, it could be a mix of COVID and convenience, but the weather is certainly heating up as well. So no doubt that's played a factor as well. Here in Darwin at this count centre, it's estimated more than 50,000 votes will be counted. There are 70 staff that will be working here tonight. But the uptake in the early voting, it hasn't really been across the board, Greg. The amount of early votes coming from the Territory's remote Aboriginal communities has been alarmingly low. But we're in a pandemic and things are certainly being done differently here this evening. You can see behind me there's this black partition wall. This is all about keeping the people doing the vote count safe this evening. There are 14 counting bays like this here in this room. There's also this industrial strength cling wrap. That's just an extra precaution about keeping people safe here this evening. We're waiting for the votes for this counting bay to be poured out onto the table behind me. The first votes to come to this counting bay will be from the Palmerston electorate of Blaine. That's where the former CLP Chief Minister, founder and leader of Territory Alliance, Terry Mills, will be hoping to keep his seat tonight, Greg.
Yes, so we'll let you go. I know you've got to regroup and start to get your head around the Territory Alliance and its party central there. Antony Roussos, thanks for that update. We've also got reporters camped out with Labor and, of course, the CLP tonight. Felicity James is in the northeast of Darwin, in the seat of Wanguri, which is held by the Deputy Chief Minister, Nicole Manison. And Felicity, what's the general feeling like there in the Labor camp? I know it's very early days indeed, but I guess they're entitled to enter this with a degree of optimism given the starting position.
Well, Greg, I have to say optimism wasn't the word that they used. One senior person in the Labor camp has told me anxiety is the general description of the feeling there right now in the Labor camp. They're saying that it's been a bit more difficult this year to pick up the general mood, the voter sentiment at the polling booths because of the COVID-19 space restrictions and that sort of thing. But they're saying that they are feeling positive about Darwin. They say there's a good vibe there from the sentiment that they could pick up. But there is a real fear about Palmerston, which is Darwin's satellite city, and Alice Springs, where the opposition parties have been campaigning hard on crime rather than coronavirus. And I think there's a bit of a feeling that perhaps coronavirus has been surpassed in terms of the issue at the forefront of people's minds, particularly in those seats. So they're watching those closely. They say they are confident in the bush, particularly they're watching the seats of Mulka and Barkly where they think they've campaigned hard, but they say that confidence will be shattered if they lose Darwin seats like Fong Lim, Greg. Yeah,
that sounds a fairly realistic assessment, Felicity. I suppose any party official would either be crazy or brave to be expressing optimism at this point in the night. Now, another feature, Felicity James, of this campaign has been a low voter turnout, historically low voter turnout in remote Indigenous communities. Now, one person who would have visibility on all of this, of course, is the Electoral Commissioner. What's he saying about this feature of election 2020?
Yes, so Greg, your viewers may or may not know that just a short distance away from here, we've actually got the Dreamtime match here, which is supposed to be a celebration of Indigenous participation in sport. But the Electoral Commission is telling us that we can't say the same thing about Indigenous participation in this election, and that that's a long-standing trend. He's saying that the figures this year are showing that in many remote electorates, the turnout rate's about 50%. One in particular, Quoja in Central Australia, is sitting on 48%. It's interesting to be standing here in Wanguri, where the turnout rate was at the last election about 82%. So that illustrates what the Commissioner is saying about a growing divide between the urban and remote voters here in the Northern Territory. It might be interesting also to look at Mulka, where there's a strong Yolngu man as an independent who's been in Parliament for the past few years, and that the trend in that seat of turnout has been bumped up a little bit. It's around 61%, which is a bit better, but still not as high as these urban seats. The Commissioner, Ian Loganathan, the Territory's Electoral Commissioner, said that this is an issue that all Territorians and in fact all Australians should care about. This is what he had to say.
Look, I think it is a matter of concern for all Territorians, because the foundation of our democracy is that everybody has an equal say. And if you start having subsets of people who aren't participating, that weakens our democracy, and that's not good. That doesn't say good things about us as a society.
So what do you think should be a priority in terms of fixing this?
Look, there's no easy fix to this, and what is required is like a long-term program that has to be face-to-face and interacting with Aboriginal people.
So clearly a problem there, and that is going to have to be addressed by the Electoral Commission after tonight. Before that, Felicity James, who will be returning to regularly, I expect, at ALP HQ. Now, ABC Radio's Darwin reporter Joe Laverty is covering CLP Party Central for us tonight. Joe, might just start with a general question for you first of all. It has been a tough road to hoe for the CLP, trying to get back from its current lows to something in double digits. How does it exactly rate its chances of forming a government of any sort, realistically?
I think they rate it really highly, actually. And unlike the Labor HQ, anxious is not a word that I've heard here. There's a lot of optimism, a lot of confidence. I've had a sneak peek in the cooler that they've got here for the party. There's a lot of champagne. There's already beer on ice and there's balloons everywhere. So there's definitely a feeling of celebration, and that a win is quite likely. But let's face it, they came out of the last election with only 2 seats after being completely annihilated. So even if they only get another 2 seats, then they're already double up on what they did last time and they're a winner. So I think they're feeling really good about tonight.
And where geographically would they be looking, Joe, if they're to transform those aspirations into actual seat numbers? Where are the hot spots for a resurgent CLP?
Yeah, well, they actually lost a lot of traditional CLP seats to Labor in the last election, so they would be really keen to get those seats back. There's also a lot of retiring members who have been there for a very, very long time in those seats, and so they'd be hoping to snatch those from Labor as well. Leah Finocchiaro has run a very energetic campaign, a very positive and optimistic campaign, so I think that she's probably taken a big groundswell with her. And I think there is also a feeling among CLP stalwarts that this is a breath of fresh air, and they are looking to Leah and her leadership.
And just one which is, I guess, highly speculative, but we'll throw it your way anyway, Joe. There's obviously been some bad blood, to say the least, between the CLP and Territory Alliance. If circumstances demanded that they come back together to form something of a workable government, is anyone you've spoken to suggesting that that is feasible? That's a relationship that could endure.
It's okay to speculate because we've been asking them almost every time we've interviewed both Territory Alliance and the CLP, and they haven't ruled it out, but each time they say, we intend to take government on our own. So they've said that there haven't been any conversations yet. To be honest, there is one fundamental policy which they differ on, and that is fracking. So Territory Alliance has said they would rule out fracking. They don't think it's economically viable. They've said that it doesn't have the social licence to go ahead, whereas the CLP supports it. And I cannot see how you can find a compromise on fracking if you have a coalition. I would say, if anything, the CLP would come out of very strong opposition and just ride that wave until the next election and try and take government then, if they were not to take government tonight.
Seems a reasonable and sober prediction by Jo Laverty. Jo, with the wind a flutter there, we'll thank you and farewell you to return later to CLP HQ. But we want to check in before they disappear too deeply into their bunkers tonight with key players. So in the seat of Wanguri is the Deputy Chief Minister and Treasurer, Nicole Manison. She joins us now. And Nicole, already we've been talking with our correspondents about, levels of optimism, who can start, justifiably or not, the night with their nose in front and expecting to stay there. What is your best hope about keeping majority government based on the mood and the campaign vibe, I suppose, of the last few weeks?
Well, we have worked very hard to retain government, and this year we've had to tackle the coronavirus, of course. It's been front and centre of the campaign because it is the biggest issue on the minds of Territorians. So it has been an incredibly busy campaign. I'm really proud of the campaign we put together and all of our candidates. They have absolutely worked as hard as they can right across the Northern Territory. It's been a wonderful team to be part of. Is it
a rich enough, a diverse enough offering to put to the people of the Northern Territory a campaign which says we'll protect you from a virus which, let's face it, has largely been blocked out of the Northern Territory so far? The question being, why aren't there more offerings, particularly in your portfolio of Treasury, budget repair, strengthening the economy? Where have those policies been, Nicole Manison?
Well, we have been speaking about all of those things for the last 4 years of government and our plans to move forward. Manufacturing, making the most of the renewable energy opportunities, data, just to name a few. We have a very exciting economic future here in the Northern Territory and lots of job opportunities for Territorians. But, Greg, we had to tackle the biggest issue head on here, which was coronavirus. Anybody who lives here in the Northern Territory knows that if coronavirus got into the community and if we saw community transmission, it would have a devastating impact here. And that is why we took quick and decisive action to keep people safe and to make sure that we managed the economy through it and that we did manage jobs through it. And that is what Territorians needed, so that's what we did.
Treasurer, it's Jack Breen in the Darwin studio. We've heard discussions of anxiety in the Labor camp tonight. That comes 4 years after what former Chief Minister Adam Giles said was a thumping victory for your party. And it is happening in the context of most uncertain times, a public health emergency. How has it come to this, that there is anxiety in your camp and not a lot of confidence that you can even retain government given those circumstances? How has it come to that?
Well, we never take any seat for granted, Jack. I just want to be very clear about that. We made sure that we've got candidates running right across the Northern Territory, and we make sure that we look at each issue in each of those seats and also what's important to the Territory. So, look, we just need to see what comes in with the votes tonight, but we never get ahead of ourselves. We always fight for every vote and every seat.
And Treasurer, the Federal Treasurer, your counterpart, Josh Frydenberg, has said many times over the past few months that the Australian national finances entered this period of the pandemic in a position of strength, and that's a good thing for the national economy entering a period like this. That obviously wasn't the case in the Northern Territory. We didn't enter this crisis from a position of financial strength. Do you take responsibility for that?
Well, we've made all the decisions that we've had to in the last 4 years through the biggest economic transition we've ever seen off the back of the IMPEX project, but also over $3 billion worth of GST cuts, and that has had a devastating impact on the Territory budget. We have done everything we can to protect jobs, to invest in infrastructure and to open up new opportunities for economic growth. And that does mean you need a government that invests in jobs and invests in people. We were not going to take the cuts agenda. By all means, you could have taken a cuts agenda, and that would have meant thousands of jobs lost here in the Northern Territory. It would have meant that we would have seen lots of services go, and it would have had a devastating impact on the economy. So I think we have got some amazing opportunities ahead, and we have positioned the Northern Territory in a very good space to take advantage of them.
Treasurer, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it goes without saying that we will balance out the Nicole Manison interview by catching up with a CLP figure in its president, Ron Kelly, very shortly. But we have an opportunity, and a limited one only, for a quick catch-up with an important candidate in a pivotal seat in this election. His name, for non-Territorians unfamiliar, Yingiya Mark Goyula. He's the sitting MLA for the seat of Mulka in Arnhem Land on an extremely tight margin of only 8 votes. That's how much he won by last time around. And he joins us now. Mark Goyula, thanks for joining our coverage. This has been a particularly tough, torrid campaign for you. You've withstood it, though. Have you done enough, do you think, given the tight position in which you start, to get across the line?
Yes, hello to everyone out there, viewers. I think I have done enough, but also I think it might be a tough one. And to me, it was a hard contest, much harder than 4 years ago. And because my dream and vision was to make a space in the Parliament to put a voice out to my community, bringing the treaty and the space for my people to work with Yolngu and Balanda together.
Mr. Goyula, it's Jack Breen speaking to you from the studio in Darwin. We've heard that a number of high-profile community members in northeast Arnhem Land, leaders of the Ririchingu and the Gumatj clans, have come out in support of your competitor, Labor's Lynn Walker. Does that make it difficult for you to win the seat when it was so tight last time, just 8 votes in it?
It had made the Yolngu competitors to not walk with me and work with me this election campaign. But on the other hand, there have been leaders as well who have stood with me to walk with the vision that we want to clear a space for the future of our children. And I believe a lot of elders, or some leaders rather, have been lured into trying to create a space by the election campaign and to work against me in a vision that they want to do. But where does that leave us for the future of our children? Na limurto ngamamen future what are we creating for our future of our children if we don't work together? So this is what I stand for, and I will walk in this path with a lot of leaders and elders and those people that will support me, and I'm sure a lot of Yolngu leaders who will stand with me. And it's the vision, dream and vision about creating a pathway, creating a space so that we have a space towards a treaty, towards a space for our future where their generation are heading in the next future.
Mr. Goyula, thank you.
Sidiji, Parkligi, Mulaja Karamiji, Wirinyaniji, Territory Lajo, Mulaju Yanga, Chiramasai Siji, Victoria Piajo, Safe Labor Sidiji, Mulaja Karame, Santa Lajo, Tenant Creek Lajo, Mulaju Mura, Mulaga Karamiji, Nan Balayapak Lankru, Warikiji, Mulajo, Waramunga, Walpri, Kaidit, Manoyaya Warawate.
All right, at 6:34 Central Time, it's a moment in the night when our chief election analyst, Antony Green, starts to spring to life because, Antony, the first figures are actually in now.
Yes, people always ask me which booth do you watch for, and I say it's the first one, and we've got the first ones. It's from Fanny Bay, the Chief Minister's seat, Michael Gunner, up against Tracy Hayes from the Country Liberals, who will be the Treasurer if the Country Liberals win the election. But let's just have a look at the votes we're seeing. This is the Ludmilla polling place, which comes to 5% of the electorate, 42% for the Labor Party, 32% for Tracy Hayes. The change in vote there is 3.6% down for Labor. Territory Alliance only polling 7%. This is not one of their key electorates, and the Green vote well up. They didn't contest the last election. In terms of a swing, that's a 4% swing against Labor in that one polling place in Fanny Bay. Now, thing to say immediately, the polling places are much smaller this time because so many more people have pre-polled. So that's a 4% swing. Labor will be happy with that first figure because the swing is only 4%. And pre-polls, and sometimes there's not a lot of variability from booth to booth. And just another electorate, this is Arnhem. At the moment, in this early result, 1.4% counted from Arnhem. The Country Liberals are ahead on 49%, but this is the Tyndall booth. It's the Navy, it's the Army base, the Air Base at Katherine. So it's a very strong CLP voting booth, and it's been transferred into the electorate of Arnhem. So you couldn't read much into those figures yet, but at last we've got some figures.
Yes, just on Arnhem though, Antony, on paper, Selina Yubo, should be on a comfortable margin, and yet there have been some nerves, I know, within the ALP about it. What are its features that would tend to make them nervous, given its starting position? Was it heavily redistribution affected, for instance?
Tyndall's been added too, but essentially these remote seats, the remote top-end seat, all the voting is done by remote polling except for Tyndall. And it depends if you're on the ground, much of the campaigning when the remote polling booth comes around is done in the local languages, and it depends on who you've got speaking. Do elders support one candidate or another? So there's lots of reasons why you're always nervous about these parties are always nervous about these sorts of outback electorates or top-end electorates.
Quite understandable. We'll let you get back to monitoring further data as it comes in, Antony. But we do want to go back to the CLP headquarters now, which is where we're joined by the party's president, Ron Kelly. And Ron, you've been around the highs and lows of territory politics for a long time now, an obvious low 4 years ago this night when the Giles government was mightily thumped. We're hearing from everyone associated with your party tonight that they think government is within grasp. So firstly to you, I take it you share that, and if you do, which seats? Name some names for us that are going to get you there.
Well, thank you. Look, I'm immensely proud as a party, a CLP member, and also as a Territorian of the campaign that the Country Liberal Party leader in Leah and all the candidates have run, and I believe that we will indeed win some seats. But we're waiting for results like everybody else now.
It's Jack Breen speaking to you from the studio in Darwin. It wasn't just 4 years ago that the CLP was thumped. The party also finished a dismal fourth in the by-election earlier this year in Johnston in February. What has the CLP done to earn back and deserve the trust of Territorians when they didn't just a few months ago?
Well, I think the by-election and a general election are two different campaigns and fought on completely different issues. I like the campaign that the Country Liberal Party has run. I believe that Territorians, and certainly I do, want a party and a leader who can, if I can say it, can walk and chew gum at the same time. And yes, there's issues now about coronavirus and the like, which are very, very important. But there's also the economic recovery and the plans that that the CLP has put to Territorians. We've put our policies and our plans and our vision and our credentials firmly on the table. And that's the difference now when you're in an election where people are looking at our future. And we've put what we believe can be a very bright future, led by an incredible campaign effort by Leah Finocchiaro.
It would be extraordinary if the CLP were to take back government tonight, rebuilding from just 2 seats. And it's more likely that there's a chance that it could happen in some kind of arrangement, in some kind of coalition. The speculation is with Territory Alliance potentially. This week, Leah Finocchiaro called Terry Mills and the Territory Alliance a joke. What would it say if the CLP were to then join forces with them to take power?
Well, the comments that Leah Finocchiaro made, of course, were about, who has put their credentials in front of Territorians. We put our policies out to the public to look at, and we also costed it. So we're confident that we've done the work, that our plan can be implemented, and we are looking for a return of a lot of the vote that left us last time, because we believe we've earned the trust back of people, and if those votes come back to us in the right seats, then our vote wasn't completely miserable last time. It's where it fell, and of course the game in the finish is how many seats you win. We think that we can win some seats, but speculation on what the makeup of the Parliament will look like and what a potential government will look like, well, that's still in the hands of the Electoral Commission, basically, in counting and interpreting what Territorians have said, and we'll look at all those things when the time is right. But at the moment, we're looking for winning the seats. We're looking at winning 13 seats and forming government and getting the Territory back on track under a Leah Finocchiaro Chief Minister.
Speaking of those costings and the CLP's economic management, Mr Kelly, you only just got your policies in for costings on time after initially missing the deadline. And when they did come in, the Under-Treasurer cast doubt on one of the key promises that the party says will help repair the budget, that is a change to Labor's mining tax. What does it say about your ability to manage the budget, your economic management, if you almost didn't get the costings in on time, and then when you did, doubt was cast over them?
Well, we did get the costings in. We sought an extension, but we got them in and they were costed. As for the mining tax, the ad valorem mining tax, the Treasury said it's challenging. Well, absolutely. We're facing some considerable challenges in the Northern Territory with the budget going forward, and we're up to that challenge, and we will make sure that we get that through.
Ron Kelly, thank you.
No, thank you, and let's look forward to a count tonight.
We know Australians love their elections, which is why our coverage tonight is being carried on ABC TV within the Northern Territory, nationally on the News Channel. It's streamed on iView and is also available on News Radio. So however we're reaching you tonight, we hope you get something from it. And we can report at this point an opening drip of figures has turned into a trickle. So, Antony, let's go back to you and check some early counts that are starting to emerge.
Well, actually, just Catherine, Sandra Nelson's the sitting Labor MP. She's not recontesting. Kate Ganley for the Labor Party's new candidate, Joe Hersey for the Country Liberals, and Melanie Usher, who's not on this display, is Territory Alliance candidate, and she's the one that's doing particularly well at this stage. This is one of the polling places now. There's not a lot of votes there, but the important thing is, and this is what's expected, the Labor Party is finishing third. There's an expectation they're finishing third, and the preference count will be between the Territory Alliance and the Country Liberals tonight. And on that basis, you can say immediately Labor's lost the seat because they're going to finish third. It's going to be a battle between the Territory Alliance and the Country Liberals, and if Labor's preferences go as expected towards the Territory Alliance, then they will win that seat, and that'll be a gain for them. But I would point out that nearly half of the votes in Catherine have been cast at the pre-poll centre, and that will come much later. We'll get 2 of these early votes and maybe a mobile booth before we get the pre-poll vote centre. And just a quick one, this is very small numbers in Blaine, and I'll also say this is the Casuarina early voting centre. That's the other side of Darwin. It's not in Palmerston. So that's got Labor ahead in Blaine, but it is only about 45 votes. But the trickle has started.
Yeah, so just to return to, I suppose, the tidal wave analogy, I guess the concept of picking up anti-Labor swings this early in the night, largely to be expected, would you say, Antony, just because of the sheer magnitude of what happened 4 years ago?
There will be an anti-Labor swing. There's not a lot of difference between the early votes and the polling place votes in Darwin itself and in Palmerston. So we'll be watching for that. Now, just as I was about to do this on air, there's about another 6 electorates turned up, so I'll go and have a quick dive into the data.
You do that, Antony, and we will come back to you shortly because we want to catch up with Katrina Bevan, who is standing by in Alice Springs. Antony's already started to paint us a bit of a picture around Catherine, and a lot of eyes, Katrina, I guess, will also be on the seat of Breitling as well. Just tell us which seats in particular are going to be most watched around the Alice where you are.
Well, Greg, just as you mentioned, Breitling is going to be one that everyone is keeping a close eye on. As we know, in the last election, Labor's Dale Wakefield took that in a bit of a surprise victory from the previous CLP Chief Minister Adam Giles by just 27 votes after preferences. But of course, when that seat was, when redistribution happened, there was a tiny swing back to Labor. And there's some other big name candidates for the Conservative parties in Breitling, which is traditionally a more Conservative seat. But the Territory Alliance candidate, for example, in Breitling will be preferencing Labor above the CLP. So, you know, it really could go either way. A lot of people will be watching that very closely. Some of the other seats down here, that'll be watched quite closely. I think the Conservative parties will be trying to take Namatjira and the Barkly as well. Namatjira, obviously, because Chancey Paik, the previous member, switched to the Bush seat of Gwodja, and obviously that redistribution for Namatjira as well included a higher urban percentage when that happened, and so that had a Conservative swing as well. And then, of course, in the Barkly, long-serving Labor member Jerry McCarthy is retiring, so though that's been quite a safe Labor seat, I suppose you could say, the Tennant Creek Mayor, Steve Edgington, another high-profile candidate running for the CLP, will be trying to take that. So I'd say those kind of 3 key southern seats will be watched tonight, Greg.
Yes, thanks for that summary, Katrina. Can you also steer us towards the issues, because the Territory is distinctly different between North and South, and I guess so too the issues that concern voters. Which in particular have stood out for you in the local electorates around Alice Springs?
So some of the key issues here that have really emerged in the lead up to the campaign and before that as well are definitely crime and youth crime. There's a big focus on those, and the economy as well. Coronavirus, of course, as you would expect. And also fracking is actually a big issue in these southern kind of electorates. That was pretty evident in the lead up to the election. In those few weeks, actually, a lot of the corflutes for the candidates for the major parties were pretty much continuously defaced, spray painted with the word fracker. So it's a very kind of vocal issue that a lot of people are quite vocal about here, and it could be one of the issues that people voted on today and really decides which way the seats go tonight. So those are some of the key issues for the urban seats. In the bush seats, I'd say it's much more about housing, and also for the first time in an NT election, water security became a big issue for those bush seats as well. But we'll have to see how much sway they have in the vote this evening.
All right, great summary, Katrina Bevan. A bit of excitement behind you. We'll let you go because we're rolling into... That's the nature of election night. I guess everyone's in the spirit. Thank you.
Yeah, we are. We've got the Labor event underway inside that's just kind of starting. So people are trickling in, a bit of excitement. You know, election night, everyone's getting pretty keyed up for what's going to happen.
That will explain it. Katrina Bevan, thanks so much. Now, we are entering that phase of the night where it's all a bit ad hoc from here. As Antony sees it, he'll let us know. And just during our chat with Katrina Bevan, there's been some more figures coming in. Where are you going to take us?
This is Sanderson. This is one of the Northern Darwin seats. Now, the interesting thing with Sanderson, this was the only Northern Darwin seat that Labor lost in 2008 and 2012. They held the other 5. Kate Worden won it back for Labor in 2016. Now, this is the most marginal of those Northern Darwin seats. Kate Worden's holding it. Derek Major, I think it's Major, from the Country Liberals, Amelia Nuku from the Territory Alliance. If you look at the votes here, this is the Sanderson polling place. This is the one polling place in the electorate. Comes to 16% overall. Labor's on 61.7. Their first preference vote is up since the last election in that polling place. Does that mean that all the CLP and Territory Alliance voters who vote normally at the Sanderson Poodle School have gone and voted pre-poll? I don't know. But assuming that there hasn't been some split like that, that's a very good first figure. And also the Territory Alliance are finishing second there. You look at the change in first preference. The Labor vote is up, CLP vote down, Territory Alliance up. So that's a really good first figure for the Labor Party in Sanderson. And we'll just see. I'll just do the two-party preferred on that. That's a 3.7% swing to Labor. Now, I'd be more interested in the first preference vote there, because if their vote's holding up, that's good news for them. The other interesting one is Nelson. Now, this is held by Jerry Wood, who's retiring. It's the independent held seat. Beverly Ratahi is trying to win it as an independent. She's behind on first preference. This is the Howard Springs polling place. We don't have a preference count, but at that polling place, the CLP vote is well up at the moment. 8% counted. Again, most of the votes in this electorate, this has got one of the highest pre-poll voting rates in the Territory. So it'll be a long time before we get those, and that'll be interesting to look at. But there's two significant figures. We've seen three seats with very significant. Catherine, Labor's lost. Sanderson, a very good first figure for Labor, and Nelson, the independent, behind.
All right, well, there's a bit to digest there, which we might do now with our panel, Antony, and maybe throw the first one towards Malarndirri McCarthy once again. Not that we'll always lead off with you, Mal, but there's a bit of a mixed bag there for Labor I'm picking up, admittedly very early on in the piece. But how do you explain, say, the Sanderson situation? We'll take your pick,
look,
really.
I think well, I was just going to say, look, as Nicole Mannison said in your interview, that it's about each member working with their seats directly on that very personable level. And Kate Warden, who's our candidate, and is, certainly very much a hard worker and someone who knows that electorate really well, Greg. And I think those figures look really heartening, and we'll see Kate get over the line.
And Delia, these are the first figures we're seeing in terms of how this all-new outfit, Territory Alliance, is performing. Amelia Nuku in Sanderson has been a fairly high-profile figure, one of the candidates who has been working very hard and for one of the longer periods of time. What do you think of that figure that we've seen so far?
Yeah, look, I think it's a testament to the work ethic and the great connection that Amelia kept finding with people on the doors, that she's the contender against Labor there, that she's in ahead of the CLP. So you're seeing, in a seat that's never had an experience for Territory Alliance candidate before in their life, people warm to her, and good on Amelia for those early results. I know there's a long count to go, but it shows that she's absolutely the contender in that seat against the incumbency, and I agree, Kate's been hard-working. People know her out in that electorate.
Would you have wanted to see a stronger result even at this point in the night for Amelia in that seat?
Oh, look, you always want to see, your team out in number one position. There's no doubt about that. But I'm really pleased to see that people have gone to Territory Alliance in that seat as a contender against the incumbency, against the Labor government, bearing in mind this is a party that was formed just in September that then had to deal with the by-election. And then looking at the candidates, how frustrated they were in the very much the stay-at-home phase of the first wave of coronavirus. They couldn't door knock. They spent ages not being able to get out there.
It looks like it's the case, though, that Kate Warden is performing far stronger than Amelia Nuku. Sanderson is a seat that Labor has held for a long time. It was only once held by the Country Liberals, so we wouldn't expect, we wouldn't be surprised to see Amelia Nuku doing better than the Country Liberals candidate in that seat. There's not too much we can read from that, can we?
Oh, look, I actually think it's a really good thing. As I said, it's a whole new party. And when you get new parties formed, you really get the move straight into second position in a seat that's been traditionally used to voting either Labor or CLP. So good effort there for Amelia to get out and get on the doors and show that support that's coming through in her second bowl there.
We'll touch on this throughout the evening, but you said just then that it's a good result for a party that has only had less than a year of existence so far. You're running candidates in so many seats, being very ambitious for a new outfit. Are you being too ambitious and spreading yourselves too thin?
Look, Territory Alliance wanted to go in it to win it, and I think Terry consistently said that right throughout the campaign. And if you're not standing in enough seats to give yourself a running chance of getting the 13 that's majority, then you're not in it to win it. So they definitely had areas like Katherine, for example, where Terry was called to go to Katherine, called by the people of the community there to stand up a candidate. Palmerston were very keen. Alice Springs were very keen. Northern Suburbs team built really solidly and quickly. And, of course, the inner Darwin 3 seats. So it just became this sort of, life force of people wanting an alternative, people in those areas saying, we want to stand a candidate here. So, they were all courageous, and they all put aside their normal day jobs, other than obviously the 3 members of Parliament, and they were as keen as mustard to get stuck into it. Dealing with the candidates out in the rural area, they just hit the ground and worked hard. It was really interesting to see this sort of driving desire from people who want to represent their grassroots, want to represent their communities. So they weren't doing the political analysis of, is there too many seats too soon as a party? They genuinely wanted to get out and represent people.
They may not have been. They are people who are fresh to the game. There's a lot of people who haven't been in politics before who are part of Territory Alliance, but you also have some people who have been in politics for a very long time. Terry Mills himself, you yourself, Jeff Collins from the Labor Party, and Robin Lambley. So your political judgment was on board, on the team. So was it the right decision to aim so high with so many candidates this time?
Well, look, they make their decisions. That's the beautiful thing about Territory Alliance. It's not a party machinery, a campaign machinery who makes those decisions. It's Territory Alliance, the members of Territory Alliance. I'm not a member of Territory Alliance. I was brought on for my skills and expertise. So, they are highly democratic in the way they decide everything. It's not just a leadership group that determines something. It's actually all of them. It's an entirely different way of politics. And I know that's sort of challenging, and, you can't sit there and go, right, you've only got these limited resources, seriously only run in these few seats, with a group of people who are making their own decisions collectively about how they want to have voices across the communities of the Territory. And I'm sure if they had had the time to fill all 25, they would have.
Senator McMahon, we're all getting to understand what the Territory Alliance is and understanding who the candidates are and what they're aiming for. What do you think about whether they are a viable threat to the Country Liberals Party?
Well, I think we're seeing what's happened with Sanderson. Amelia Nuku is a fairly high-profile candidate, and the fact that she's not doing very well at the moment, I think speaks to the fact that Territory Alliance is not seen as a credible alternative across the board.
Well, based on one seat, we'll see if that extrapolates out. But thank you, Senator.
So here's a southern seat to keep an eye on. Breitling, centred around Alice Springs. It's been CLP heartland and was the power base for the last Chief Minister, Adam Giles, until it spectacularly unravelled for him back in 2016, losing power and his own seat at the same time. Labor's Dale Wakefield snatched it, but will history, the CLP and the independent Scott McConnell conspire to take it off her again tonight? The answer will come when those numbers come in on NT votes. And that's happening as we speak, because during the panel chat, Antony Green, you've started to get double-digit figures returned in some pretty crucial electorates now. Run us through them, please.
Well, this is the boil-over at the moment. Terry Mills holds Blaine. He won as an independent last time. He held it for nearly 2 decades for the CLP before that. Mark Turner's a Labor candidate. Country Liberal Matthew Curl. Let's look at the total votes at the moment. 17.5% counted. Terry Mills is running third and significantly behind in third place. With his, I think it's, I can't see what the numbers are. The polling places are. But we're getting a good match on those numbers. And if you look at the change in vote, look, there's just the Territory Alliance vote is down compared to last time. Now, that's on a matched basis, so perhaps Terry Mills' vote isn't down as far as it could, as it will be later in the evening. At the moment, that's translating into a 10.7% swing to Labor. Look, those first preference swings makes me think just a little bit cautious about that. But on the raw numbers, Terry Mills is currently in third place. So I think that's the main polling places. Now that means we're coming down to the pre-poll votes. Everything we're seeing at the moment is looking reasonably good for Labor, is all I can say at the moment. Mark Mona, I have one small booth from Fong Lim, but we have a preference count in this. Again, Jeff Collins, the Territory Alliance candidate who was elected as a Labor member last time, this is just one of the polling places. At the moment, that's showing a 5.5% swing to Labor, and that's from the notional Labor margin from the last election. So on those numbers, Labor goes on to win Fong Lim, but at the moment, I'm just some of these change in votes just look a little odd for me. Now, the Labor vote's held up in that electorate, which means they would hold it. So that's interesting. Wanguri, which is up in the north of the metropolitan area, it's got one polling place which has come in, 62.4% for Nicole Mannison, CLP third there. The two-party preferred swing in that electorate, 2.8% to the CLP, but it's a very safe Labor seat. So that's interesting. And the other seat, which is fascinating, is Nelson. Now, we've got the second polling place. We've got preference counts in both of them. But you can see the CLP start on 49%. Beverly Ratahi, the independent there, 33.6%. So well behind with both polling places in. Again, no pre-polls yet. The change in vote there, the independent vote is down 31% compared to in those same polling places last time. The CLP up 27%. That's a huge shift on first preferences. And in terms of that two-candidate preferred swing, it's a 30% swing. Now, that's what you get when a sitting member retires. They can't necessarily hand over their support. So that says that Beverly Ratahi obviously doesn't have the appeal of Jerry Woods, or the other option is the people who turned up on the day are quite different from those who've pre-polled. And as I said, if you've got 60, 70% of the votes are pre-polls, we've got a bit more counting to come. But all the numbers we're seeing from polling places are actually looking good for the government, with a few gains like this for the CLP.
Well, exactly. I mean, I know your trademark caution, but if there were a trend through the three seats you just gave us, it is suggestive of a government that is withstanding the barrage, the onslaught. So.
Certainly the Sanderson and the Wanguri results are good for the Labor Party. If those sorts of results, and you'd expect them across the 6 Northern Darwin seats, that's good for the Labor Party. So if they hold those, Fanny Bay and win Fong Lim, that's 8 seats to start with before you get into the outback. So they're good for the Labor Party. But I would normally say that's a real trend in the Northern Territory, because normally in Darwin and Palmerston, there's not much difference between the pre-poll and the on-the-day votes. But there is so many pre-poll votes this time, I'm prepared to be a bit more cautious. But the summary from what I'm seeing so far is it's looking good for the Labor Party in Darwin.
And barely an hour into our coverage, that is quite a telling observation. He's not making it a call, but that is a telling observation from Antony Green. I'm particularly attracted to the story coming out of Blaine, though, Delia Laurie. This is your leader. He enters with just over 1.5%. And on those double-digit figures already in and crunched by Antony Green, he's crashing and burning. Terry Mills?
Well, look, we haven't got those big pre-poll figures in, so it is early, but the early sign isn't a good sign for Terry as the leader. You know, he spent a lot of time having to do what leaders do, and I think those little local boosts and those early votes in are showing what happens when you're so busy right across the territory.
Can it simply, Delia, can it simply be explained as the busyness of the leader? Primary responsibility, hold your own seat. Pursuant to that, I guess you sell policies that are attractive. I just wonder what the Blaine story is telling us about your little outfit, Territory Alliance overall, and its fortunes tonight.
Well, look, I think what you'll see is going to be patchy. What we're seeing in those little early indications in Catherine is support there. What we're seeing is, Terry and strife, albeit pre-polls are sitting out there to be counted in Blaine, and it'll be interesting to see what happens down in Alice Springs. So, we expected it to be tough. We expected it to be patchy. Obviously, you never want to see your leader in this position this early in the evening.
Yep, I reckon that would be a truism. Hold that thought. We'll come back to our panel in Darwin. Delia Laurie, thanks for your candid observations this early in the night. It's just gone 7 o'clock in the Northern Territory, Central Time. We're trying to speak in tonight because that's where most interest lies. Throughout this night, though, you can put your questions to the ABC's Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green, and to our political panel, quite a long way away, 14,000 kilometres away in the Northern Territory. Simply visit abc.net.au/NT votes and follow the prompts at the top of the page to lodge your question. Antony, we've already got questions coming in, including this one from Andrea Noonan. Andrea's in Fanny Bay, and she asks if the number of early or pre-poll votes is indicative of which way the overall election may go, or are we just getting excited about nothing in talking about this large pre-poll cohort?
Well, as I said a minute ago, based on pre-poll votes at previous elections, you would make an extrapolation because there hasn't been much difference in the past. I'm just a bit cautious this time because of the sheer size of that pre-poll vote. But all pre-poll votes do is change when people vote. And we've never seen anything which indicates that people who are Liberal or Labor or a particular type go and vote early rather than other. At the last federal election, Labor did win the vote on election day, but that was only a 2 to 3% difference to the vote before election day. At the moment, we're seeing not much happening in terms of swings in Darwin. That would suggest that if you're going to turn around these results, you need an 8 or 9% swing, a big swing in the pre-poll votes. And it's a bit hard to say that you're going to get something as significant as that. So, look, I mean, you really can't say. I mean, they're asking me to sort of say, can you use this as a trend? In the past, I would have. Would I use it as a trend today? Well, maybe I won't, but the trend may be absolutely correct.
But an associated question, I suppose, that comes from this one is not whether it's representative, but whether the turnout, the low turnout that we're seeing in particular communities here may be skewing results either way as well.
Well, the low turnouts in the remote Indigenous electorates.
Which are traditional Labor holds, I think, in many instances.
It may be significant in an electorate like Namatjira, where there's a remote booth and there's a bunch of things in Alice Springs. It may be important in Barkly, where some of the votes are taken in Tennant Creek and the rest are taken by remote mobiles. If there's a low turnout in the mobiles, and I'm not sure that's been the case in Barkly, then it may affect the result. But the other electorates, Arnhem, Arafura, Mulca, I'm not sure the turnout differential will make that much difference, other than trying to guess what the 30% who didn't vote would have voted otherwise.
Fair enough. And so I'm jumping around all over the place, but just to go back to early voting, just state again what your understanding is of the procedure with that count tonight. We will actually be getting pretty much all of them worked through by the Electoral Commission?
Nearly all of the pre-polls which are cast within district or in Darwin and Palmerston, within Darwin and Palmerston, will be counted tonight. So we're talking about 40 to 45% of the vote will be counted as pre-polls tonight.
OK, so that's one of your questions answered. Please keep them coming. Now, in a moment, we're going to go back south again and talk to Labor's Chancey Paik, who's standing by. He's running in the seat of Gwodja. Actually, we'll go straight to Chancey Paik straight away. We were going to bring up some votes and figures on your electorate that you're standing in this time, Chancey, but we'll bring those just a little later. Why don't we go to your barometer then, in the absence of hard data? What did you pick up over today in particular as you did the rounds?
Oh, look, it's certainly been a great day here in Central Australia, a very positive feedback, and have been out the course of the day talking to constituents around their local issues and working with them. We've had an overwhelming support right across the electorate, and I'm very privileged and honoured to spend the night with a number of them who've come from all corners of the electorate to celebrate, hopefully, a Labor victory.
Chancey, it's Jack Breen speaking to you from the studio in Darwin. This is a new seat that you're running in. What are you pitching to constituents who you haven't represented before, despite being in Parliament, and who are on the other side of the territory where you've come from?
Yeah, sure. Look, the electorate was an amalgamation of a section of the Namatjira electorate, of which I have been the previous member, and the electorate of Stewart. So certainly during the course of the campaign, we've been out talking to people again and seeing the progress that's been made by the Territory Labor government right across the new electorate in terms of housing, infrastructure upgrades, and really working with the community to hear their aspirations and the future that they want to see happen.
Are the communities in Central Australia happy with the performance of the Labor government over the past 4 years? You did represent Namatjira, the community of Santa Teresa in that electorate, which had so many problems with the state of their housing that people were living in and had to challenge the government in court to get something done. Are people really that happy with the government's performance in communities in Central Australia?
Certainly from the on-the-ground conversations that we've had and we continue to have, many constituents right across that division are happy with the progress the Territory Labor government has been taking. We acknowledge that there have been some issues in Santa Teresa, certainly legacy issues from the previous CLP government's lack and failure to deliver remote housing in the bush. But from all accounts, lots of the constituents have been happy with the progress that the Territory Labor government has been doing in the area of housing. So it is something that we have taken on board. We are listening and will continue to work and deliver for those Territorians.
Chazzy, thank you.
All right, well, things are starting to move fairly quickly now with the flow of data into our data hub, remembering we're based in Sydney, Chief Election Analyst Antony Green and myself, but numbers building up. I think we want to take a look at some of the key marginals. Antony, what have you got on the board for us?
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to look at them because of the Yawa. CLP's on 32%, the Dale Wakefield Labor on 20%. The Independent, Kim Hopper on 19%. That's a bit of a dog's breakfast, that one. We are getting a Labor CLP preference count later in the evening. I'm not sure if we've got that yet, but you do want to look at the preferences on that. But that one's, let's have a look at the change in vote there. The Labor first preference is down, but it's not gone to the CLP. It's gone to the Territory Alliance and others, and we'll be coming back to look at that a lot later in the evening. And we've got Brennan, Tony Seavers, trying to hold this marginal seat. He's ahead on first preferences, but there's a Territory Alliance candidate. I can't tell you, I'm not sure whether I've got a preference count or not on this, but basically the Labor first preference vote is down. It's gone to Territory Alliance and Independent. So it's Peter Chandler, by the way, who's the former CLP member for the electorate. He's got 9% of the vote. His preferences will be important. So again, I don't know whether I've got a preference count for this, but at this stage, we'll be coming back to that. We haven't given that one away. Mulca, this has gone up since I last looked, so I'm not sure where this is from. But that's a 50.8 for Lynn Walker. This will be a seat we'll be coming back to at various times during the night. I'm not sure what's counted in those numbers, but we're seeing quite a bit of a difference in the seats in some of these. Outside of Darwin and Palmerston, it's a different sort of result. And we also just got some figures for Araluen, which have got a wrong preference count. So right. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But
Mulca, since you mentioned it, every bit as tight as you would reasonably expect when you start eight votes the difference.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that vote is from. That's the one thing I'd have to look what's been reported so far. The Nhulunbuy vote has traditionally very favoured Labor last time, but the remote polling was heavily in favour of Mr. Goyula. So it's a bit Goyula. So that's one to watch. But look, I just don't know where that data's from, sorry.
No, fair enough. We'll let you get back to it, but it does invite some comment from CLP Senator Sam McMahon. If we go back to our panel there in Darwin, Sam, obviously things not going strongly out of the blocks for Territory Alliance and a bit of a status quo story. I mean, I don't know what you're picking up from your own people who are out and about scrutineering, but there's no spike here, no drift towards CLP that's particularly strong outside of the areas you might have expected it anyway. Agree?
No, I wouldn't completely agree. I mean, it's very early in the count, but I mean we're seeing a very strong vote in Nelson. and also for Phil Batty in Goyder. So, Nelson was probably expected. Goyder maybe not so much. And I think the fact that he's issuing a real challenge there does actually speak volumes for the strength of support for the CLP.
And Senator, what kind of resources have been thrown at that seat in the Darwin rural area? There was an opportunity created, obviously, with the departure of long-serving independent Jerry Wood, and anecdotally, a lot of Conservative support in the rural area. Is that a seat that the Country Liberals were targeting, seeing an opportunity there?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's been a lot of work done by the candidates themselves. Gerard Maley's an incredibly hard-working candidate, and he's put tremendous amount of efforts into that area. He's very well known, very prominent in that area, and we're seeing that pay off with the votes that are coming in for him. Phil Batty, probably not quite so well known and prominent, but has put in a tremendous effort. And once again, those results are speaking volumes for the amount of work put in by those candidates.
Another area where you might expect to see the Country Liberals performing more strongly than they are at the moment is back in Blaine. Of course, Terry Mills won that when he was representing the Country Liberals, but we're seeing Labor instead leading the count in that Palmerston seat, in that surprise result. What do you think is happening there?
Yes, I would have expected Matthew to be a little bit more ahead than he is at this stage. Again, it is early, but yes, I would have expected him to be a bit more ahead than what he is.
Malandiri, you are encouraged to see that performance by Mark Turner, Northern Territory police officer in Blaine, performing well at this stage in the count.
Oh, absolutely, Jack. I mean, it's, Mark is a wonderful candidate, and so I've certainly been out there with him in Blaine, and to see people's reactions when he knocks on the door. I mean, we call him tiny, but he's a very tall man, and I think it's wonderful what he's being able to achieve so far. We know it is pretty early, but, I'd say to Tiny and his team out there, they've certainly done the hard yards, and let's hope we can, given, the preferences obviously we still have to look at. But I'd certainly love to see him get over the line. He'd be an absolute asset in the Northern Territory Parliament.
Is it just him and his personal appeal, or
that's a good question, Jack. I think that Tiny's well known in terms of his experience as a police officer. I think he's certainly been able to deal with a lot of the issues that people wanted to talk about. And he could talk about also the fact that he lived in Blaine, he's lived in the Territory, and these are things that people had picked up. They also said that they hadn't seen Terry Mills door knocking at all or in the electorate. And I think when we were getting that message right throughout Blaine, we knew we had a pretty good chance if Mark could just keep working the streets there.
If that's the case, then maybe you can't say that the same effect could be seen in Drysdale and Brennan, the seats that Labor is hoping to hold on to in Palmerston.
Sure. Look, it's always, being an incumbent, as we all know, certainly from my own experience, obviously having been in Arnhem and then lost that seat, you've got to continue to keep walking the streets and knocking on the doors and doing the phone banking. We also know that it is quite competitive in terms of the other candidates, but, Eva Lawler has done a terrific job, and I really want to see Eva get over the line.
What has Labor delivered for Palmerston over its 4 years in office? It was a strong result last time to gain those seats in that part of the top end where Labor isn't historically strong.
Yeah, no, sure. It's certainly a tough area, in terms of the issues that people have had to deal with. Housing's been a significant investment in the area for Palmerston, and I know that the Palmerston Hospital has also been a significant boost for residents around there, and clearly that is one of the most outstanding features in this past term of the Labor government there. But I also know that the candidates that we have there, in particular Tony and also Eva, they work hard, and we just want to see them get over the line tonight in Palmerston.
Well, if they did and Labor picked up another seat in Palmerston, that would be an historic result for Labor in that part of the world. Delia, bringing you back in as you're processing all of this information and the result for Terry Mills so far. This was obviously always a possibility tonight, but what does it mean for Territory Alliance if the face of the party loses his seat?
Well, look, again, too early to call Terry as a loss because of the big pre-polls sitting out there. But I think Territory Alliance is far more than people understand. Terry's dynamic. He's highly regarded. It was interesting being out and about across the community and with him. People would shout out, "G'day, Terry, good on you, mate." It's the sort of experience I used to have when I went out and about around the trats with Hendo. So they're known, they've been around for decades and people warm to them and shout out. The Territory Alliance is a party of a group of people, and if they do gain seats we'll hold them in good stead to form a nice group of people who are going to work hard and be an alternative voice, which is what they sought out to do right from the start. So early days yet in terms of the call on Terry with the pre-poll, but there's a lot of strength and depth across Territory Alliance.
We'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Delia.
Sun-drenched images of the seat of Port Darwin, like the city itself, named after Charles Darwin. Labor's Paul Kirby holds it currently on a margin of just under 3%, 2.8 to be precise. It's traditionally a CLP seat, with Labor only having won it twice. Labor's task now to halt political evolution and revolution and keep Port Darwin just as it is in the ALP fold. Easier said than done, though, when NT votes in 2020. Now, in a moment, we're going to cross to the CLP's candidate in the seat of Port Darwin, Toby George. He's standing by to talk to us in just a moment, but let's try to frame the race as it's happening there in Port Darwin. Antony, where are we up to in the vote count?
Paul Kirby, he won the seat last time. Toby George, the Country Liberal candidate. If you look at the first preference votes, I got 20% counted. This is the two of the far distant early voting centres plus the Darwin City booth. Now, we've got the primaries for the Darwin City, haven't got the two candidate preferred, and we've got a two candidate preferred count for the two remote early voting centres. I'll come on to why that's important in a moment. Labor is just ahead, 37.9 to 36.1 for Toby George. Most of this will be the Darwin City booth votes. 12.2 for the Territory Alliance, 8% for the Greens and 5% for the Independent. Territory Alliance is one of the three seats where the Territory Alliance had a hard to vote card recommending preferences for Labor. The Greens' preferences should flow to Labor quite strongly as well. So Labor's ahead in that booth. Now, when I look at the two-party preferred swing at the moment, it's showing a 9.2% swing to the CLP and CLP winning. That's not the swing you're getting from that booth. That's the swing from the two very small early voting centres. So that's not reliable. We need the Darwin City preference count to be sure, because those first preferences do not produce a 9% swing. So that's a factor of where the data's come from. But at this stage, Port Darwin remains in the mix. The CLP are ahead, is my view, but it's still unclear.
By virtue of those preference flows, unusually in this contest...
the preference flows are from a totally unrepresentative two early voting centres at the other end of the metropolitan area. So, but that's what our computer has used. The first preferences are not nearly as clear-cut as that.
Yeah, and Darwin City, being a larger booth, is going to take that bit longer to...
Darwin City is the only polling place that's come in as first preferences, and it looks like Labor could win from those first preferences. That's not matching the two candidate preferred we've got from somewhere else. So that's the only caveat I'm saying, is that's what the swing looks like. I've put this back into doubtful because our computer was giving it away. It shouldn't be given away on those first preferences.
No, that's understood. Thanks for making that clear, Antony Green. Let's turn it to Toby George then. And Toby, you just heard Antony's latest update. A little misleading, he says, when it comes to what the computer's trying to crunch on some pretty small booths so far. But your reaction to the numbers as they stand, primaries at least, from the big booth?
Too early to react, I would think. Preferencing has been talked about a hell of a lot over the last couple of weeks. Ultimately, I believe that the people of Port Darwin will make their own decision about how they preference, and I don't believe it'll play a huge part in this vote.
And all right, so that's noted.
Studio
I'll just ask one more before we hand to Jacqueline Breen in Darwin. Sorry for the confusion here, Toby. But what was it that was playing out as you did your rounds in this seat? I mean, if you get to remain in this race as the numbers build up, what was the pitch that you thought, you know, resonated most solidly with voters? Just some on-the-ground observations. Resonated most solidly.
Oh, in the CBD and the electorate of Port Darwin, overwhelmingly, people talk about the impacts of crime and they talk about the economy. I think the majority of people that I've spoken to recognise that rolling into an election with a thin veil of COVID was not necessarily a good move.
Toby George, it's Jack speaking to you. I'll have a go from the studio in Darwin. Paul Kirby was representing the seat, but obviously it has been a country Liberal stronghold for a long time. He's transformed, or the Labor government has tried to transform the Darwin CBD over the past 4 years and has poured a lot of money into that. Is that something that constituents in Port Darwin are happy with, that performance from the Labor government?
Only time will tell. I mean, I've been out there as someone that's been in the infrastructure industry for the last 10 years. I mean, my view on what has happened in the electorate over the last 4 years is not sterling. You know, we see a hole in the ground at the Molly Point Playground. That was an election promise. If $2.7 million went into that particular project and we've been left with a hole in the ground. We see some very large, the CDU project, is with the first designs that came out on that, had a lot of commentary about how it was inappropriate for the territory. One of the largest projects we have seen is a six-star hotel, and the contractors packed up and left town, and I largely believe that is due to how the economy is performing at the moment.
Is that the case, though? That six-star hotel was, of course, going to attract tourists to Darwin, or was meant to, and none will be coming for a while. I think a lot of people in the tourism industry might be reassessing some of those investment decisions. Is that Labor's fault, or is that outside of their control?
Well, you've got to have a look at what's really contributing to the economy. You know, COVID's been around for 6 months. Absolutely it has. But decisions are made around investment in that particular project were made well down the track, over 2 years ago. It was a part of the Labor government's infrastructure 10-year plan to have a six-star hotel in the CBD, and it hasn't been delivered on. And the one chance we had at having that built, the investors left town, and I think that says something.
And Toby George, the Territory Alliance candidate, your competitor in that seat, decided against sending his preferences in your direction. What happened there? No collaboration between the two of you?
I've heard about 5 different reasons about why that preference deal changed. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, when you hear 5 different reasons, there's probably something underlying that. I believe there was a deeper strategic reason why that changed. At the end of the day, I'm new to politics, and I think that was a really good lesson.
Toby George, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right. Well, enough numbers are coming in to jump in and out of seats, some of which we've not even been able to visit so far. So, Antony, I think you've got a few lined up here. This Territory Alliance story is going to be a fascinating one. We thought maybe a trend was emerging around Terry Mills, the leader in Blaine. What else have you got for us?
Again, look, we've now got all the polling places, 2 polling places and 2 very small early voting centres. And Terry Mills is still in 3rd place. So for him to win from there, he's got to do much better in the pre-poll centres. I can't tell you whether he will or not, but at the moment, on those numbers, he's in 3rd place in a 3-candidate contest. He can't win. He has to get into 2nd place, so he has to do much better on the pre-polls. I have nothing extra I can add to that. Fong Lim, we got both polling places in now, and Jeff Collins is in 3rd place, and the Labor vote is on 46.6. Now, the change in vote since last time is the Labor primary vote is up. If the Labor primary vote is up in that electorate, he's not going to lose that electorate. So it's strong chance that Labor is going to pick up Fong Lim for the Labor Party. But the Territory Alliance vote, as I said, they're in third place there, so the Territory Alliance can't hold it. And on that first preference, I don't think Labor's going to get passed by the Country Liberals on preferences. So at this stage, there's a 10% there for the Laxa Queen of Darwin, Amia Un. But on those numbers, if that first preference stays there, then Mark Monaghan will win Fong Lim. So they look very good for the Labor Party. Araluen, I'm just having a fight with my computer on this one, but Damien Ryan's on 35%. Robin Lamley was in third place. We were getting an incorrect preference count at one stage there. It's now been corrected. And Labor's preferences and the Green preferences and all these other parties, their preferences are flowing to Robin Lamley, and with the CLP only on 35%. Now, her first preference vote is well down, so I've forgotten. I'll ignore that and go on to the next graphic. We're showing a swing of 4.3% to the CLP, and the Territory Alliance, the CLP is not ahead, the Territory Alliance is ahead. I'm going to go and kick some computer in a minute, which I'm trying to fix that.
Understood.
But I think the Territory Alliance is ahead in Araluen, so that's looking more promising. And the next one is Catherine. We haven't got much progressed here, but again, Labor is in third place, is likely to be in third place. And if Labor is in third place, even though the CLP is on 31 and the Territory Alliance on 34, if the Territory Alliance is ahead or even slightly behind the CLP, they will win that one on preferences. So that one looks like a CLP gain. The next seat I've got is Barker. Steve Edgington is miles ahead. We've got both of the mobile booths, and he will do well in Tennant Creek itself. So that's a really significant result there. At the moment, that's showing this is a quite extraordinary 28.7% swing, and we're expecting Steve Edgington will go on to win that electorate, and he will be the new member for Barker. So that Barclay, and that's a gain. So, I mean, there was a lot of talk of that. It was sort of expected as a possibility, and certainly the votes we've got so far indicate that that's exactly what's going to happen. All right, we're going to have a news break shortly, Antony, and we'll come back and get some more discussion about whether, in fact, what started as a 3-horse race is, before our very eyes, shrinking or distilling into the traditional CLP v Labor affair. Incidentally, word coming from our panel that Labor are feeling particularly good about the seat of Fong Lim, almost claiming that. But we're going to take a break. Back momentarily. Here's a news update first.
Good evening, I'm Mariam Saab with the top stories on ABC News. In Sydney, a second Marriott Hotel security guard has tested positive for coronavirus. The man worked as a security guard at the hotel while it was operating as a quarantine facility for overseas returned travellers. New South Wales Chief Health Officer Dr Kerry Chan says hundreds of contacts have been tested and cleared of the infection.
This is a very tricky virus, and so I think it's very imprudent of me to say never is never. What I can assure you is that we are going to continue to trace the contacts of this gentleman. When, as I said, he did work for one shift. We will continue to follow that up, and we continue to urge the community to come forward if they have symptoms. I want to acknowledge that the first security guard, in effect, led us to this next security guard, and so that sort of also is a responsibility we all have, is to rock up and get that testing done.
Victoria's Chief Health Officer says the current trend in daily new COVID cases is heading in the right direction after the state recorded 182 cases in the past 24 hours. However, there were 13 more deaths, including a man aged in his 50s. 10 deaths are linked to aged care. Over the past 2 days, new infections have been below 200, and there's been a decrease in COVID patients being admitted to hospital. And southeast Queensland is facing new coronavirus restrictions after the state recorded 9 new cases overnight, with 6 of those linked to a cluster at the Brisbane Youth Detention Centre. The Waco facility in Brisbane's west was put into lockdown after a 77-year-old supervisor tested positive for the virus on Thursday. Well, from today, gatherings at homes and indoors will be limited to 10 people across Ipswich, Logan, Scenic Rim, Lockyer Valley, Moreton Bay and Redlands. That's the latest from ABC News. For now, we'll take you back to NT Votes.
Yurta seat dual yaku mulka dial East Arnhem ngadil de yaku ngay nolon boy. Diangun balangunin seat mari nyumukuling diak nakun election go. Kadol yak ko ngay mulka yolngo mele nguni nakunye tulke gayak kayat kurkungunungo. Abulo ngay nguni rangga limorong Euro public ko limorong. Ka independent yengya makola ngay tulk brambala nyamiringuni Euro 8 votes to 2016 election ding.
We're back with NT Votes from the ABC's Election Hub, based here in Sydney, with Chief Election Analyst Antony Green. And a picture's beginning to emerge after, the opening flow of votes starting to come into us. Antony, why don't you set the scene? The big picture, the update so far.
What we're seeing, these are the first preference votes. We've got 20% of the vote counted. This is basically all of the ordinary votes, the votes that have been cast today. Labor's on 39.8, CLP on 29.4, the Territory Alliance 14.6, Greens 5.1, others 11.1. That's, I'm pretty sure, I'd have to double check, but that's more or less corrected for where the figures are from. The change in votes occurring is the Labor vote's only down slightly, the CLP vote's down slightly. The Territory Alliance has picked up a lot of vote that went for independence at the last election. The Green vote's up slightly. I haven't really had a chance to look at the Green vote. So there's not much happening there. And if not much is happening, the Labor Party has a current majority. It's lost seats. Certainly we've said if it's lost Barclay, it's lost Catherine, which gets it down to 14 seats. So it can only afford to lose one more. But the trend we're seeing, if I have a look at some of those, some of the swings I've been seeing so far, if I look at Northern Darwin, there's a 1.5% swing to Labor. So there's nothing happening in Northern Darwin. If I have a look at, I can also have a look at Palmerston. There's not much of a swing there. There's no real two-party preferred swing going on in Darwin and Palmerston. So Labor's going to lose seats. But if someone was going to end up with more seats than Labor, you'd need a swing in Northern Darwin, and there's no sign of that at the moment.
Right, because you always say in relation to the Northern Territory, swings that you might otherwise see as significant in other state or even federal elections don't correspond to seat losses or gains necessarily. But what you're seeing here is so small against Labor that are you going so far as to suggest you're talking possible seat losses as few as 3?
They have lost 2. There's other seats they're behind in Brennan. I couldn't figure out what was going on in Port Darwin. Breitling, I can't see how Labor holds Breitling. So in other words, there's still the chance they end up as a minority government. But at the moment, without something significant happening in Northern Darwin, there isn't an alternative government in that assembly, you suspect. Especially the Territory Alliance are not doing particularly well. They may lose some seats. I'll just fill in the chamber for the first time, just the seats that we're definitely giving away at this stage. We say Labor's definitely got 11, CLP 6 and 1 for the Territory Alliance. I'm having some difficulty changing a result in one electorate because it's I'd put an override on it early to stop it being given away. I can't take it off for some reason. Yeah. But at the moment, it's not looking like there's something dramatic going on in the electorate. I'm not going so far as to say that Labor's going to be forming government. I think they're more likely to form government at the moment. But we're not seeing anything unless there's something dramatic in the pre-poll votes to come.
No, all in good time. You'll get to making that call if, in fact, we get to that position later in the evening, Antony Green. So let's then go back to our panel in the Northern Territory, in our Darwin studios. We have Sam McMahon from the Country Liberal Party, Malandiri McCarthy, her Senate counterpart from the ALP, and Delia Laurie from Territory Alliance. And Sam McMahon, to you first of all, there's a tepid response from voters here. They're kind of hanging around Labor. Antony's chamber prediction there has Labor still in double digits, your own party back at the half dozen. Do you see a pathway towards the 10s and 11s for yourself from here?
Yes, look, I still do. Again, the count is fairly early in a lot of seats. I'm going to predict that we're going to pick up Blaine, also Barclay, Nelson, Breitling and possibly Brennan. So I think there's still a long way for the count to go, but I'm seeing a lot of positive signs in some of the seats that we're picking up and some of the swings that we're seeing. Again, Barclay, it's a very diverse electorate, but a 28% swing to the CLP is an amazing result. So, I'm still seeing very positive signs for us so far.
What are you hearing about, Senator, in Barkly in particular? This is, of course, a seat held by retiring Labor member Jerry McCarthy. What are you being told about what's happening around that Tennant Creek area tonight?
Yeah, the count is looking extremely positive towards Steve Edgington. Obviously there's some Bush polling to come in, but so far the count is looking extremely positive for Steve.
And there's some more positive news apparently for Labor coming out of downtown Darwin tonight. Senator McCarthy.
Thanks, Jack. Just to finish off on Barkly, though, I do think that's still way early, and we do have the count to come from the Bush seats, and I know that given with the COVID arrangements, there had to be a change of a lot of those ballot papers being sent down to Alice and other places. So I think, I'm still confident that we'll get Sid over the line. So let's see how we go for the rest of the night. I would like to say that we're calling Fanny Bay for Chief Minister Michael Gunner. We believe that he has got that with the booths counted. Let me get my figures for you, Jack. With the booths in Casuarina, early voting, and also with Ludmilla. So we were about 10 minutes ago on 66% two-party preferred. So I think we're very confident there, and we're calling that for Michael Gunner.
Obviously happy with that result, but it would have been absolutely unthinkable for the Chief Minister to be unseated there. So,
well, territory politics, anything can happen really, and we've seen that over previous Northern Territory elections, I think, Jack, and we're certainly very pleased, obviously, to have the Chief Minister call his seat, and, it is reasonably early, and that's a good sign, I think. I think it bodes well for what we asked for Territorians was to stay with us. So I certainly hope as we continue on this evening that we'll see that in the numbers.
Delia Laurie, your candidate, in the seat of Fanny Bay was Rebecca Jennings, one of the youngest members of your team, going up against a sitting Chief Minister and probably one of the Country Liberals' most high-profile candidates in Tracy Hayes. Is this an outcome that you're not surprised by, to see that she's nowhere near taking that seat?
Look, not surprised. Rebecca is one of the most intelligent, engaging and exciting people I've seen out on the campaign trail. She's a very bright light for the future of Territory Alliance. She's a genuine talent. She went in not expecting to be in the race. She went in knowing she was running in the seat against the Chief Minister and running in the seat where the CLP was putting a significant amount of resources and had a credible candidate in Tracy Hayes. So Beck went in to mix it up, to get the experience, and she was a wonderful contribution to policy debate and discussion within. So I'm really proud of her. It's a very hard thing to do, is to put your hand up when you know you're going into a seat that you're not in the running to win. But she did it. She did it with enormous joy, energy, and she was a terrific contributor to our team. She's a bright talent. She's definitely one to watch.
Someone who was very much in the running, Senator McMahon, was Tracy Hayes. She is a huge name in the Northern Territory and probably a national household name, including in more recent times from her role as former president of the Anti-Cattlemen's Association and winning that high-profile live export class action recently. She was going to be the treasurer of a Country Liberals government if one was formed tonight. What's it like to lose her from the race?
Look, obviously, terribly sad for Tracy. As you say, she's an amazing candidate, a great candidate, a great lady, and she was always going to be up against a very difficult task in taking on the Chief Minister. Michael Gunner might be not very popular across the rest of the Territory, but he is popular in his own electorate, and he is the Chief Minister. So taking him on was always going to be a huge challenge. Very sad that she doesn't seem to have achieved that, but still incredibly proud of the job that she's done.
We'll We'll talk more about the strategy of having her in that seat later tonight, but thank you, Senator.
Yeah, much more to come from Jacqueline Breen and our local panel there in Darwin studios. Counting's been underway in this Northern Territory election for an hour and 43 minutes, coming on an hour and 44 minutes now, which means we will be edging into more definitive territory as the numbers update shortly. And a reminder that NT Votes, the ABC's coverage, is available within the Northern Territory. We're on ABC TV, nationally on the News Channel and on radio, our coverage being carried on News Radio. Now, one of the seats you're going to hear a lot more discussion of as the night goes on is the Arnhem Land seat of Mulka. We've already observed that this election started with the incumbent, Yingia Mark Goyula, holding that seat by the narrowest of margins, just 8 votes 4 years ago, and Labor very anxious to try and squeeze that gap and take it back. Now, our reporter in Nhulunbuy, Matt Garrick, is joining us now from some studios in Nhulunbuy. Matt, we did manage to speak to the incumbent MP a little earlier, but you've had the benefit of getting around in the big centre of Nhulunbuy and elsewhere. How much of a down-to-the-wire contest do we expect Mulka to be here in 2020?
Oh, look, Greg, I think from the outset, voters have been telling me this was always going to be close. No one's necessarily come out and given any definitive opinion of Lynn is going to win it. Lynn Walker, the Labor contender, is going to win it by a long margin, or Yingia Mark Goyula is, because it's just such a complicated seat. We have the township of Nhulunbuy, which takes in many of the employees of the Rio Tinto mine that exists here, and it's surrounded by bush communities and the Yungal residents who live there. So 2 very different sections of this vast electorate, which has more than 6,000 voters. So look, both candidates come from a really strong standing. Lynn Walker was the local member here for 8 years. She guided the town through some of its most major transitions, including the closure of the Rio Tinto refinery, alumina refinery, which saw the loss of 1,000 workers from the township of Nhulunbuy. So 8 years, and then 4 years after that, with the current incumbent, Mr. Goyula, he's been in that seat and stood strong on the issues that he believes in, such as treaty and tribal law and Yungal rights. So look, it's probably looking like it's no surprise that it may come down to the wire again.
So I want to ask you in a moment, Matt, about the idea of an independent, if Yingia should get back in, being something of a kingmaker based on the very early numbers that Antony Green is starting to talk about. Just hold that thought, though. Lynn Walker, first of all, you've referenced her already, the ALP candidate. She's worked the area strongly to try and take this seat, including clinching some high-profile names that are seen as clan endorsements. Now, all politics are local, but remembering you're talking to a national audience as well tonight, what is the significance of those clan endorsements for a candidate, in this case, Lynn Walker?
Well, look, it's major, especially for this area. It's East Arnhem Land, it's Yungal land. Lynn Walker's been endorsed by, especially on the Gove Peninsula, 2 of the most public, high-profile clan groups. Galarrwuy Yunupingu, who audiences around Australia know from his helming of the Garma Festival. He's a land rights stalwart. He's a former Australian of the Year. He's publicly backed Ms Walker in to win tonight, as have the Wiradjingu clan leaders, who are another of the powerful groups of the Gove Peninsula, and they include members of Yotha Yindi band. Witiana Marika is a co-founder of that band. Them backing Lynn Walker is no small feat. She's rallied hard, and she's had a hard-working team behind her to gather those supports in the lead-up to the election. You could really see from when remote polling kicked off out here on the 10th of August that team was ready to go. Labor are keen to win back this seat.
Yep, so let's flip it around then, Matt Garrick, and go back to the question of the incumbent, Yingyia, holding on to his seat. If, perchance, Labor were returned in slim minority status, that is 12 seats or something, does he strike you as a man who plays his politics in such a way as to extract benefits for Mulcahy in that scenario?
Well, look, Mr. Goyula has always remained somewhat keeping his cards close to his chest in regards to who he'll back and why. And I think he will be the kind of politician that takes it as a issue-by-issue basis. We've seen in the past he paired up with Territory Alliance during the last term of government and prior to Territory Alliance trying to take opposition status. Yingyia did form a small three-person alliance with Terry Mills and Robin Lamley, which was a kind of power-broking deal there. So whether he would do it again as a power broker, I would say surely if there's something that he will get benefit for his Yolngu people and his constituents in the wider Mulcahy electorate.
And I suppose whichever way it goes in this two-horse race, Matt, someone's going to be the beneficiary locally, because even were it to be a major party, even a majority government with Lynn Walker returned, then I guess that becomes a force of itself that no Chief Minister could afford to ignore if they're trying to string multiple terms together here.
Oh, absolutely, Greg. We're looking at two completely different results in a way. Lynn Walker, she has in the past been a real cabinet potential. So if she gets in, there's all chance that she will be placed in a position in a re-elected Gunner government cabinet. And then, as you've said earlier, Yingyia Goyula could be somewhat of a kingmaker, and Labor will need to bridge that gap out here. So, look, there's all positives for the people of Nhulunbuy and the surrounding communities out here, that whoever does get elected or re-elected will have some role to play, some quite big role to play in whatever the next term of office looks like.
Yep, that's exactly the way the wheel turns in politics. Matt Garrick, keep up the great work covering events from Nhulunbuy in the seat of Mulcahy. No doubt I guess we'll hear more from you later, depending which way it goes. Matt Garrick there joining us from Nhulunbuy. Now, in just a moment, we want to check in with the Territory Alliance. We're going to do that when we speak to Jeff Collins. He's contested the seat of Phong Lim. But before we get there, let's take a look at that seat. Labor was, sounding the jungle drums earlier to say that they were feeling particularly confident about this seat. Antony Green, the question to you, is that well-founded?
There's the three candidates. Jeff Collins from the Territory Alliance won it for Labor last time. Mark Monaghan, the new Labor candidate, and Carly Banani, who's the Country Liberal candidate. If we look at the first preference votes, you can see the story here. We've got 20% count. We've got both polling places and two distant early voting centres. We've got two polling places. I think there's three in Phong Lim. We've got two. Mark Monaghan's at 146, CLP 32. Jeff Collins is only on 10.9%. Now, if you look at the change in vote there, I'll look at the change in vote, Change in vote, the Labor first preference vote is up. And with the first preference up, you would expect Labor to win it because they won it with a first preference vote last time. Territory Alliance, again, is in third place, so it's unlikely to win from there. That's turning for us into a small swing to the CLP, but Labor holds it with a margin of over 5% based on the last election. Jeff Collins, we've notionally said, holds the seat. So at this stage, that's looking very much like a Labor gain. Now, we've only got 20% of the vote, but it would be very surprising if the early votes were that significantly different from what we've seen today.
All right, might be fitting into this pattern of a Territory Alliance failing to thrive. Antony, we'll leave it there and go to Jeff Collins. We're sort of observing, we're not hanging our hat on it, Jeff, that the Territory Alliance hasn't quite fired in the way that you might have hoped tonight. That was true in Terry Mills' seat a little while ago. It appears to be showing up for you in Phong Lim as well. You'd have to accept on the numbers you're not going to get there tonight.
Yeah, look at those early numbers, that's right. I have had some other figures on another booth from scrutineers, but the reality is, as Antony said, with those primary votes, Labor will get up. I did some number crunching beforehand, and I needed Labor to be on about 40% of the primary vote, and they're not. They're up around 46. So, yeah, that makes it incredibly difficult for either myself or for Kylie Bananis, the CLP candidate, to overcome that.
Jeff Collins, it's Jack Breen speaking to you from the studio in Darwin. What happened? Territory Alliance was on the up in February this year, performed so well in that by-election, didn't win the seat but almost did, which was incredible. Where's it gone wrong?
Look, it's hard to say. I joined in with Territory Alliance. I believed in what they presented for the Territory. But look, I suppose COVID has happened since that by-election, which was in late February, and that perhaps has changed a lot of things in a lot of people's views in terms of what they want from their government, and so it's disappointing, personally disappointing. It's certainly, the Territory Alliance vision gave me a new lease on life in an interest in the politics of the Territory, and really did believe that, we presented something positive for the future of Territorians. But, this is the way it goes in politics. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. So, it's not much I can comment other than that. The people of Fong Lim have spoken, and I accept their decision.
Jeff, of course, it's not just COVID. You yourself described the Territory Alliance policy platform only weeks ago as still being somewhat helter-skelter, and it wasn't far out from an election when you did that. What were the weaknesses in the way Territory Alliance has gone about trying to launch itself at this challenge?
Oh, look, I don't know that they're weaknesses, but it's just... And when I spoke about helter-skelter, it was an off-the-cuff remark, I suppose, about how we've had little time to develop. I mean, this is a party that didn't exist in September last year, and here we are contesting an election. And yes, we have to develop a raft of policies, and, when you look at it, the Territory Alliance put out more policies than the government did, and we put a lot of effort into those policies, yes, it is hard work trying to get that message across to the community in the short time that you have. And if you want to be critical of a comment about being helter-skelter, that's fine, but we were producing thoughtful policies in a short period of time, and we stand by those policies. We took them to the community, and the communities voted.
Jeff Collins, thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Delia, we'll go to you now. Are you feeling deflated at this point in the night?
No, look, not at all. I'm getting sort of reports in that we're in the hunt in Namatjira. The problem reading that is that the Electoral Commission chose to do the two-candidate preferred trend on Labor and the CLP. So, a call there that makes it difficult, even though we're absolutely in the hunt. Big shout out to Matt Patterson. He's done a great job. Deputy Mayor of Alice Springs, high-profile candidate, took on a new seat, that combination of rural and remote, and went out and hit the ground hard. But Jeff took a leap of faith. Yeah, he had a torrid time in Labor in the way he was, treated. Starting in the backbench, understanding the way that party can operate at times in government where, cabinets where the conversations are happening and, you hear about things just before they hit the media sometimes on the backbench. Got taken out of the caucus by a decision pushed by the leadership team when he and Ken Vowles and, of course, Scotty McConnell down in Alice Springs, he's had a really tough journey there, and all credit to him for standing up after his stint as an independent, helping to create a team, a leadership team in a new party. And I've watched the way he's mentored people like Rebecca Jennings. I've watched the support he's given to Gary Strachan in Port Darwin and the team player he is. He's worked hard, but he's had one of those tough journeys, and Fong Lim is a really tough seat.
Jeff Collins did, of course, crash out of Labor, as did Scott McConnell and Ken Vowles in spectacular fashion. He shares that experience with you, and a lot of people, of course, know you from your time in Labor and then your departure from them. Territory Alliance has been described at different times as being a party that seems to be a collective of some people who have an axe to grind in Northern Territory politics. Do you think that comment is unfair, or is that part of the motivation of at least some of the people who've formed the party?
Yeah, look, I haven't seen that as any of the motivation in the people that I've worked closely with. When I listened to Terry as to why he wanted to form a party, it was genuinely he loves having a team and working with a team, and he had the drive to keep pursuing the vision that he has for the Territory. And Rob Lamley, as the Deputy Leader, I've known Rob. We sat in the independent section of Parliament together, and I've seen the way she works and weaves with people, and I've seen the way she's been really strong with Dale McIver and Matt Patterson and the team there. So when you're used to being a team player, of course you're attracted to working with a team. It's not about grinding an axe. It's been a pretty incredible experience for me to watch three members of Parliament who I've known in different ilks and walks, bringing in new talent, people who genuinely actually care about what's going on in the Territory, genuinely care about their communities, have seen people lose jobs, businesses hit the wall, understand that something has to be done to deal with the rates of violence in our community and across our community, are passionate people. For none of us was there an axe to grind moment. For all of us, it was a passion for the Territory, and that passion's still pumping in the lifeblood of we've got Territory Alliance candidates in front-end seats and in the hunt-in seats.
Well, in Fong Lim, Senator McCarthy, the lifeblood is pumping in Labor again. That's
it's good.
More good news for you.
Jack. It's good to see Mark Monaghan doing so well. And again, we do want to obviously see Fong Lim come back to Labor, and clearly it's going to take some time over, tonight, if it's going to be a long night, or certainly over the next couple of days, just to get the preferences sorted. But I'd say to Mark and his team, you've done a brilliant job to get where you are, and we certainly want to see Mark get over the line and into Parliament.
We're bouncing across the Territory, but what has been your insight into what has been happening in Mulka? We've spoken about the support that Yingyia Guyula has had and had to win the seat last time, but Lynn Walker has thrown herself again at reclaiming that seat and has won endorsements of sections of the Yolngu community in North East Arnhem Land.
Yeah, look, it was good to actually be out with Lynn in Mulka. I was able to have a look at some of the homelands in terms of, obviously, the petition we're trying to put to Parliament. Just a little digress there, but to talk about saving the 2 seats for the Northern Territory. And while I was out on the homelands, I was able to see the incredible support for Lynn Walker, and certainly respectfully was also able to talk to Mr Goyula as well and have a talk about issues that were important and are important to First Nations people, not only to the seat of Mulka but more broadly across the Territory. And, Jack, it was just really important, I think, to see Lynn out there and see the reaction, especially with women and the Yolngu women who really warmed again to seeing her. She's a very well-known face, and we'd certainly want to see Lynn Walker back in the Northern Territory Parliament.
Mr Guyula, during his time in office, expressed frustration about how hard it was for him to work with Labor. He saw himself as, breaking ground in Northern Territory politics and in Northern Territory Parliament, and said that he had higher hopes for having a more collaborative working relationship with the Labor government.
Yeah, look, I certainly heard that as well, Jackie, and one of the things I appreciate about having worked with him, and I certainly did work with him in terms of at a federal level for example, on issues like the cashless debit card, which the federal government wants to see rolled out here in the Northern Territory. And I was able to have a chat with Mark and get his support, in particular with Senator Jackie Lambie. So I think at one level there was certainly that relationship with Labor, and obviously if there weren't other kind of relationships going on, well, I think it's each to their own to try and work that out. But when I went to Milingimbi, there's no doubt, that's his home and his family's. And, but it is a democracy and people have a choice tonight. And let's hope that they do choose keeping a Labor government in power in the Northern Territory.
We'll see about that. We'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Senator.
2 hours now since the boxes were upturned and the ballots started to be counted in NT votes 2020. 22% of the vote has now been counted, and there is a swing towards the CLP, but just not perhaps enough to achieve a one-term turnaround, which we were told at the start of tonight was its objective. Now, the CLP in the Northern Territory is its affiliate or extension, if you like, of the Nationals more broadly, a much bigger party around the eastern states in particular in this country. The distinction, though, is not being drawn by the Nationals president, Larry Antony. He joins us from CLP party headquarters tonight. Larry, emblazoned proudly, I presume, in a CLP T-shirt. But yours here in the Territory is a party of government. That was the aim going into this election. Would you accept, Larry Antony, that on the sorts of swings we're talking about, 6%, you're just not going to get in the race, 13 seats being the tipping point for a majority government here?
Well, Anthony, yes, it's great to be here in Darwin and supporting the CLP. I think you've got to put it into context. I mean, they had 2 seats. It was a wipeout in the last election here in the Territory. And at this stage, we're up 300%. As you correctly point out, there's only 22% of the vote to count, so there's still a huge number of votes, and particularly postal and pre-polls to count. So I think the very fact that we've now sort of tripled the representation of the CLP is pretty remarkable, and it's still early in the evening. And I think the other big issue here too, Anthony, is that this is the first test of a, let's say, coronavirus election. And, incumbent governments, like the Gunner government, can't hide behind the fact they've done a good job with COVID. People are looking beyond that, and they want to see the future of what happens here in the Territory, which is economic growth and getting jobs. So I think it's still early. Will we form government? Well, it's a big call. I acknowledge that. And the other observation as well is Territory Alliance. I would have thought they would have done better. So I think what we're seeing here is that Territorians, or the CLP base, is coming back to Lear. There's a new sense of vitality and energy and a new sense of direction. So a big line's been drawn under the sand from the past, and they've got a great crop of new, talented young people coming into the parliament here in the Territory. And I think that's really good for politics.
All right, Larry, I probably should have clarified at the outset. It is, in fact, Greg Jennett you're speaking to, so I'll clear that up straight away. Look, I do want to get
sorry, Greg.
No, you're all right, mate. I do want to get to the question of COVID campaigning as it's going to occur in other states and nationally before too long. You've introduced that concept, but staying within the borders of the Northern Territory just for now, a solid effort by Leah Finocchiaro and her team by any measure. We can't escape the fact, though, that your conservative side of politics here in the Territory has been riven by personal enmities, splits, hatreds, bad blood. That's why you've had a Territory Alliance. What will you do as a national leader here to try and bring back the faithful from what is a shattered base evidenced by the mere creation of Territory Alliance? Is that necessary to be talking in 4 years' time now as a potential government then?
Well, look, it's I suppose compared to other eastern state seats or the Western Australia, it's a smaller demography. Personalities play a big place, and I suppose previous grudges do as well. But again, I think tonight is what's really important is that there has been a strong surge back to the CLP. Yeah, clearly Terry had an alternative, but they don't seem to be getting that voter base. And I'm hoping after today, and obviously going forward, no matter what happens, that that Conservatives and anti-Labor forces can come together, as I think they are, which is demonstrating in this vote, because people are looking for an alternative. You know, they're not just prepared to tick and flick governments because they've handled COVID well, and they're looking at a future. And here in the Territory, I understand, debt was $2 billion, it's gone to $8 billion, jobs have gone down, and investment is really critical in the resources sector. So I think in business and private sector, they're looking for a more optimistic, forward-looking government. And, whether Leah makes it tonight or the Gunner government does, they have to encourage more investment here in the Territory.
Yeah, sure. But is reunification a necessary precondition? I mean, you've merged as Conservative forces in the state of Queensland. I'm just wondering, when we do this discussion again in 4 years' time, whether those relationships that split so badly these last 4 years have to be healed as a priority so that you start from a competitive position.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Greg, look, I think with Leah there, she's very energetic. She's been in the Parliament a couple of terms, so she's experienced. There'll be new blood in there, and I think it'll be a different landscape in 3 or 4 years' time. Indeed, I think it'll be a different landscape probably when Parliament resumes. So those animosities, those old grudges, I think they'll pass with time. That's what happens with history. And I'm absolutely confident that there'll be a new sense of unity. It'll take time, but there's new players. There's, I suppose, a new sense of direction, and that's often what's required as a catalyst to bring people together. So, and I think if Territory Alliance doesn't poll particularly well, then that in itself will bring gravitation back to the CLP for a lot of those supporters. But ultimately, tonight is a significant night for the CLP. They've come back from the brink, from where they were. Many people had written this party off not so many months ago, and it's a great credit to the CLP team, just to see that they've got now 6 seats, maybe going higher. And what we all need in democracies is a competitive opposition. But again, it's early nights, as you said, and there's still 70% of the vote to count.
Yeah, and just quickly and finally, because you introduced this concept, we've got some big moving parts we want to get to back here in the studio momentarily, Larry Anthony, but you almost condemn the Gunner government for campaigning within the laneway that is called COVID-19 pandemic. How can you do that knowing that so many other governments, including Scott Morrison's own nationally, asking you to wear the Nationals hat here? That's precisely what governments incumbents are going to do everywhere else after tonight if the Gunner government should succeed. What's wrong with that?
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong. I mean, we're all on a unity ticket in preventing COVID. But I think what people are looking for is what happens beyond COVID. I mean, there is another year and future years and future prosperity. So I think the takeout tonight is that you just can't hide behind a COVID-led implementation. It's the post-recovery that people are interested in. It's where are the opportunities for the future when we get through this virus, this pandemic, which is affecting every constituency. So what really is the takeout tonight is that you can't rely on just closing borders and as important as it is keeping that virus down. Clearly, it's number one priority. But the priority is the future beyond that, creating jobs, creating economic growth, and I suppose creating a future for Australians post this pandemic. Yeah,
interesting structure you're erecting around this, Larry Anthony. Yeah, I reckon we might have this discussion a few more times by the time other Australians go to the polls in the next 12 months. Larry Anthony, Nationals President, thanks for joining us on NT Votes tonight. So a few moving parts and a few missing pieces starting to fall into place at this point, well into the second hour of our coverage of NT Votes. Let's take it straight to our Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green, for a fairly big development. In which seat, Antony?
Yeah, Blaine, Terry Mills' seat. Terry Mills against Mark Turner for Labor, Matthew Curl for the Country Liberals. Let's look at the first preferences. Terry Mills remains in third place on 23%. We've got 40% counted. We've got the Yarrawonga Early Voting Centre in on first preferences, and Terry Mills is still on third. There's the Palmerston Early Voting Centre to come. I don't see Palmerston behaving significantly different from Yarrawonga. They're only a kilometre apart. So they're just two different pre-poll voting centres in the same area. And Terry Mills is in third place, and he can't win from third place, which then comes down to the fact who's going to win that electorate, and it won't be Terry Mills. So Terry Mills, as far as we're concerned, Terry Mills has lost his seat. It's a question we don't know who's going to win Blaine at this stage, but that's the breaking news, is that Terry Mills appears he's lost his seat.
Yep, and not expecting you to call it up now, but with its leader gone, it doesn't leave very many others within that party if it were to exist in any form, even as rubble. There's Robin Lambley, I guess.
What's going on there at the moment? Araluen looks like it's being held by the Territory Alliance. The preference count has Catherine ahead for the Territory Alliance, but they're currently sitting in third on first preferences, so they can't win from third. So I think there's a number of these electorates where the preference count isn't very helpful. Look, at the moment, it's fair to say the Labor Party's got in double-digit seats. It's impossible to tell whether they're going to get to 14 or not, and the CLP are on 5 or 6, but it's difficult to know whether they're going to end up with 9 or 10.
Yes.
We've just given Mulcair away to the Independent. That Lynn Walker's attempt to try and win the seat back has failed. So both remotes and the early voting centre are in, and Mark Yinga Goyula is the candidate who will win that seat. He's got a swing to him.
Okay, so that's one independent we'll put in.
Yeah, and Kezia Purik's been re-elected. And so that's 2. It looks like Nelson will go back to the Country Liberals. So at this stage, there's at least 2 and 2 Territory Alliance members on the crossbench.
We'll check in with greater precision on all of those very shortly with Antony Green. But there'll be more. One story to emerge from all of this so far is that Terry Mills' brainchild, called Territory Alliance, has shrunk somewhat. So to you, Delia Laurie, on our panel there in Darwin, the man who created this is gone. I think you're probably going to admit that at this point of our coverage. What remains of the machinery? Can it exist? Will it outlive its creator?
Yeah, look, my sense of the people of Territory Alliance, and the word is alliance. You know, it was a group of people that came together. It was a group of people that gathered more people as they went along. So my understanding of the people who built Territory Alliance, who are the members of Territory Alliance, their membership base grew quickly. I think when I started working for them earlier in the year, they had a membership base of 300, and the last number I heard was about 600. So I have to say, what a difficult night for Terry Mills. He's worked incredibly hard, and he's endured. He's gone through a lot, and he came back with a great passion. So to think that Territory Alliance is going to disappear off the political landscape because Terry's looks like he's not holding the seat of blame is to underestimate the people that I've got to know and I've got to meet. Really talented Territorians, smart, committed to their communities. They're not going to wander off into the sunset. They'll be out there campaigning. They'll be out there being the people they are. They'll be out there having to explain to Territorians a whole party ethos and who they are as a group of people. You can't form a party in September and expect that under a pandemic where people are so scared about how they're going to be and will they be kept safe, expect a major change in the political landscape. And I think that's what we're seeing reflected tonight. But you've got a strong deputy leader in Robin Lambley looking good in Araluen. You've got a great talent in Mel Usher looking good in Catherine. And you've got our Matt Patterson still very much in the hunt in Namatjira. Hard to discern it because, of course, the Electoral Commission decided to call the two candidate preferred there on the other parties. So I wouldn't be writing off Territory Alliance at all. And I've met the people. I know the people. Territorians are nothing but resilient.
So, Delia Laurie, who will lead Territory Alliance now?
Oh, that's going to be their decision, Jack. I'm not a member of Territory Alliance. I don't participate in their decision-making processes. So it's certainly not my role to be talking about that.
There's no one waiting in the wings for that?
Well, again, I'm not a member of Territory Alliance. The people who look to be in the seats well here now, obviously, Robin Lamley. No,
there's an opening, Delia.
I've been a long time out of territory politics and I love being
Delia,
out of
I'm sure a lot of people at home are wondering, why aren't you a member of Territory Alliance? If you returned from outside of politics, you made a comeback to work behind the scenes with a party, but only behind the scenes. What's going on there?
Yeah, look, I was very upfront when I was approached to do stakeholder engagement and to coordinate the policy process. That I wasn't interested in a return to politics. I wasn't interested in participating in party political machines, that I had actually enjoyed my time living at home, taking care of my family, and that I'm a policy nerd. So, of course, the opportunity to work with a team of people on policies was far too irresistible for me. I then had to take on a lot of other roles, which happens when you've got no resources. Of course, there was the great parliamentary moment where the CLP and Labor were off one voice that the CLP should stay opposition, which meant that Territory Alliance didn't, of course, get the resources of opposition. So Robin Lamley's the deputy. You'd expect she'd be the leader going forward if Terry does the concession tonight.
There's so much to unpack. Delia, thank you for now.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to go to Eleni Roussos. We're talking so much about the Territory Alliance story here this evening because it's the most striking development so far with its leader. Former Chief Minister Terry Mills out of politics altogether now, spurned by his electorate and the voters within it. That's the seat of Blaine. We can see how he's pressing the flesh, meeting and mingling with the supporters. We do want to talk to Eleni Roussos, and we believe she's standing by now. Obviously, a little chaotic in situations like this where emotions are running high, but let's take our chances and check that Eleni can hear us. Eleni, I might just get you to set the scene because we're watching live pictures coming out of pretty much the one camera there. You're going to talk to it and you're going to tell us about what's happening with Terry Mills all at the same time.
Well, Greg, yeah, thank you for being patient with me there. It was quite a scramble to come to the other end of this resort. But the mood here really did begin quite festive. There was music playing when we arrived. Now it's quite sombre. The Territory Alliance leader has just arrived. Terry Mills has just arrived. He hasn't given the audience a speech, which no doubt many people here will be asking what went wrong for Terry Mills. This is a huge blow. The new party really did position itself as an alternative voice in this election. So the mood is, what can I say, it's really, really quiet. The only people who are making noise in this resort are the tourists and the children in the pool behind me. So all eyes now are on Terry Mills to see when he'll talk to the crowd, and we'll have an opportunity to talk to him later on to get his thoughts on this development.
Fair enough. A little bit of visual distraction happening around you, so we'll try and turn our minds away from that. Now, yes, a bit of distraction, but it's kind of moved on there, Eleni. Yeah, I guess we'll wait and see whether Terry Mills is going to make a speech, which we would endeavour to bring to our audience. But the other thing I was going to ask you to do, if you can compete with the distractions around you, is simply, Eleni...
Well, I was going to say, Greg, there are so many characters here tonight. This is a character here behind me, so we'll try to work around that.
No, we'll persevere without interviewing the imposter. But Terry Mills, just to put in some context here, it's a big fall, isn't it, for a man who was a chief minister, made a comeback, and then sees the party that he created left high and dry. He's stranded from it tonight. That is the political story of disaster right there.
Oh, absolutely, Greg. And absolutely, we'll just hold. Security is on the way to move Chris on so I can be able to focus on the answer here. So thanks for being patient with me. But absolutely, Greg, this is a massive blow for the former Chief Minister, Terry Mills. He came back and recontested the seat of Blaine at the 2016 election. He didn't have quite a strong margin there, but he was really hopeful. He was really presenting himself, as a chief minister in this campaign. So it is no doubt a huge blow for him and the hundreds of supporters that have come out here this evening to back Territory Alliance.
All right, Eleni Roussos, things looks like they're stabilising there, but we will just put you on pause for the time being. If there are developments with Terry Mills, we can go back and try to bring that to you live if he happens to speak to party members at that function where clearly some people are letting their hair down already. But the CLP, the party that Terry Mills famously fell out with, well, I guess it's still in a state of limbo. It's picking up some seats, clearly. It probably will fall short of government. But in one telling moment, when the ABC's election analyst, Antony Green, was able to declare that Terry Mills had fallen short in the seat of Blaine, we understand that there was quite a response at the CLP. And so we'll bring in Joe Laverty to tell us about that. Not only what happened, Joe, but the emotion that sits behind that. There's some history here.
Well, indeed. I didn't know what happened either. I was chatting with someone and suddenly everyone went, hooray! And I said, well, what's happened? And they said, Terry's lost his seat. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is huge. Who saw that coming? And a bunch of people I were talking with said, well, everyone except for Terry, apparently. So there is a lot of bad blood there, and that's evident here with the cheers that were going on. There was only one other cheer before that like that, and that was when Steve Edgington is in front for Barclay. And also there was some cheering just a minute ago for the antics behind Eleni. So the party's really going quite well here, actually. It's quite different to what's going on at Territory Alliance.
Yes, well, the response to the Terry Mills moment speaks volumes, I guess, but let's turn away from that to the race that it's running, the CLP itself. From the people you're talking to there, Joe, it's a recovery, to be sure. What do you think they take out of it? That, A, we're positioning ourselves for strike 2 in 4 years from now, or that, we've failed it to meet our own expectations, which was a one-turn turnaround?
They're not ready to give up just yet, actually. The President, Ron Kelly, just put on the microphone a moment ago and announced that the main dinner was ready to be served, but also said, we need to remind you that there is a long way to go in terms of counting. There's still postal votes and seats from far away that have got to be counted yet. So he's just reminded supporters that there's a long way to go. So there really isn't a sense yet of giving up hope just yet.
Yep, well,
I think that it will indeed be a long night and they're having a good time here.
Yes, well, I won't try and extract from you any certainty where none exists, Joe, but just for that update, we're going to thank you and move on, because in some of our chats that have been happening here, Antony Green's been at his computer and the vote tally is building up substantially. So, Antony, I think you're going to give us a slew of seats which have developed substantially since we last heard from you.
Well, first, Daily, Gary Higgins, who was the Country Liberal Party leader. Ian Sloan is the new, he runs, I think it's the Berry Springs Tavern. He's the new CLP candidate up against Anthony Venice in having his second run for the Labor Party. On first preferences, Ian Sloan is, well, they've got 26% of the vote counted. I don't think there's anything to come that will change those results around. And at the moment, we're getting a 10% swing to the CLP, and we're predicting that Ian Sloan will be the new member for Daly. So he replaces Gary Higgins. There was some talk that perhaps, with Gary Higgins retiring, that seat would be endowed. He was a huge support in Woodare, for instance, for upgrading the Port Keats Road while he was a minister. So that looks like Ian Sloan is the new member. The next seat is Goyder, Kezia Purick. Quarter of the vote counted. Now, she's taken a bit of a hit on first preferences. And I don't think, everybody's preferencing her ahead of the CLP. There's a few other things going on here, but that will come down to Kezia Purick versus the CLP. And on those numbers, she will go on to win. I'll do a two-party preferred swing there. It's a 14% swing to the CLP, but she would still end up holding it by 10%. That's the preference count we're getting, I must say, by the way. And so we will say that she will hold that seat. So that's a victory for her. Johnson. Now, Johnson's interesting. And I'll stay on the first preference. I'll just do the setup first because the Richmond match is on tonight. And, of course, Joel Bowden played 264 games or something rather than won 2 best and fairest for Richmond across the back line. He's been head of the Union's Northern Territory and done some business. He's won the by-election last year. He was up against Stephen Close, who ran for the CLP last time in the Territory Alliance. This time, Gary Haslett, who's been a CLP candidate before. Now, look at these first preferences, and this is the problem I'm getting. The preference count we're getting was Labor versus Stephen Close, but Stephen Close is 4th. And actually, Josh Thomas was a CLP candidate at the by-election. He's 5th. But Territory Alliance preferences put the Greens ahead of the CLP. There is the outside possibility the Territory Alliance preferences will put the Greens ahead of the CLP, and then Labor would be in trouble. Now, I can't remember what the Country Liberal how to vote was, but I think there will be enough preferences leakage towards Joel Bowden to ensure Joel Bowden wins that. There is still the outside possibility at the moment it would be Labor versus Greens in that electorate. Fracking was a huge issue at the by-election and obviously still is in that electorate, but certainly Joel Bowden winning that. I can't see the Greens getting up in that. I can't see the CLP getting up in that. Because if there's anyone follows the Territory Alliance how to vote, it's going to put the Greens ahead of the CLP. But I'm pretty sure Labor's will hold that seat. Namatjira, this is another complex one. Bill Yann's on 28.7. Oh, I've only got 13%. There's the big Alice Springs early voting centre to come, and that's probably over half of the electorate. 25% Terry. This is updated since I last looked, actually. I'm getting a preference count which is Labor versus Liberal from the Electoral Commission. And the Greens' preferences were to Labor ahead of the Territory Alliance, and there's only a couple of dozen votes there in difference. So these preferences down here could yet put Labor ahead of Territory Alliance, and then it would go on to be a different sort of contest. I think at the moment we're predicting a swing to Labor and Labor wins that seat. I don't think that's what's happening at the moment. But that's the preference count we're getting, but it's not clear what the final 2 candidates are in that electorate. The other one's Breitling. Now, we have got preference count and we've got both of the polling centres and a few things here, but just Burgoyne's ahead. Dale Wakefield's on 20, Independent on 19, Territory Alliance 10. Territory Alliance preferences were to Labor. Hopper's preferences were to Labor, the Greens' preferences were to Labor. There's enough preferences there, and the CLP vote is low enough that Dale Wakefield can still win that from 20%, which is a pretty extraordinary result. If you just look at the change in first preferences there, the Labor vote's well down, Territory Alliance, CLP down, others are up. On the preference count we're getting, there's no swing, which means that Dale Wakefield would be re-elected. Now, I am doubtful. I'm just saying that's Labor ahead at this stage. On those numbers, we would normally give it away. But not on these numbers, given there's just one whack of early votes to come. So there's a lot more counting there. Drysdale, this was another interesting electorate. This is one of the electorates. If Labor forms government, this is one of the electorates that's done it. Labor's vote is on 45.5 in Drysdale. Labor has never been re-elected a member in a Palmerston electorate, and Eva Lawler may be about to do that in that electorate. She's on 45, which is well ahead on first preferences. The Territory Alliance put Labor higher on the how to vote in Drysdale. And if that continues, then Eva Lawler will hold Drysdale. At the moment, we're saying there's a 5% swing to her and she's holding it. Now, we still got some early voting to come, but that's a really good result there for the Labor Party in Drysdale. Labor's on 10 or 11 seats, and there's still a seat or 2 they can get. It's very hard to see anybody else ending up with more seats. I've got to have a look at the numbers that are coming, because those numbers in Namatjira and Breitling were very doubtful. But Drysdale certainly is good. The last time I looked at Port Darwin, Labor's dropped behind again, but it's a real up and down race.
Now, I'd really like to drill into some of those, and we'll get the broader picture, the overview from you in just a few moments, Antony, but there are events happening elsewhere in our nation tonight. So we're just going to take a break ever so briefly from NT Votes for a news update with Mariam Saab.
Good evening, I'm Mariam Saab with the top stories on ABC News. A second hotel security guard in Sydney has caught coronavirus, with health authorities unsure where the infection came from. The guard worked several days this month, mostly at Hyde Park's Marriott Hotel. He had one shift with another infected guard who caught the virus from an overseas traveller. It's not known if there's a connection between the two.
They are not known to each other in the terms of social contacts or close contacts, and so overtly we haven't got any links established, and that's why the investigation is at the early stage with this gentleman.
There were 9 new cases recorded in New South Wales, including 2 with unknown sources. Victoria's Chief Health Officer says the current trend in new COVID cases is heading in the right direction after the state recorded 182 cases in the past 24 hours. But there were 13 more deaths, including a man aged in his 50s. 10 deaths are linked to aged care. Over the past 2 days, new infections have been below 200, and there's been a decrease in patients being admitted to hospital. And southeast Queensland is facing new coronavirus restrictions after the state recorded 9 new cases, with 6 of those linked to a cluster at the Brisbane Youth Detention Centre. The Wacol facility in Brisbane's west went into lockdown after a 77-year-old supervisor tested positive for the virus on Thursday. Gatherings at homes and indoors will be limited to 10 people across Ipswich, Logan, Scenic Rim, Lockyer Valley, Moreton Bay and Redlands. And the Western Bulldogs have defeated Melbourne by 28 points on the Gold Coast. The Bulldogs trailed by 7 points at half-time, but kicked 6 unanswered goals in the third quarter to secure a win. This victory sees the Bulldogs take Melbourne's spot in the top 8. That's the latest from ABC News. For now, we'll take you back to NT Votes.
Ditinam that seat blanga Kataran, home blanga Jawin, Agaman and Waraman people that seat in blanga the center rather than that 10, where I'm saying that name. Kataran is still really important one meeting place blanga indigenous people that seat where that Labour Sandra Nelson and Hold'em where I'm gonna retire blanga this election.
We are 2.5 hours into NT Votes. On ABC TV in the Northern Territory, News Channel nationally and heard on News Radio as well, with a few strands, a few themes starting to develop at this point in the evening. Antony Green, not so long ago, was giving us some individual seat profiles with some really interesting facts developing there. But why don't you take us out to the big picture, first of all, Antony, before we have a discussion about individual seats. Where are we at so far?
Well, let's look at the overall vote. We've got 33.7% counted. Now, turnout will not get above 75 overall in this election. So there's a fair few early voting centres to come. Labor's on 39, CLP 31.7, the Territory Alliance on 12.4. The change in vote, Labor down slightly. Territory Alliance has come up from 3% because we included Terry Mills and Robin Lamley's vote as theirs from last time. So there's that overall figure. And when we look at the chamber, what we're seeing at the moment is the Labor Party is into double digits. We're saying Labor has won 11 seats, Country Liberals have won 5, Territory Alliance 1 and others 2. If I add a few seats which are leaning that way, I get Labor to 12. But as one of those in doubts, I'm really not sure about. What I will say is that we've got a couple of seats changing. We've got Labor has lost Barclay, the CLP have gained Blaine, Labor's gained Fong Lim and the CLP have gained Nelson. And in terms of, we've got a couple of seats which are, let me hit that, I've lost in seats in doubt. CLP are ahead in RFU. We've got one mobile, we haven't got the other. Breitling, Labor is ahead, but it's really difficult to determine what's happening. The CLP are ahead in Brennan, in Palmerston. Catherine, I think the CLP are ahead, even though the Territory Alliance on the preference count we're given are ahead. Namatjira, the CLP are ahead, but it's again hard to work out from those numbers. And Labor's back ahead again in Port Darwin. That one's bobbed backwards and forwards. So, look, Labor it's hard to see anyone other than Labor forming government in the next parliament, but it's really unclear whether they're going to be a 1-seat majority, 1 seat short, 2 seats short, or probably the worst case is 3 seats short.
Which starts to get us towards a position, I assume, within the next hour or so where we can start to make some sort of call about who is most likely. No one else is going to get anywhere near double digit numbers.
Let's say if Labor's got 11 seats, they need 2 more votes. And say you've got 4 on the crossbench. Are all 4 going to back the Country Liberals, including the Territory Alliance? Are they all going to back the Territory Alliance, the Country Liberals, to be more seats than Labor? crossbenchers find it much easier to hold a government with the most seats to account. If they back the party with fewer seats, they have to vote with the government all the time. Abstaining in a vote isn't an option. So that's why if Labor is 1 or 2 seats short, it's much easier for them to form government, not only than it is with the Country Liberals. The Country Liberals would have to get the Territory Alliance and Kizzy Purek and the member for Mulcair on side as well.
Yeah, it would be quite a negotiation, wouldn't it, to try and cobble together some sort of unholy alliance there. Speaking of alliances, we're going to talk or hear from Terry Mills, the ousted leader of Territory Alliance, in just a moment. He's standing by after losing his seat of Blaine tonight. But before we go to Terry Mills, let's just recap the manner in which his political resurrection has come to an end this time. A former Chief Minister, Antony Green, take us back to the seat of Blaine and some numbers that you were able to show us a little earlier, but they're probably updated since.
We've got 40% counted now, so something else is, I can't remember if it's the most recent, 41% for Labor, 35% for the CLP, and Terry Mills is in third place on 23%. That's 12% behind with the votes to come. That's a very big gap to close from here, and it has to get ahead of the CLP before he'd have a chance of winning on Country Liberal preferences. But at this stage, I can't tell you who's going to win that seat, but I think it's least likely, highly unlikely that Terry Mills can win that. But he's there, so he's probably got a better idea what the numbers are.
Yeah, sure. Antony Green, thank you. Terry Mills, we will bring you into this discussion. You greet us with a grin or a grimace, I'm not quite sure which. Before we analyse some reasons, just tell us your reflections as a politician of some notoriety and great accomplishment, it must be said. You were a former Chief Minister. What's going on in the mind tonight?
Well, I'm looking at 20 years of service to my own community. And, you know, I've always had the view when it comes to an election that I rest in the decision that is made by an electorate. Now, the numbers that have been talked about tonight, yes, they are telling me something, but those numbers are fluid still, and I'll just let that play out. But at the end of the day, this is a community that has supported me, and I have been very pleased to be a part of for so many years, and living in Palmerston for 30 years and 20 as a local member.
All right, well, 2 points arise there before I yield to Jacqueline Breen and the studio team. One, you seem a little hesitant to say anything definitive, so I will just ask you whether you're prepared to actually concede defeat. But flowing on from that, the question of your project, the formation of Territory Alliance, was it ill-judged? Was it a vanity project driven pretty much by yourself and dragging a few other accomplices along with you? If you can answer both of those, and then we'll hand over to Jack.
Well, one, I'm not conceding because of the fluid nature of the vote count, but I can see quite plainly what appears to be the case. In terms of how I feel now about this project called Territory Alliance, I feel immensely proud that this is a project of some importance. And I don't stand... in fact, I find it really somewhat uncomfortable to even have to respond to the notion that this is some kind of vanity project. I was actually drawn into this by many people who wanted to have an alternate voice in the territory politics, political landscape, and I've responded to that and given it my best shot. And I think that the response that we've received is still quite remarkable, and there are so many very good people who have given us support. I think tonight is in fact the birth of something, and this is something that will play out over time. But I just take my hat off to all those who have participated in the process. But I do have to give some acknowledgement to how this started for a party that's still not 12 months old, that in the Johnson by-election there was a very strong response for Territory Alliance. But there were some big changes that occurred after that big response, and that was COVID. And I really think the world's changed since COVID. It's had a particular effect in the Northern Territory as well, and it's something we couldn't have predicted, particularly as a young party. Very difficult to campaign. And And still, I think we've given it a good shot, and we'll just see how it finally plays out and what effect this will play on territory politics in the longer term.
Terry Mills, it's Jack Breen in the studio in Darwin. You told Territorians that you were there to offer them an alternative. A lot of people would want to hear that. A lot of people are disillusioned with the major party system. We've seen that trend in recent years. But did you explain what you were actually going to do properly? It's somewhat easy to say that you're not the other guy, but did you explain what Territory Alliance actually was going to deliver?
Well, I think in the circumstances we did, but in the circumstances we're making it very difficult. In fact, there was a good period of time we weren't even able to door knock or visit our constituency due to the COVID situation, and that had a significant effect on the way that we're able to communicate this, and so we acknowledge all of that. But nonetheless, we've proceeded, and we are where we are tonight.
And Mr Mills, did you set yourself and the party up to fail by launching yourself at an attempt to change government in less than a year? Why didn't you take a more methodical, conservative approach to try and more realistically create change?
Yeah, but we actually have a very long-term view here. We do believe that there needs to be a reset to territory politics. Whether what we have done tonight actually provides the foundation for a different approach to politics, or does it provide encouragement for other parties to consider that they do need to adjust the way that they engage their communities? So I don't see this as the end. I see this as the beginning of something, and it will have an effect, a long-term effect, I believe.
Terry Mills, what next for you?
I will clean up a few core flutes around the place and just watch how the preference counts flow right across the territory. At the end of the day, it's not about Terry Mills at all. It is a response that I've given in good faith to the territory community. And right now I'm thinking of every one of our candidates and their teams that have stood up and provided strong representation and from their hearts to the territory community. And I thank every one of them sincerely.
Terry Mills, thank you.
Thank you.
So humbled but determined to cling to a legacy, at least with his remaining MLAs, is Terry Mills of the Territory Alliance. Now, standing by to speak to us in just a moment is Natasha Files. She's the Labor MLA in the seat of Nightcliff. She is standing by, but before we get there, it's a bit of an update. We will look at her own seat before we discuss it with her, but on the way to Nightcliff, Antony Green, I think there's something happening in Daly you just wanted to draw to our attention.
We gave it away to the country Liberals a few minutes ago. Now, suddenly the figures all changed. They had Labor ahead. I've had another look at it, and there's a gap of 500 votes between what the primaries are saying and what the two-party preferred, which has Labor ahead. And from those first preferences, you can't get Labor ahead. So I think there's something wrong with those numbers. So at the moment, we've taken out the call for the country Liberals in Daly. But
so you'd be putting that back in doubt? I'm
putting that in doubt just because it doesn't make sense. I can't see how Labor gets in front from those numbers. Okay. So I've made that correction. Now, Nightcliff. Natasha Files against Steve Doherty. Now, we've got 21.8%. I presume that's normally there's one polling place at Nightcliff High. It's the only one in the electorate. We've got 21%. I presume that's Nightcliff because I presume there's an awful lot of pre-poll voting going on. But Natasha Files on 54%. The Greens are second, CLP are third, and that's we've seen the Greens doing quite well in a number of seats, and they have done well in Nightcliff before. But in terms of the two-party preferred swing, on a two-party preferred between Labor and the CLP, there's a very small swing to the CLP. It'll be slightly different. I'm pretty sure the Country Liberals and the Territory Alliance put the Greens ahead of Labor. But as I said, on those first preferences, it's 54%, so it doesn't matter about that. Natasha Files still retains Nightcliff.
Yep, and that's an accomplishment. When you consider Natasha Files, the momentous nature of your win and Labor's win in Nightcliff in particular 4 years ago, I'm going to suggest that you probably anticipated a bigger swing against you. You've withstood the challenge.
Good evening. It's an absolute privilege and honour to represent my community, our community. I'm raising my family there, and I've worked extremely hard, even though I have had enormous responsibilities as the Attorney General and Minister for Health, but, you know, my heart is in my community, and I think that's reflected this evening, and I thank the community for the trust that they have placed in me.
Jack Breen in the studio. Labor does seem to be doing well tonight, picking up a number of seats. What does that reflect on, though? Can you say that it was the record of your government, your achievements, or what you were promising when you were promising so little other than keeping people safe from coronavirus?
Territorians do better under a Labor government. They invest in healthcare, they invest in education, and they create jobs. And that has come through tonight. We have had our members out there right across the community for 4 years. They've worked hard. They know their communities. They bring those issues into the parliament. We have built hospitals. We've built police stations. We've delivered renal services in remote communities. We've worked with the Commonwealth government to deliver a huge remote housing stimulus program, rolling out houses, and that is what Territorians want to see. So we, as a team, have worked hard under the leadership of Michael Gunner, and that is being reflected this evening.
What are we going to see from a Labor government over the next 4 years if one is formed? We're still waiting to see what the Territory Economic Reconstruction Commission recommends as far as getting through COVID is concerned. And then because you promised so precious little during the campaign, what do Territorians have to hold you to?
So we have committed to creating jobs and keeping people here in the Territory, diversifying our economy, shifting to renewables. We've got exciting projects, the Sun Cable project, the battery project for Darwin and Catherine in terms of power and shifting across to renewables. But it's also making sure that we continue to invest in education, investing in our young people, making sure that just because remote communities are off the beaten track, that they're not forgotten about. And our wonderful team of members right across the Territory ensure that that happens, and we will continue to work hard for all Territorians.
Natasha Fowles, thank you.
Thank you.
OK, so we're going to check in on the seat of Nelson, which was a seat which experienced the retirement of the last sitting member. And so standing by to talk to us is the CLP candidate, Gerard Maley. We'll come to Gerard in a moment, but on the way through, let's look at how he has got to the position that he finds himself in tonight. Antony Green.
Well, Jerry Wood retiring. He's held it since 2001. He defeated Gerard Maley easily at the last election. So been a bit of a legend, a UFO spotter, chicken hypnotiser, all those sorts of things. But he's held the balance of power. He's retiring in this election after 19 years in Parliament. Beverly Ratahi tried to replace him, but clearly has not been able to match his charms of whatever they were as the member for Nelson. Gerard Maley's on 48%. Beverly Ratahi's on 33.1%. Labor 10%. Andy Harley from the Territory Alliance on 8%. Look at the change in vote. And this is the story, is basically half of the vote, which was for Jerry Wood last time, has not gone to the new independent. And the CLP vote's up 24%. So to some extent, while Nelson has a long history of being an independent seat, the electorate has sort of gone home in the end. The two-party preferred is 55.5 to the independent 44, and we're declaring that Gerard Maley, at his second attempt, is the new member for Nelson.
Yes, and emphatically so. Voters have gone home, Gerard Maley, says Antony, and they've gone to your place, so congratulations. What do you want to do with it now? What is the agenda? It looks like you'll be sitting in opposition. I guess the next opportunity doesn't arise until 4 years to try to build a policy base for government. But what do you do with your representation there in Nelson?
First thing I'd like to do is really thank the people of Nelson. I feel privileged and humbled to get their support, and I hold my hand on my heart, and I'm going to be 100% rural, and I'm going to look after the rural people.
Gerard Maley, it's Jack Breen speaking to you from the studio in Darwin. Jerry Wood's anointed successor, Beverly Ratahi, was urging people in the seat of Nelson to stay independent, and they've disregarded that instruction and gone with you instead. She was campaigning on keeping the rural area rural, as rural candidates always do. Will you deliver that? Will we see development in the rural area, which people are so concerned about and sometimes associate with a country Liberals government who wants to see more investment and more development?
I lived in the rural area for over 45 years. I was born there, went there Cyclone Tracy, educated. I spent my whole life there. And for me, the rural area and its lifestyle is my number one priority. And I'll do everything I can do to make sure that we keep our lifestyle and our rural area rural.
And what else can Nelson constituents hold you to before the end of your term in office? What will you deliver for the people who have elected you this evening?
I'm going to deliver as someone who's going to be there, fighting for them 100%, supporting them, listening to their views, and more importantly, going back to them with what is happening in the rural area. The rural area is a big area, and Jerry's done a wonderful job, and I've got some big shoes to fill, and I really believe I can do that. I've spoken to Jerry Woods. I've asked him for support, and he said he would. I'm very privileged and very humbled. I've got a lot of people to thank, and I'm really looking forward to working with Leah Finocchiaro as our leader. She's done a great job, and she is going to take the CLP to the next step.
You have a lot of people to thank. You had a lot of people on your team and come from a party background, unlike the independent Beverly Ratahi. How many resources did you put into the seat of Nelson? Just how much did you put into this campaign in terms of spending, in terms of resources, in terms of volunteers? What did you throw at this fight?
I threw a lot of this fight. I am very lucky and very humbled to have a great team beside me, and I'd like to thank the party for endorsing me. I'd like to thank my family. I'd like to thank Tori Minchilli as my campaign manager. Without her, I wouldn't be here today. I'd like to thank my brother, who's helped me a lot, and the party who get behind us. And what I put in this campaign is my time, my effort, and my heart.
Jared Maley, thank you.
The vast expanses of the Namatjira electorate in our country's red centre, stretching out to the borders with Queensland and South Australia. It's radically different this time around after a redistribution. So different that the sitting MLA in name, Labor's Chancey Paik, has moved on to the seat of Gwodja, and Namatjira on paper switches to the CLP, or it did at the start of the night. The true test with actual ballots is, where does it land on NT votes? Well, the big question about who forms the next government of the Northern Territory now rests on a handful or so of seats in doubt. Namatjira just happens to be one of them. So we might go to Antony Green to give us a run through all of the seats that you'd currently bracket as in doubt and which really become crucial in getting to the end point of this exercise, Antony.
Yeah, Breitling, I suspect, is stalled. I think the early voting centre there took more than 2,000 votes. It's just taking time to count that. But on the votes from the polling places, the CLP is only on 32%, 32.7%, Joshua Burgoyne. Dale Wakefield, the Labor candidate's on 20%, but there's an independent on 19, McIver on 10, the Greens on 9. They're all directing preferences to Labor, and the CLP vote is too low to withstand a strong flow of preferences. We are getting a preference count, and on the two-party preferred we're seeing no swing. Now, the Alice Springs early voting centre to come is big enough to completely overturn that result. But at the moment, there's no swing in Breitling and Labor's ahead. So we're sort of stuck with Labor on 11 seats, and we can't get them beyond that. This would be one of the seats, but there's no way we can call it until we see the early voting centre there, and the first preferences will be enough to indicate that. Port Darwin, we've got Labor's on 37.9, the CLP 36.1, Territory Alliance on 12. Now, we have a preference count, and that's showing no swing. But again, 20% counted. The thing to come here is the Darwin Early Voting Centre, which is just huge. And again, there's no swing there. If that flows through to the early voting centre, then Labor will win that seat. But with 20% and maybe 40 or 50% of the vote to come in one lump as the early voting centre, you can't call that. But again, there's no swing in Port Darwin. So Port Darwin and Breitling are in that category. Arafura we haven't given away, and there's one simple reason. Labor looks well ahead there. There's 2 mobile polling places in that electorate, and at the last election they behaved very differently. Now, this is often to do with the language group and who was the candidate and who's speaking to who at the remote polling, and that's why there was a difference last time. On the one mobile we've got, it would indicate that that swing applies to the second mobile, then the CLP is just ahead. So that's why we haven't given away, I want to see the second mobile, and then we can call Arafura. And at the moment, we're keeping it in doubt. If that second mobile comes in for Labor, Labor wins Arafura, that's an extra seat. But I just haven't called it because you need to see both mobiles in Arafura. Brennan, this is in doubt just because it's not clear yet who's won. CLP on 40.9, Labor 39. There's a lot of votes to come. I probably think the CLP will win that. That's in doubt at the moment. We just can't give that one. I haven't got enough voting. But if you look at the two-party preferred swing occurring there, it's 4.4%. The early voting centre to come. And so, as I said with the other two, if the early voting centre matches the polling places, then in this case it would be a CLP gain. But we'll just have to wait on that. Catherine. Now, I need to talk about Catherine. Sounds like a good title for a film, doesn't it? Labor's on 33, the CLP 32, the Territory Alliance on 30.3. The Electoral Commission are doing a count between the CLP and the Territory Alliance in that electorate, but the Labor Party's in first place there. So one of them gets excluded. I suspect the Territory Alliance will be excluded, and I expect that will elect the Country Liberals. Problem is the preference count that's coming from the Commission indicates the Territory Alliance will win it. I've got to go and have a look as the figures update, but there's 59%. There's not a lot. That's basically all the early votes in. I think there's one mobile to come, but I think that's a CLP gain. I'll have another look at it now. I've looked at these primaries again for the first time in a while. And then this is all rather complex, isn't it? Namatjira, 13%. We haven't got the early voting centre. I can't remember if we've got the remote mobile either, but Bill Yan's on 28, Terry Patterson 25, the Labor's on 24. The Greens, their preferences were directed towards Labor. Tony Willis was to the CLP and the Territory Alliance. I think the Federation Party is towards the Territory Alliance. Labor is to the Territory Alliance. If the Territory Alliance stay ahead, they'll win that. If Labor gets ahead, I think I've got a two-party preferred count. There's a 5.4% swing to Labor, but that's only 13% of the vote counted. Right. So if the Territory Alliance stay in second place, I think they will win. If Labor gets ahead on this swing, Labor will win. Even though the CLP will still... I can't figure that out. It doesn't make sense. I've actually overridden the results and put the CLP ahead, so it's my fault. I have actually the ability to change the results a little bit. But yeah, Labor's ahead at the moment. If the early voting centre matches the polling places and Labor gets into second spot, then Labor will win that. But at the moment, I've just said CLP ahead. That's a three-way contest that we wait for the early voting centre on. Yeah, well, I can assure you, Antony, if you can't figure it out, there won't be anyone else in the country who can. It's an interesting trend, but also with anomalies. Of the whole set that you just gave us there, the one that stands out to me most of all is Breitling, actually. I know you've got your caveats on it, but there were so many who were saying that switches back to CLP, and it has to. This is an election with two elections have gone. One is in Darwin and Palmerston, and it's turned into the traditional Labor versus Country Liberal contest, and the Labor has held its territory in northern Darwin. It's won Fong Lim, it's held Fanny Bay. It's still a chance in Port Darwin, and it's probably won Drysdale. Now, if the Labor Party does that, then the only way the CLP gets into government is by their gains elsewhere in the territory, like Barkly. But I think the difficulty is it's a completely different election everywhere else in the territory. You've seen independent re-elected in Mulca. You've seen a huge swing in Barkly. You've seen us fracturing of the vote in Alice Springs in the Southern Territory. So there's different things going on. Remember, 80 years ago, the territory, when it was under Commonwealth control, was broken into two, Central Australia and Northern Australia. And many people have always said there should be two territories. They are. Alice Springs and Darwin are completely different places. But certainly at this election, there are two elections gone on. One's in Darwin and one's in the rest of the territory. Funny, isn't it? Because you're locking these border walls down around the territory, and lo and behold, what emerges in this election is a sort of divided territory internally with two stories running. Let's go to our panel. I'm sure Jacqueline Breen will draw Mal McCarthy into a discussion here, but I'm going to start with you, Sam McMahon, first of all, CLP Senator for the Northern Territory. Sam, are you yet prepared to concede that you can't get to double digits and can't form government? But more importantly, how do you account for these wild variations in results, accentuated in particular between the northern story and the southern story?
No, not at all. I'm not prepared to concede at this stage. I mean, from my analysis and my count, I've got the CLP taking 9, Labor taking 10, 1 independent and 5 undecided. So, based on that, there's absolutely a possibility of the CLP getting into double digits. Why is there a wide variation? Well, it reflects the demographics. I mean, Darwin's a cosmopolitan city, and the Bush vote is spread over very, very wide areas with lots of different people, and out in the bush they vote differently, and the same with the smaller towns. Tennant Creek, Katherine, Alice Springs. They're small electorates, diverse electorates, and they can be won or lost on an absolute handful of votes.
And Senator McMahon, is it the case that there are 2 elections happening in the Territory tonight, and is it one above and one below the mythical Berrima line?
Well, I think it's more one is Darwin and the other one is the rest of the Territory, and that is quite typical of how Territory elections can go.
We'll pick up on that again. Back to you, Greg.
Yes, just abruptly truncating that conversation, because 3 hours and 1 minute into the count on NT votes, we have some breaking news, and Antony Green is standing by to bring it to you.
Okay, look, it appears we think Labor's got a definite 12 seats. Now, there's a little bit of doubt about one of them, Arnhem. We haven't got the mobiles, but Labor on the figures we've got is ahead. So we think Labor's got 12. They just need 1 more seat for government. And we've got them, Breakling and Breakling and Port Darwin are still possibilities. So we think even if Labor loses one of them to 11, they still have a chance of 1 or 2 extra seats. And even if they end up with 11 or 12 seats, that's still many more seats than the country Liberals. And on that basis, you would think the crossbench are much more likely, Kizzy Purick and the member for Mulka are both likely to support Labor as it has more seats. Now, they may extract their price of a piece of flesh. Kizzy Purick might be back in the Speaker's chair, which the government might not like, but they may have no choice. But at the moment, it looks like Labor is back, and we're still working out whether they get to a majority status or not.
All right, that's a clear call that you're making, Antony. All that remains to be seen is how far short of the magic number, if they come up short. Magic number being 13. Yeah. Your best guesstimate, 12 or 11.
They have a definite 11. I think they're highly likely 12, and there's 2 others that are still a chance. So even if everything goes wrong, they're not going to end up with fewer than 11 seats, which is 2 seats sort of majority, and there's enough on the crossbench to ensure that they're still substantially ahead of the country Liberals. And if the country Liberals tried to form government, they'd need all of the crossbench to back them to outvote Labor, and it's much easier for a crossbench to back the largest party in Parliament.
Yep, and because you're a historian on these things, small parliaments, minority governments, not uncommon in this country of ours, but what sort of models might exist for would-be returned Chief Minister Gunner? Does he seek to bind in these crossbenches into some informal alliance with written undertakings? How do these models work?
The tradition in Australia is there's usually some sort of agreement on confidence and supply, and generally the independents are usually more interested in process issues. Will debate issues be debated? Can there be motions? Will you not use the guillotine? They tend to be the things independents are most interested in rather than broad policy issues, and so that's generally what the agreements have been done on. The one thing I would say is people have got to remember there's a fixed-term parliament, and the Northern Territory has the same provisions as the other states, what's called a baton change procedure. If at some point someone decides to bring down the government with a vote of no confidence, there's a procedure where you must move a formal vote of no confidence and allow a 14-day period for a change of government, and if not that, then you get an early election. That's never been used anywhere in Australia, but you think with a very small parliament and the tendency for personal antipathies to develop, that perhaps that should be kept in mind if there is a hung parliament produced.
All of that may well be going through Michael Gunner's mind this evening, but one thing's for certain, Antony Green, our chief election analyst, doesn't make these calls lightly. It is considered, it is based on the sharpest analysis promise that he can bring to bear. And you have just heard Antony predicting that a Gunner government far more likely to be returned, almost certainly to be returned. Its numbers only to be decided. So let's go back to our panel in the Northern Territory, in Darwin, I should say. Of course, let's go straight to you, Malarndirri McCarthy. Minority government coming just short of the mark. Would this come as a shock to you? I think talking to you before we got into our coverage tonight, you always had trouble finessing the numbers, majority or fractionally short of the line. Let's presume it's fractionally short of the line. You prepared to call that a win?
Look, Greg, what I will say tonight is certainly a huge thank you to the people of the Northern Territory for really giving the confidence to those seats. I mean, I'd like to just repeat the seats that we have absolutely called, and that is Fanny Bay, Casuarina, Guadja, Sanderson, Nightcliff, Wanguri, Drysdale and Karama, and we're incredibly pleased with the position we're in at Port Darwin, Fong Lim, certainly Daly, and obviously Blaine. We really still need to see what's going on there, and you know, it's a credit to the people of the Northern Territory for really staying strong with Labor, and that we're in this position that we are at the moment.
Sam, what do you think of these numbers?
Look, I think they're looking very, very good for the CLP. We're looking to more than triple our current representation. Very, very proud of our candidates and the work that we've done so far. Yes, Labor, I have them slightly ahead of us at this stage, but I'm not so sure about some of these seats. You know, I think, Breitling and Port Darwin still very much in play, as are several other seats there. You know, what we can say is that Terry and Territory Alliance have obviously crashed and burned tonight. They've been absolutely smashed out of the ballpark in Johnston and Sanderson. But what they have probably done is handed the Territory another 4 years of Labor, and that does make me quite sad for the people of the Northern Territory that one destructive party is going to hand them back a Labor government for another 4 years.
Delia, what do you say to that? Terry Mills was saying all along that the most important thing was a change of government, and it looks like that's not going to happen. Is Territory Alliance to blame for people who wanted to see that?
Look, I think what everyone should do is actually respect votes cast by people. And, it's every constituent who has the right to vote that walks in and makes their decision. And, I'm sitting here utterly respecting, even though I'm personally deeply sad on some of the results, but I respect that that's the will of the people and that's what they're choosing. So, look, it's pretty sad to hear the sort of acrimony already coming from the Country Liberal Party. And what I can say, though, with Territory Alliance is incredibly proud of the people they are for the work they've done. Such a small party, hardly any resources, running across the Territory. I've just had news in that the latest numbers coming in for Matt Patterson has put him further in the hunt in that seat, and he's now a chance of taking the seat of Namatjira. So, and, Robin Lamley's been so hardworking, and for her to be, solid in Araluen is a great thing. And I'm still really hopeful of Malasha coming through in Catherine. So, I'm not doing the whole woe on Territory Alliance, by the way. They are in there. There's still counts happening out there. There's still relatively small numbers that have been counted in some of the seats. Who knows what those big pre-poll numbers coming out of the Darwin Early Vote Centre is going to mean for some people. So, I'm really proud of Territory Alliance. I'm proud of the individuals I've met, and I've seen the hard work they do, and I'm not going to participate in any sort of, angsting or acrimony. That ultimately it's people choosing to vote and how they vote.
Yes, and we're hearing how they've chosen tonight. Thank you for that, Delia. To you, Greg.
Jack, thanks so much. You get the definite impression, don't you, looking and hearing from our expert panel applying their analysis there in Darwin, that they're just going to take their time and let this slowly sink in, just get their minds and absorb what it is that the ABC is now projecting, and that is a Labor government returned, be it minority, most likely, or possibly the narrowest of majorities. I wonder, though, about the rank and file membership of the ALP. Why don't we check in on Party Central for the Labor Party, where the ABC's reporter Felicity James is standing by. Felicity, we've caught up with you a few times already. That moment when the ABC made its projection, though, how was that received?
So, as you can imagine, Greg, the decibel level went off the charts for that moment. But I have to say it was, almost comparable to the moment when Terry Mills was said to have lost leadership. And even though the mood here is very elated, you can say the noise is getting louder and louder. I did have a chat to Nicole Mannison, the former treasurer under the previous Labor government, about what she would think if it was called tonight. And she said even though she has the utmost respect for Antony Green and his election computer, she's been through elections before where seats, when we haven't got all of them counted in the Northern Territory, can almost change hands. So perhaps she was thinking about Mulca, which came down to the wire last election in 2016. Just 8 votes ended up separating those two candidates. So although she's obviously really happy, like many of the rank and file here, as you can hear behind me, they're still waiting for a few more votes to be counted.
Yeah, so professional politicians are, of course, worrywarts by nature. I can understand Nicole Mannison's caution when she spoke to you, Felicity. But look, a win that falls short of majority, from what you're sensing there, doesn't matter much to the membership. A win, I guess, so close to majority is a win nevertheless. Would that be their take out, even allowing for their caution?
Yeah, look, I think even given the anxiety that they were reporting from Labor headquarters earlier today, I think it's a huge relief for them here watching the screen and watching these numbers come in as early as they might be. It feels like certainly a collective sigh of relief is being heard in this football club rooms. I think certainly that's the rank and file sense. There doesn't seem to be that anxiety level here anymore, whether it's minority or yes.
Yeah, sure. Do you get the impression, Felicity James, that the strategy, which was narrowly defined, and that was to campaign within the boundaries of a pandemic and to make the most of that crisis, how do you think that sits with people you've encountered throughout the campaign, or even if you want to narrow it down to the crowd in that room? Do you think any of them hanker or expect something more elaborate from a returned government once we clear tonight?
Look, I think it's like the uncertainty around this election. I think everyone was sensing it from all sides, all parties, even speaking to the candidate for Wanguri, the CLP member out there. He was saying coronavirus wasn't the big issue when he was door knocking. I guess whether we can say now that it has in fact been the pandemic that's made people vote Labor. Perhaps it's too early to tell that, but I guess here in the Territory we've only had 30 or so cases, and it is true that perhaps coronavirus has fallen to the back of people's minds, but at the same time, I guess people who perhaps didn't tune into politics were tuning in around that time and perhaps became much more familiar with Labor and Michael Gunner. So when they were at the polling booths today, were just, it was an easy vote for them. perhaps that's one way you could look at it.
The safety phenomenon, not for the first time in a crisis do voters sort of play it safe when they're feeling a little insecure. Now, you're speaking about people being tuned in. Felicity, I imagine that somewhere in your town, the Chief Minister, Michael Gunner, will be starting to consult advisors and then to work out in short order how he greets this development tonight. I suppose the question of an appearance there to deliver a speech is a live one.
Yes, exactly. And I was speaking to somebody who knows about these things a bit earlier, and they told me that he would be here within hopefully 15 to 20 minutes of an election result if we got one. So I guess we'll have to see if he thinks this is a result enough to come and for Labor to claim victory themselves after our respected election analyst has called it for them.
Yep.
Tonight, so we'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, we're going to leave that one.
We haven't heard any word yet about whether he's on the road.
No, fair enough. Probably a bit early. We'll leave that one with you, Felicity James, to keep your ear to the ground on any movements or anything to anticipate with Michael Gunner. Thanks for that update, Felicity, joining us from the Labor Party function. Now, while all that's happening, Antony Green's been looking out around the vast perimeters of the Northern Territory. And I think, Antony, you're going to bring us a few of the more remote electorates for an update.
Yeah, well, Mulca, we kept completely in the doubtful category until we had all three counting centres, the two mobiles and the early voting centre. Yingiyamak Goyula has won the seat from Lynn Walker. If you look at the first preference votes, there's only two candidates, of course, 1883, 55.8 to 44.2, and that's a two-party preferred of 5.7%. So he's won the seat. Lynn Walker's been defeated again. Yingiya Goyula returns to the parliament as a member for Bulka and will probably have one of the balance of power seats. The next seat was Gwodja. Chansey Paik switched from Namatjira. He's won it. It's a very easy victory. It's a vast outback electorate. 28.8. I presume that's not all of the mobiles, but there's nothing that should change that result. So Chansey Paik will return. He's currently the Speaker. Whether he'll be Speaker after the Parliament or if there's a hung Parliament, whether Kizzy Pirik has to come back, we'll see what happens next. And was that the only two? Yes, looks like
just two for now. Okay, so yeah, Chansey Paik's move to this redrawn and renamed electorate seems to have paid off. I'm not sure we've been able to share with the audience yet, Antony, the story that lies behind the seat of Gwodja, and it might be something people are more familiar with than they could possibly imagine.
Yeah, Gwodja Chungarai, he survived the Coniston massacre. He was the first Indigenous Australian to appear on an Australian stamp. And for people who don't know who he is, he's the man on the back of the $2 coin. So the electorate was named after him. It was named after Stuart, one of the early explorers originally. Now it's been named after Gwodja Chungarai. That's a little bit of history there. So some of these electorates, the electorate runs all the way to the Joseph Bonaparte Gulf, if anybody knows who Joseph Bonaparte was and why there's a gulf named after him in Australia. But certainly the name represents now somebody who's much more significant in Australian history than Joseph Bonaparte.
There you go, a bit of a historical anecdote coming from Antony. We're going to check in to the Alice Springs seat of Namatjira, well, near and around Alice Springs in just a moment. We have the CLP candidate Bill Yan standing by to talk to us, but as we always do, before assessing where things are at for Bill, why don't we go back to Antony just to update us on the lay of the land there in Namatjira.
And to find that one the hard way. Country Liberal Bill Yan, this is a seat that was a safe Labor seat, about 8%. The redistribution completely rearranged it. Took a lot of areas west of the Stewart Highway out, which are now in Gwodja, where Chansey Paik is. Shirley Taylor's the new Labor candidate. Matt Patterson was the Deputy Mayor of Alice Springs, running for the Territory Alliance. And this one is a little hard to work out. We've got 13% counted, which is the polling places. The early voting centre is huge, and we haven't got that yet. On these numbers, Bill Yan, just under 29%, Matt Patterson 25%, Labor 24%, the Greens 10%, Federation Party 7.5%. The preferences, the bottom two will favour the Territory Alliance. The Greens will favour Labor. If Labor gets ahead of the Territory Alliance, we get a two-party preferred contest, and on 13% Labor wins, but we haven't got the early voting centre, so that makes no sense. If Matt Patterson stays in second place, preferences will help him. We haven't got that preference count tonight. So I suspect that's one we won't know. We might get a better idea once we've seen the early voting centre. And perhaps Bill Yan knows more about it than me.
Well, why don't we throw that over to him, Antony? Bill Yan, a little fluid from Antony Green's perspective. I can't tell before we discuss with you what the mood is like there with your friends and supporters, but you'd have to be moderately confident on the numbers you're seeing there.
Yeah, well, look, the numbers at the moment are pretty good, but we're very, very only early in the count. So the early voting centre will be, I suppose, the key to it. But, yeah, look, I'm happy with the numbers we've seen from the booth so far today. But, look, still a long way to go. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Bill Yan, it's Jack Breen speaking to you from the studio in Darwin. Where are the votes coming from across your seat? New hybrid seat takes in urban parts of Alice Springs as well as the southeast bush corner of the Territory. What's the turnout like in the remote areas, and are most of your votes coming from the urban area instead at the moment?
Well, look, from what we've seen during the week with our remote polling, we've seen pretty low numbers turn out for remote voting. I think the numbers are down around 30%. So what we're seeing is the numbers from the bush today are being counted today, but the numbers from the polling centres around town. So those early indications of what we're seeing from out around the Larapinta area, around Lovegrove and, of course, the rural area. The issue with the seat is, well, not really an issue, but the trick is that it's so vastly different. We have urban people, we have people living rural, and then, of course, people living out in the remote and the bush areas. So it's very hard to predict, and certainly a very tough seat to get across the issues of everybody there.
And what defined the contest for voters in Namatjira that you were speaking with?
Well, I said it quite varied. The people out in the bush were certainly talking about housing and getting some of their issues dealt with. Of course, the old issue around the urban areas has always been crime, and some of that, of course, flows across the people in the rural areas too. So every area has its own issues, and it's really tough to address.
Thanks, Bill. That's a seat that Labor no longer has in their list. Malandiri, Namatjira.
No, we do. We still have it. That's just the early voting centre.
Oh, not gone yet.
No, not gone yet. Not too early. We've
more numbers.
We've certainly got the numbers for, if you like, Jack, on the early voting centres. So we've got the CLP on 606 and us on 435. That's just with the EVC. So we still need to go through the mobile teams and this mobile booth that I've got. We've got our candidate at 218 and the CLP on 20. So if we can see a pattern with the bush booths as they come in, it'd be great to see Cheryl Lee Taylor get in into the Northern Territory Parliament. And
what was Cheryl Lee offering in the place of Chancey Paik in that seat in the southeast corner?
Sure. Look, I guess it's important to do a couple of things. One is looking at the issue in terms of housing still, that we have to look at continued work. We've seen 2,000 houses across the Northern Territory, still not enough, but obviously incredible effort by Jerry McCarthy, who is leaving us as a member for Barclay. But Jerry did an outstanding job, I thought, in terms of that work, and Cheryl Lee will no doubt want to continue with those issues in the bush, but also jobs, basically. I mean, we've got to look at programs like CDP, for example, Jack. I think the community development program is a real issue in our remote regions right across Australia, but in particular in the Northern Territory, and these are issues I know Cheryl Lee's very passionate about.
What are the numbers that you're seeing, Senator McMahon?
Similar numbers, but look, I wouldn't be so confident. I think it's still, way too early to call in some of these seats, and they can swing wildly. As Malandiri said, with the bush booths will be different to the town booths. and we can see numbers fluctuate wildly, and that we can end up with a handful of votes deciding a seat. So some of them, I think it's still far too early to be making a call on.
And you'd both be familiar with this, representing the entire Northern Territory and all of the diversity within it. But a seat like Namatjira is symptomatic of that challenge that you have, but also the risk that when we see the low turnout in remote areas that we are, that the votes are decided in the urban areas for a seat that is far broader than that. Is that potentially what we can see in Namatjira and other seats tonight based off the low remote turnout?
The low remote turnout is a concern. I've seen that across a lot of the territory. It's not so much that people aren't voting, it's that they're just not there. I've been through, the last 4 or 5 weeks, I've been to many remote areas and communities, and the people are just not there. I think combination of having the lockdown with the biosecurity zones, they've been cooped up for a long time, and once those zones were lifted, they've taken that opportunity to get out and to come into town or to go visit other places and relatives. They've also taken advantage of the weather at the moment to get out and about, way out bush. So there's just not people in the communities. And yes, that could have an effect. When you've got seats with very narrow margins, that is going to definitely have an effect on them.
And what's the solution? People would be there if there was a vote that they could cast that could see that they expect could change their lives or change their families or communities' lives. What's the solution to the problem that we're seeing intensify at this election? It's probably a matter of education and providing more opportunity for people to postal vote early, particularly if they're likely to not be in their community or they're likely to be going out bush. Trying to get that education across that voting is important and that you can do a postal vote if you're not going to be around on voting day.
Can I just jump in there, though?
Please do.
Because with the Australian Electoral Commission, Jack, we've seen the reduction of staff as well. So we've seen, the numbers go from 16 down to 3. And as, Senator McMahon says, the educational side of it is critical, but you do need the staffing numbers there as well. So we have seen a reduction over many, many years with staffing there, and also things like language, the interpreter service. Clearly there were some issues previously, but I don't think we should discount the fact that with over 100 Aboriginal languages, that has to be included in all of that educational side of it as well.
I think that's an important dimension considering the numbers we're seeing tonight and who has voted and who has not had a choice, cast a ballot in who will be representing the Northern Territory for the next 4 years. Thanks for that. We'll pick up again.
So we're drawing in towards 9:30 Central Time, 10 p.m. on the East Coast, where we are based at the ABC's Election Hub. That means we'll bring you a news update before too long, but there is enough time just to tease out a couple more results from our election analyst, Antony Green. A feature of this NT Vote story tonight, Antony, is the disparate quality, the patchiness of the results, particularly as you look out to the outer reaches, the remote seats. Why don't you take us through some of those regional remote electorates?
And this one explains why the Territory Alliance has gone to 0 on the bottom of the frame, the numbers across the bottom. Robin Lamley won this 10 years ago for the Country Liberals. She was Deputy Chief Minister to Terry Mills, became an independent in 2015, was re-elected as an independent in 2016, joined the Territory Alliance this year. She's run as the Territory Alliance. Damien Ryan is the Country Liberal candidate. Until recently, he's been 12 years as the Mayor of Alice Springs. Jackson Ankers is a local football coach and works for one of the local councils. They're the three we're seeing. If you look at the first preferences here, Damien Ryan is ahead because 65%. The early voting centre has come in, and that's the big votes in Alice Springs. 39% for Damien Ryan, only 29% for Territory Alliance, 17.5% for Labor, 10% for the Greens. All these other parties have directed preferences to the Territory Alliance, but they have to close the gap of 10% and stop and catch up before the Country Liberals get to 50. Now, we have a preference count, and at this stage, the Territory Alliance is predicted at 50.4. The actual number is 50.2. The Territory Alliance, Robin Lamley, is ahead by 13 votes, and that's all. And that's basically with everything counted tonight. Postals to come. other externals, declaration votes and some others. But that is absolutely in doubt, and there's no way we can call Araluen tonight. So at this stage, Territory Alliance haven't won any seats. The next seat's Katherine. Now, I've changed this. The preference count that was coming from the Electoral Commission, they've abandoned it, was between Joe Hersey from the Country Liberals and Melanie Usher on 30%. Kate Ganley earlier was in third place, and that preference count was looking okay. We've got the early voting centre, which was just huge in Katherine now, and the Territory Alliance is now in third, and I don't think there's any way they can close that gap. And in that case, what we get is a two-party preferred swing, which we're estimating as 7% to the CLP, and the CLP will win. We haven't given it away. I think they will win that, but we just haven't finalised the order on first preferences yet. Labor has lost that seat. There's absolutely clear about that. And I think the chances of the Territory Alliance winning it have greatly diminished. It's much more likely the Country Liberals will win it. We haven't got a preference count. That is my estimate. But I don't see that Labor would have to fall back to third place now for the Territory Alliance to win that seat. Next seat is Arnhem, because we haven't done it all night. Now, Selina Yubo is ahead of the CLP, and Ian Goombala is on 14%. Goombala, sorry. We did practice these. It's the first time I've seen Ian Goombala, 14%. Now, the two mobiles haven't come in, and that's where Mr Goombala's vote will be strongest. So it may well be that changes. We have no idea what's in the mobile polling votes at this stage. So at the moment, we've got Arnhem as one of the Labor seats, but that could completely turn around. That's what we saw in Mulca at the last election, was that once the remote polling booth came in, suddenly Mr Yungala won. So that's what's going on there.
Yeah, so do we know...
Goyula, I'm sorry I got his first name instead of his last name.
It's okay. It is a complicated election.
I'm concentrating on the numbers and forgetting my pronunciations. I'm very...
And we're well away from it. Just to clarify, do we know anything about Ian Goombala's preference intentions before we got to tonight? Or?
He was recommending preferences for CLP, and the CLP are recommending preferences. Mr Goombala was the candidate for the CLP at the last election, but he has run with the member for Mulca's support at this election. So there's probably a lot of campaigning going on in the Indigenous communities for the remote polling. So there's a few oddities going on, but it hasn't changed the overall picture.
Yeah, I do note that there had been some chatter about Selina Yubo among ALP members before tonight, saying, we're not so sure about that, even though on paper it was meant to be relatively safe. But the other feature of the seats Antony just pulled apart for us is Araluen. And if Robin Lambley should fall by the wayside there, that does really put the icing on the cake for Territory Alliance. Not a good result for them. That's among the many themes that are emerging tonight. So we'll be back with more on Northern Territory votes in just a moment. But let's take the briefest of breaks to check the latest in a news update with Mariam Saab.
Good evening. A second hotel security guard in Sydney has caught coronavirus, with health authorities unsure where the infection came from. The guard worked several days this month, mostly at Hyde Park's Marriott Hotel. He had one shift with another infected guard who caught the virus from an overseas traveller. It's not known if there's a connection between the two.
They are not known to each other in the terms of social contacts or close contacts, and so overtly, we haven't got any links established, and that's why the investigation is at the early stage with this gentleman.
There were 9 new cases recorded in New South Wales, including 2 with unknown sources. Victoria's Chief Health Officer says the current trend in new COVID cases is heading in the right direction after the state recorded 182 cases in the past 24 hours. But there were 13 more deaths, including a man aged in his 50s. 10 deaths are linked to aged care. Over the past 2 days, new infections have been below 200, and there's been a decrease in patients being admitted to hospital. And Southeast Queensland is facing new coronavirus restrictions after the state recorded 9 new cases, with 6 of those linked to a cluster at the Brisbane Youth Detention Centre. The Wacol facility in Brisbane's west went into lockdown after a 77-year-old supervisor tested positive for the virus on Thursday. Gatherings at homes and indoors will be limited to 10 people across Ipswich, Logan, Scenic Rim, Lockyer Valley, Moreton Bay and Redlands. And the Western Bulldogs have defeated Melbourne by 28 points on the Gold Coast. The Bulldogs trailed by 7 points at half-time, but kicked 6 unanswered goals in the third quarter to secure a win. This victory sees the Bulldogs take Melbourne's spot in the top 8. Well, that's the latest from ABC News. For now, we'll be back with the NT vote.
And welcome back to NT Votes, ploughing well into our third hour of coverage, coming to you live from the ABC's election hub in Sydney. In case you didn't know the reason for that, it's all to do with coronavirus campaigning, with social and border restrictions around the Northern Territory. But the big development so far is that our chief election analyst, Antony Green, within the last 30 to 40 minutes, was able to make a call that a Labor government under Michael Gunner is likely to be returned in the Northern Territory. The only question being, with what sort of numbers? Slightly in minority, possibly pushing close to the magic number of 13 seats in the Assembly there. Antony, why don't you bring us the complete picture now on votes so far?
Here's the overall votes. Labor's on 40, the Country Liberals 30.7, Territory Alliance 12.7, the Greens are on 4.9, and others 12%. Change in vote that's occurring. The Labor's down 2%, CLP down 1%. The surge towards the Territory Alliance has mostly come at the expense of other parties, and the Green vote is up by 2%. Now, I'll have a look at the chamber because we just had the chamber is this one, and what's happening at the moment is I think we're getting the Labor up to a definite 12 now. No, up to 13. Port Darwin, Drysdale has definitely been won by Labor, and we have just decided that Port Darwin has been won by Labor. So for the first time, Labor has retained Port Darwin and Drysdale. So they've retained a Palmerston seat and they've retained Port Darwin because the Darwin early voting centre has come in and that's given it away. So we've got Labor to 13. The only seat that remains in doubt is I don't have enough counting for Arnhem, but I presume Labor will hold Arnhem. If they don't hold Arnhem, they'll be down to 12. But they still have Breitling and Namatjira as possibilities. The CLP are on 4. There's quite a number of seats they can still win. But Labor, if it's on 12 or 13, there's not really an other alternative. There's now only 2 others, which is Mulcair, and I've forgotten the other one.
Mulcair, yeah, now you've got me.
I've lost track of who everyone is.
Okay.
Because the Territory Alliance in Araluen is now in doubt.
Yes.
Kezia Purik. So there's two. But at the moment, we've got Labor on 13 seats. So a couple of caveats. Johnson is still looking rather odd. I still expect Labor to win it, but the Territory Alliance, the preference count was with the Territory Alliance, and they're currently running 4th. Their preferences could yet get the Greens ahead of the Country Liberals. And I just checked the Country Liberals and the Territory Alliance both put the Greens ahead of Labor. But it was well down the ticket, so I'd expect to spray of preferences. Labor's on about 43% first preferences. So Joel Bowden will win, but it may well be much closer because of that flow of preferences if the Greens get into second spot.
So just to establish your level of certainty that you attach to this number, it's a significant number people are seeing on the bottom right of their screens at 13, what I describe as the magic number.
Well, for the Labor Party, it's the luckiest 13 they've ever seen.
Yeah, good point. But it could slip to 12. Equally, could it climb to 14?
Look, there's still Breitling and Namatjira, which are in doubt. I mean, it's quite astonishing to see Breitling, the Labor Party, ahead at this stage, but that's really close. But look, Labor will form government. Will they have the bare majority or will they have 12 seats? With 13 seats, I suspect, as with Claire Martin and as with the Gunners government's first term, they might prefer to put an independent in the chair. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, look, those numbers have added up through the night. It's been a bit of a battle to work out some of these seats, I must say, but we've got there in the end.
Yeah, no, it has been a torrid old ride. And in the hunt for a speaker, I guess the name Kezia Purik could come back into play, and that has some baggage attached to it too.
It certainly is. And Chancey Paik, having an Indigenous member as the first Speaker of the Northern Territory Parliament was viewed as a very big thing. So look, I think others can talk about those local matters rather than me.
Let's not drill too far into the hypotheticals and what was, but we do have standing by Nari Kit, who's Labor's MLA in the seat of Karama. Karama, and we will come to Nari in just a moment, but let's check the actual situation within Karama. Antony Green, where Nari Kit is the sitting MP.
47.6%. Brian O'Gallagher on 31.2%. Caleb Cardno from the Territory Alliance on 21.2%. I'll go straight to the two-party preferred swing. There's been a 7.5% swing to the CLP on a two-party preferred basis. Remember, the last election, Delia Laurie was the candidate and made it a much closer contest. But in the two-party preferred contest, it's been won by the Labor Party by the person you're about to speak to, and there's a 7.5% swing to the CLP. But Labor has held it, and it's one of that block of seats north of the airport that's always so critical in forming government in the Northern Territory.
Yep, well, let's go to Nari Kit and put to you that on Antony's clear numbers, Nari, it's congratulations for you being returned. Can I ask you, as I've asked others tonight, about COVID cut-through? You could do local campaigning on local themes, and I'm sure you did, but overall, Labor chose a strategy to work with the pandemic crisis that it had. Where did you feel throughout this campaign that voters were most receptive? Was it on the local issues you were running, or that big picture strategy employed by your leader?
It was a bit of both in the seat of Karama. Every single day, coronavirus and the COVID-19 pandemic cut across very clearly in the community. I have a lot of people in the electorate who were very frightened about the potential way forward through this pandemic. And so number one issue every single day was our health and safety of the Territory, especially in my little electorate. So there are always those local issues that resonate in just about every seat. Karama's not unique in that aspect, but it was the local voices that actually held me to account and making sure that our government covered coronavirus very well and will continue to do so going forward.
Nari, it's Jack in the studio in Darwin. Considering the concern that you've identified amongst your constituents in Karama about coronavirus, and that was the key issue of Michael Gunner's campaign, does that mean Labor has convinced the electorate on any other issue, or can you only say that people voted for you this time because of these circumstances?
No, a lot of the people who supported me going forward and remaining as their local member, there were a lot of discussions, not just only on COVID, but on the local issues. It's about the long-term vision for our community and that we want to return it to the former glory that it once was. They believe in my vision, they believe in our local vision, they believe in our community and the prospects and the way forward, and they trust me to be able to continue to deliver that.
And Nari, you faced an intense campaign from the Territory Alliance in the form of Caleb Cardno, the candidate in Karama, helped by Delia Laurie, the former member for Karama. How threatened were you by what they were offering, a fresh approach to what was previously an unpopular Labor government?
I don't really worry about what other people are doing out there and what their strategies and their plans are. I've always been about Labor first, my community first. This has always been about running my own campaign at the grassroots level, connecting with people, letting them know what my background and my experience was, and gaining their trust to stay with me going forward.
Nari, thank you.
OK, so Nari Kit obviously feeling pretty chuffed about the way things have worked out for her in Karama. Now, we've also been in and out of the seat of Blaine throughout the night, talking an awful lot about the man who's lost there, that being Terry Mills. But maybe it's appropriate at this point in the evening to talk about the man who actually won it. We're talking about Matthew Curl, the CLP candidate. We're going to go to him and just get his observations on what worked and what didn't in the seat of Blaine. But why don't we look first at how he got to this position that he's in, Antony?
There again, Terry Mills, the sitting member, Mark Turner from Labor, Matthew Curl from the Country Liberals. Look at the first preferences. 61.7. Labor's on 41, Country Liberals 35, Terry Mills 23. We don't have a preference count because they were counting Labor versus Territory Alliance. And so on the estimate I've done, I'm estimating a small swing to the country Liberals, which means they would gain. That's on a two-party preferred basis compared to last time. I think that's a reasonable estimate coming out of those first preference votes. But I'm sure Mr. Curl, his scrutineers might have a better idea of it as to who's come, because I'm just going off a complete. My estimate, I think, was 70% of Territory Alliance preferences would flow to the country Liberals, and that's what we get. If with 70%, the country Liberals win. If it's more than 70%, the margin for victory gets larger.
All right, so Antony's not being definitive, but let's check Matthew Curl's attitude to the situation that he finds himself in tonight. I won't use the word congratulations, Matthew, and perhaps you'd like to introduce on the way through your partner who's joining us on screen tonight, but just tell us your own readout on the way things have played in the seat of Blaine tonight.
Honestly, this is my wife, Olia. She's my number one fan and biggest support. I'm honestly just overwhelmed right now. I've been campaigning for 6 months, just knocking on doors, waving on the roadsides, talking to people, listening to people's issues. And right now I'm just humbled and just honestly overwhelmed by the support that the people of Blaine have shown me today. I don't know what to say, honestly.
Matthew Curl, it's Jack in the studio. What was the point of difference that you were offering coming up against a political figure like Terry Mills, such a towering figure in Northern Territory politics? What were you offering that was different to what he had delivered for Blaine?
You'd probably have to ask the people of Blaine that. I was just focused on doing what I was supposed to do, knocking on doors, getting to know people, listening to their issues. Crime and the economy just came out time and time again. Horrible stories of people getting broken into and, just complete lack of consequences for the offenders. So that's all I can say.
Matthew Curl, you consider it a law and order election that has delivered you this result in Blaine. Do you think that your policies will provide consequences for offenders or will actually reduce the crime that people are concerned about?
Well, Leah's announced our policies on law and order, so that's one thing that we want to take a very strong stance on, making sure that people are safe in their homes, their communities. The one thing that came through loud and clear was that people did not feel safe in their own homes or in their communities. So if we were able to form a government led by Leah Finocchiaro, that would be one of the things we'd be definitely looking at, which is fixing that so that people can feel safe again in their homes.
Thank you, Matthew Curl.
All right, well, we're not at that point of the night where we're going to be able to bring you each and every of the 25 seats, but we are breaking them down into bite-sized chunks so you can actually keep across the result in your particular electorate. So with that in mind, why don't we go back to Antony there were mentions there of Leah Finocchiaro, the CLP leader. We might look at her seat and a few others, Antony.
Before I do that, I'll just say one thing. People notice on the bottom of frame numbers, the Labor Party's dropped down to 12. Now, we did that deliberately. The seat of Arnhem, as I mentioned, we haven't got any of the mobile votes in. On the 10% we've got, it looks like Labor hold. Given that seat's the difference between minority and majority, we think it's responsible to take that out of the total at this stage until we get some further figures. So at the moment it's gone down to 12. It may yet be 13, but we have taken Arnhem out of that total because we just don't have enough numbers.
And we do expect a larger chunk of votes to come in this evening.
Yeah, there's two mobile votes that are yet to be counted. But I think, with all the caution of calling a majority Labor government on one seat where we haven't got enough votes, I think it's better to leave it as 12. Spillett covers Durack, which is the top end of Palmerston, and areas to the east and the north. So it's at the growing bits at the northern end of Palmerston. Leah Finocchiaro, she won Drysdale when it included Durack in 2012. She switched to Spillett, the new seat created in 2016. Beat Dave Tollner, who ran against her. And then she was one of only 2 CLP members elected last time. Gary Daly, as a former minister, became the leader. Leah Finocchiaro became the leader earlier this year, and basically the only member recontesting the election, and has run quite a vigorous campaign on first preferences. This is the safest CLP seat. At the last election, 58.5, Labor 32.3, Vanessa Mounsey from the Territory Alliance, 9%. The change in vote, some small shifts around of mainly independents to the Territory Alliance. 2-party preferred swing. There's a 1.7% swing to Labor. There's been a redistribution. There's a bit of growth at the northern end. Basically, there's not been much change. And Leah Finocchiaro has been easily returned as the member for Spillett. So she goes into the parliament leading a larger opposition. Though she would rather have been in government, but she's leading a much larger opposition. The next election is Brennan. This was 39.8 to 39.6 on first preferences, 11% for the Territory Alliance, 9% with Peter Chandler. I'll just go straight to the 2-party preferred because we think those preferences, we haven't called this yet, the preferences, it is a Labor seat. They're trying to hold it. There's a 4.4% swing. We've got the Labor Party, the Country Liberals ahead, but not by far enough to call it with only 39.7. So at the moment, that's one of the ones that remains in doubt. And I think that was the last seat I was doing. Johnson, which we'll come back to a bit later, I think I just said that the Labor's ahead and I think they'll win it, but there's a few oddities. But at the moment, we've pushed it back down to 12 seats and they're 2 or 3 of the seats we haven't covered tonight.
All right. Well, we'll check in on a few more with Antony, particularly as some of those mobile polling numbers start to come in because they are particularly large in certain electorates. Back to our panel in Darwin and Sam McMahon. The computerised projection on the chamber that Antony's put up puts the CLP, well down. I think 4 was the last number, but he is evidently suggesting that could yet expand by 1 or 2. If you were to end the night at about half a dozen, is that mission accomplished or is that abject failure?
No, absolutely. I mean, if we, I've got us, way above that. But I mean, if we did end up in the final wash-up with 6, well, that's 3 times what we currently have. So I see that as a great success for the party.
Senator McMahon, we had an insight there into Leah Finocchiaro and how she's performing in her seat, of course expected to retain that seat that she's won. What do you make of her campaign? Took over the leadership earlier this year and has almost single-handedly pulled off what we are seeing tonight. What do you think?
Yeah, she's run an absolutely fantastic campaign. Everyone refers to Leah as the pocket rocket. She's got endless energy. She's got great policies. She showed herself to be a great leader, and I think she's led a fantastic campaign.
What's the difference between what she's presenting for the Country Liberals and what they took to defeat at the last election? The commentary was that they had to change, they had to rebuild, there had to be a new Country Liberal party. Other than being young and a woman, policy-wise, what is she offering that's different?
So I don't think it's necessarily to say that it's just Leah. I mean, she's been a fantastic advocate and a fantastic leader. But, I mean, the party itself recognised the need to change, the need to modernise, the need to not become complacent, to not appear arrogant to the people of the Northern Territory. As a party, we realised that we had to win the trust back of Territorians, and we've gone a hell of a long way to doing that, and it's been a whole team effort, and very, very proud of the entire team.
Policy-wise, there are things that we've seen coming out of the Country Liberals in this campaign that are very similar to what we saw under the Adam Giles government towards the end of his term. I've reported on policies that Leah Finocchiaro has announced to address youth crime, an issue for a lot of people in pockets of the Territory. They're very, very concerned about the crime that they have experienced, but the policies that Leah has announced have been recycled from what we saw coming out of Adam Giles 4 years ago, a tough-on-crime approach that the Youth Detention Royal Commission said wouldn't work to keep the community safe, wouldn't address the problem that people were concerned about. So is it correct to say that the CLP really is taking a new approach, modernising and or reverting to the tough on crime, stereotypical conservative cliches that they can be criticised for?
No, look, I mean, just because you're going in a new direction and you're refreshing and rebranding yourself doesn't mean that you absolutely throw out everything. I mean, some of the policies that we had were good policies, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with keeping or reviving policies that were good. We can certainly say that the policies of Labor have failed miserably. Look at the stats, look at what everyone's concerned about. You know, during the COVID pandemic, I was travelling around the Territory. Businesses were going bankrupt. Businesses were closing their doors. And the one thing that they were most concerned about was crime. It wasn't even COVID. They were still very deeply concerned about the crime rate. So we can say that, you know, the policies that Labor have had in place for the last 4 years have failed. And therefore, reviving a policy that's a good policy, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm sure they would dispute that. There could be an argument, but Malindir, if we can go to you.
Absolutely dispute that.
No doubt you would.
Totally disagree with all that Sam's saying, but I don't think that's a.
Can I ask you what you did make, though, to Leah Finocchiaro's campaign? She was a one-woman opposition.
Oh, look, clearly there's no doubt, Jack. I mean, you know, for the CLP to have a female leader at the helm and someone who obviously has had to learn very quickly that role, there's no doubt that's a good thing. I think, you know, it is important to see more women step up in a lot of areas and obviously to deal with some of the issues. I know that talking with Sam McMahon sometimes in the Senate, it is important that we see more women move into the political sphere, and you know, that's a credit to Leah, and seriously, you know, she's got a challenge ahead of her, and that's not a bad thing for the Territory.
And has she rebuilt the CLP? Are we seeing a rebuilt CLP?
I don't know. I think
it's
still a bit too soon. I think clearly leading up to this election night, that's been one step. But like all things, and every party, obviously, you see what happens post an election, and then we'll really understand whether there has been any kind of cultural change with the CLP. You know, but I think, you know, I was just out on polling booths in the Gulf country as well, and you know, you do need to see more women out there, and let's see what happens after the election.
Delia, if we'll go back to you, we're now talking about Araluen being not a sure thing for the Territory Alliance either, and there's a zero next to the Territory Alliance name on our screens. What does that result say about the what you've tried to pull off?
Look, you know, still votes to come in, and Matt Patterson, Robin Lamley, Mel Usher, all still in the hunt. So you can see there's seats in doubt, and those seats in doubt include Territory Alliance seats. So no writing off going on here. They're a party that's new, and they've come out and you know, stood up and attracted votes that will help perhaps the CLP win the seat of Brennan. You know, votes that we clearly did it hard tonight. It's hard to see Matthew get up there and be very gracious in identifying that he's taking the seat of Blaine. But, you know, it's hard to see the sheer work ethic that I've watched Terry Mills do in the past months, and the passion he has for the Territory. So it's not been an easy night. I'm pleased to see figures coming in that show Amelia Nuku got up into second place in Sanderson. I know how hard she worked. I know how hard Stephen Close has worked in consecutive elections now to try and get into that seat of Johnson. These aren't people who will go, oh, geez, that was a tough night, so I'm going to, stop the effort. I know the people. I've met the people. I've worked alongside them. They are true Territorians. They're entirely resilient. They're entirely passionate about getting out and meeting people and working hard. So Territory Alliance, their story's going on.
And if they want to do better next time, what will they do differently?
Well, look, they're going to do reflection like every party does. They'll go on a path of self-reflection, but I think one of the things they need to do is just keep on going forward, basically, because they're not even a year old, yeah? So they've got to build up their party, build up their mechanisms, build up the resources, build up their experience. This has been an incredible journey for all of those people coming in fresh into the political life.
I think we're getting some numbers, Malandiri, that you want to share.
Can I just take you to Barkly, Jack? Just some of the numbers coming in there from the Tennant Creek Early Voting Centre. We've certainly got on 2 party preferred. We do have Sid just ahead of the CLP, so he's on about 60 votes ahead. We've got now 600 votes to come from the Gulf and the Elliott region. So that's good for us to see that Sid is ahead, because we're fairly confident with our remote booths.
So that's a new candidate for Labor taking over from long-serving Minister Jerry McCarthy. Entered the race quite late. Jerry McCarthy
Very late,
only announced his retirement late in the game. What did that mean for Labor, Jerry McCarthy leaving, I think it was in May, heading into the election?
Look, I think firstly, Jackie, I just want to congratulate Jerry. I think he's certainly been an important caucus member and a cabinet minister for the Labor government, and certainly wish him and his family dawn well. And I know that the people of the Barkly do the same. But what it meant for Sid, I guess, getting to your question, it meant that he had to hit the ground running. And, a bit like his CLP counterpart, Sid is also on the Barkly Regional Council and knows how to get out there and talk to people. And I've observed that and certainly do wish Sid all the best.
And Senator McMahon, what are you seeing in the seat of Barkly? Very high-profile candidate in the form of Steve Edgington, Mayor of the council. What are you seeing based on your numbers?
Yeah, my numbers are showing slightly different to that. I've got Steve significantly ahead of Sid. Yes, there are booths still to come in, and traditionally they would be booths that would favour Labor. However, Edjo is such a good candidate, and he has been working that electorate so hard. I think we're probably not going to see the traditional Labor support that we have in previous years.
And so what's our tally so far? What is your prediction of what we're going to see in the next?
Well, according to the stats that are coming through to me at the moment, Jack, we've got, if we're ahead on the Tennant Creek poll, and even if it is just by 60 votes, I do feel certainly from the north of the Barkly electorate that Sid was very strong. And we will obviously look at the, preferences of the independent, my uncle, Gadrian Hoosen, who, big shout out to all the family there. They were enormously proud of him running, and that was a difficult battle. But with the greatest of respect, it's democracy, and everyone who feels they should stand should have a go.
We'll get back to Barkly. Senator, thank you.
Kind of appropriate that our team in Darwin, Sam McMahon, Malandiri McCarthy, Delia Laurie and Jacqueline Breen, should be talking about 2 dominant themes there. One was the future of Territory Alliance. The other is the future of the CLP under its new leader, or newish leader, Leah Finocchiaro. She's had some success. We find ourselves at that point in the night where we're straddling both issues. So there are some expectations of movement at that podium that you're seeing now. That's the CLP party function tonight. Its president, Ron Kelly, has already addressed the crowd as a precursor, we understand, to Leah Finocchiaro starting to emerge and to deliver what we can only imagine would be a concession speech. Of course, we indicate this because we will endeavour to bring it to you live and in full the moment we get a movement into that venue by Leah Finocchiaro. But there's the other theme, of course, which is the future of Territory Alliance. It's lost a leader in Terry Mills tonight. And its last remaining MLA is Robin Lambley. She's standing by in Alice Springs to talk to us very shortly, but it's a line ball call what happens in her electorate of Araluen. So let's just check the very latest with Antony to see if Robin Lambley continues to fly the flag for Territory Alliance in the Assembly. Antony?
We've got 65% of the vote counted. Damien Ryan is on 39 for the Country Liberals. Robin Lambley, 29.2. Then we've got Labor 17, Greens 10, 4% with two other candidates whose preferences favour Robin Lambley. When we look at the two-party preferred, we've got a projection of 50.4. The actual raw number is 50.2. And in actual vote numbers, Robin Lambley is ahead by 13 votes. I think that's basically with everything counted for the night. And we've got postals, outstanding postals and outstanding absent votes from other areas to come. So that's too close to call at this stage.
Whenever you're down to slender margins of just 13 votes, it goes without saying that they don't come very much tighter. Robin Lambley, what do you feel if it were all to crumple for you? That would be the end of Territory Alliance for one, but also the end of your own career. Does that weigh heavily on you tonight?
Well, I always knew it would be a very tight contest with the CLP candidate, Damien Ryan, the Mayor of Alice Springs. So to some extent I foresaw this happening, but not to the extent of 13 votes. That's a bit of a shock. But look, there's only 65% of the vote counted, so who knows what will happen. I'm still optimistic.
Robin Lambley, are you internally regretting your decision to run with Territory Alliance? Should you have stuck with the Robin Lambley brand?
Look, I joined Territory Alliance in March because I'd been sitting in the parliament for 5 years as an independent, and being an independent over the last 4 years was an excruciating experience. So I thought over the future 4 years, I'd prefer to have some running mates. So I'm very pleased I joined Territory Alliance. Terry Mills lured me in. He's a very persuasive person. He had a vision, and I share that vision. I think it was a great thing to provide Territorians with an opportunity to vote for a party other than the CLP and the ALP, who have both done miserably over the last 8 years. The fact that we weren't supported is disappointing, but look, it's early days for our party. We're a new party. We've got a lot of potential going forward, I think.
And when you do go forward, what are you going to do differently?
Well, one thing that probably we didn't give ourselves was enough time in hindsight. As I said, I joined the party in March. It started in September. That really isn't enough time to win enough seats to form government, let alone opposition, obviously. So going forward, we just need to build some stronger foundations, get our candidates out there probably earlier, and sell the brand stronger. We just didn't have enough time, and I think COVID worked against us. We couldn't get out onto the doorsteps and explain who we were adequately, and that's been seen in the results tonight.
Was it really just time, though? Are you going to do the same thing for the next 4 years and hope for a different result, or will you be reconsidering what you're selling and how you're selling it?
Look, we came out with some fabulous policies. I mean, Delia Laurie, who's on the panel tonight, she worked very hard with other people behind the scenes, pumping out some really great policies, which we're all very proud of. So it's not a lack of policy or vision. I think it's just selling something different. Territorians, like a lot of Australians, are ironed on to this two-party system, Labor or Liberal. And, I had people telling me at the booths that they didn't vote for me. They always vote Liberal. And I get that. Probably before going on this voyage of my parliamentary career, I thought the same. But I think we do have something unique that we can offer Territorians, and I guess we'll spend the next months and years thinking about how we can sell it better.
Robin Lanley, thank you.
So some pretty frank admissions there by Robin Lamley, uncertain though she must be as to whether she is back in the Assembly or not. She's saying that joining up with Territory Alliance was worth it at the time. Terry Mills was persuasive in bringing her on board, but that in the end there just wasn't enough time to fully market their product, and that's resulted in her being a line ball call whether she survives and whether that brand, that political brand, actually exists in the next Assembly or not. Now, we're still twixt and tween with the CLP party function tonight. Leah Finocchiaro is expected to show up. We just can't predict when. So we'll push on with a few other looks at results and analysis and seats as they come through, which is probably my cue then to hand to Antony Green, just to take us through, Antony, the seats that we know or are fairly certain definitely are changing hands too.
Well, I just went and changed the plan entirely, but I will do those in a moment. But I haven't done Casuarina, and with 25 seats in the Parliament, we have no excuse not to do a seat. And it was my fault I missed this a few minutes ago. But on the first preference is Lauren Moss, 50% of the vote, so she will win that easily. And there's been a two-party preferred swing of 2.2% towards Labor. So that's another one of those Northern Darwin seats. So I just thought I should get that in because I didn't do it earlier. And on to my seat run. The first seat we've given away is Barclay. Now, I wasn't quite sure of what those figures they were discussing there was. This hasn't got all the figures yet. We've only got 17%. We've got the early voting centre at Tennant Creek and one of the mobiles to come. And at the moment, there was a huge swing on the two mobiles we've got, which is why we've called it. And I would be surprised if Labor turned it round on the Tennant Creek vote and the other mobile. But at the moment, we've got Steve Edgington winning that seat. This is where Jerry McCarthy is retired. And we're showing a huge swing at the moment. But look, from that discussion earlier, there is always this question in these remote polling places, language groups and where your campaign can produce quite different results. But if Steve Edgington from Tennant Creek can do well with the mobiles, I'd expect he'd do well in Tennant Creek as well. So I still think that this will be won by the Country Liberals. In Blaine, as I said, Terry Mills finished third. Terry Mills has been defeated. And when we look at the two-party preferred, we're saying that we think that Matthew Curl from the Country Liberals will win that seat. And that's a Country Labor gain, a Country Liberal gain. So that's a gain for them. The next seat is Brennan, the neighbouring seat in Palmerston. Tony Sievers is the sitting member up against Marie-Claire Boothby, who was the CLP candidate for Blaine at the last election. She'll get preferences from the Territory Alliance and from Peter Chandler. And the two-party preferred swing now on the preference count we're getting is a 3.3% swing to the Country Liberals. And we've now got 61% counted, and the Country Liberals will win that one. Yes, we've got them down as a gain on that. There's not much else to come. The next seat's Nelson, 32%. There's some big pre-polls to come, but still Gerard Maley's on 51%. The key thing here was this change in vote with Jerry Woods retiring. Only half of his vote has stayed with the independent, with Beverly Ratahi. So Jerry Maley, I was going to say Peter, it's not Peter Maley. Gerard Maley will win that seat, and he will go on to be the new member for Nelson. So that's another Country Liberal gain. One of the Labor gains is Fong Lim. This is the one seat Labor has gained, or recovered, if you want to put it that way. It was won by Labor, by Jeff Collins at the last election. He's deserted to the Territory Alliance. He's only got 11%, so clearly he didn't have much of a personal vote. Mark Monaghan will be the new Labor member for Fong Lim, 46.6%, no difficulty.
Thank you, Antony. I do have to cut you off there because there is movement. Leah Finocchiaro taking the stage, age 35, a leader of the CLP. Let's hear her speech at the party function. Leah Finocchiaro.
People whose land we gather today. If I can work the microphone. Family, friends, party members and supporters. Tonight I am proud to be a Territorian. I am proud to be a leader of the Country Liberal Party, and I am proud to lead an outstanding team who have worked tirelessly to show Territorians that they do have a choice for a better future and a better government going forward. It is very important. It is very important that we reflect on the journey we have been on. As an opposition of just two, we have had to pick our battles. We have had to work tirelessly to hold a bad Labor government to account, and we have done that. We have done that, and we have done that, and held the Country Liberal name with great esteem and with great pride. And as a party, we have rebuilt and we have strengthened our resolve, because the Territory needs us. It needs the Territory Party. It needs the Country Liberal Party to be that strong Conservative voice for people right across the Northern Territory, to back Territorians who want to have a go, to fight for what is right and for what is fair. And that is what Territorians deserve, and that is why we are the Country Liberal Party, the Territory Party. I want to say thank you. I want to say to all Territorians tonight, no matter where you live, we heard you. We heard you when you said you wanted to live in safe communities. You want to be safe in your business. You want to be safe in your homes. We heard you when you said law and order was a huge issue across the Territory. And that's why we have policies to address those issues, because they matter to you, and what matters to you matters to us. And we heard you when you said you're worried about your jobs and your job security. You're worried about our economy and the decline that has meant our friends and family have left the Territory, and you want it to stop. And we heard you, and we delivered on that economic platform, because we recognise that it is critical to going forward, that we have that growth, that we back the private sector, that we bring back that Territory can-do spirit, and that is what we delivered to Territorians this election campaign. We responded, we listened, and like the true Territory Party, we responded, and that is a credit to everyone. We have a plan that backs the Territory. We have a plan that supports that all-important growth in our private sector. We have a plan for our economic future. And we made those unequivocal commitments to Territorians that we would put their safety first, that we would put the safety of Territorians first and victims first, and ensure we end this endless spiral upwards of crime right across the Territory. We made those commitments, and they stand true. They're as true today as they were yesterday, and they always will be, because that is what we believe in. And of course, tonight, right across the Territory, we have seen thousands of Territorians vote to support that comprehensive, costed plan to build a better Territory. Thousands of Territorians voted in Darwin, in Palmerston, in Katherine, in Alice Springs, in Tennant Creek, in our regions and out bush. Thousands of Territorians thanked us, and because we responded to their calls for leaving. And most importantly, because we are proud and passionate Territorians who want to see a better future for our children and for their children. And our team, how good is our team? I am so proud to lead the Country Liberal Party, but I am prouder to lead a team of candidates that are strong, that are diverse, that are experienced, and that have the best interests of the Northern Territory heart. And tonight is a credit to each and every one of you for doing an excellent job and standing up for what you believe in. So thank you. I want to acknowledge each and every one of them, because it's very, very important. We've got our man, Gibson Farmer, in Arafura, of course. The man... Where's Gibbo? The man whose heart absolutely beats for Alice Springs, Damien Ryan, in Araluen. Out and about right across Arnhem Land, we've got Jerry Amato. Of course, our shining light in the Barclays, Steve Edgington. And taking up the fight in Blaine, Matthew Curl. Our gun in Breitling, Josh Burgoyne. The amazing Marie-Claire Boothby in Brennan. Tony Schelling, working hard out on the ground out there in Casuarina. Everyone's favourite publican, Ian Sloan in Daly. Our magnificent candidate in Drysdale, Leanne Butler. And how good is Tracy Hayes taking the fight up to Michael Gunner? Good on you, Tracy. Our committed Kylie Benani and Fong Lim. Out across the rural area, of course, we've got our 100% rural boy, Jared Maley. And of course, absolute top bloke, all-rounder, Phil Batty out in Goyder. Philip Alice, a gallant in the vast electorate of Wodja. Thank you, Philip. Gary Haslett putting his best foot forward in Johnston. Well done, Gary. Thank you. Of course, Brian O'Gallagher fighting absolutely ferociously out in Karama. We have amazing Jo Hersey, who has not stopped from the minute she got pre-selected down in Katherine. Our hard-working Bill Yan in Namatjira. Steve Doherty taking up the fight in Nightcliff. Good on you, Steve. Toby George, of course, fighting hard in Port Darwin. Derek Mager going hard in Sanderson. And, of course, Jed Hansen working hard in Wanguri. That is our team. That is the Country Liberal Party 2020 team. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so proud, as I said, of this strong and diverse team, this group of Territorians with real experience and skin in the game. And one more round of applause to that amazing team, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there are a few other thank yous I'd like to give tonight. First and foremost, of course, our amazing Country Liberal Party campaign team, and executive team, ably led by our campaign director, Sally Ann Innes. Thank you, Sally Ann. And, of course, party president, Ron Kelly. These guys have been on the job. They have been working hard. They have been supporting our terrific team of candidates. And tonight is a credit to you and your dedication, and I thank you very, very much on behalf of the party. I'd also like to thank you, all of our amazing volunteers, the people who letterbox drops, door knocks with candidates, stuffed envelopes, no matter what your contribution was, small or large. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We could not do this without you, so thank you. It's also really important that I thank Gary Higgins, the former Country Liberal Party leader. He led us out of the 2016 election for 3 years and helped us to rebuild. And Gary, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all you've done for our party. Of course, I'd like to thank my staff, but none more so than Angie, who is my absolute rock. Thank you, Angie. I know you're out there somewhere. I can't see you, but I know you'll be there. She's been with me every step of the way. And, of course, my family, my mum and dad and my parents-in-law, they are an amazing support to my family. Of course, you well know that Sam and I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, and that presents certain logistical challenges, shall we say. And if it was not for my parents and my parents-in-law, we would not be able to do what we do, and they have enabled me every step of the way. So thank you very, very much to them. And, of course, my amazing husband, Sam. I don't know where he is. I couldn't get him on stage, but that's all right. Sam, you are amazing. You have been the best mum and the best dad for our beautiful children, and I absolutely take my hat off to you. You have led the charge at home, and I'll owe you forever. Thank you so much, darling. You've been amazing. You've been amazing. Of course, to Isla and Isaac, I will see you tomorrow, I promise. We will be spending time together tomorrow. And, of course, you know, speaking of our children, that's why we do this. That's why we get out of bed every single day, because we want to build a better territory, and we want to do it for our kids, and we want to do it for their kids. And we believe they should have every opportunity in life and live in this beautiful place we call the Northern Territory, full of jobs, full of opportunity, safe in our community, and that's the legacy that the Country Liberal Party want to leave to the future generations of Territorians out there today. So thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much. I love the language very, very much. What a wonderful you are.
Just a few weeks ago at our campaign launch, I talked about the early days of the Country Liberal Party, and I said that I wanted to lead a new generation of the CLP to harness that can-do territory spirit, and we can do that once again. And just like Paul Everingham and his team in 1978, I want to start a new generation of the CLP, and we've done that tonight here in 2020 with our capable team of candidates, so thank you. And the next generation very much starts tonight, and if there's there are still a lot of votes to count. But if there is one thing I know, it is that the CLP is back. Our new team, there is one thing Territorians can know, and I can tell them right now, our team will work fiercely, we will work tirelessly, and we will do it for you because we believe in this place, we believe in you, we care about what you care about, and we will always fight for what's right, and we will always put Territorians first. And that is an ironclad guarantee to Territorians this evening. We know that tonight Territorians have voted for jobs, they have voted for safety, and they have voted for opportunity. And I'm so proud to be here this evening with you all. Thank you very much. Enjoy the night, and I look forward to speaking to you all as I come around later. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Leah Finocchiaro, the CLP leader. Now, technically, that would be called a concession speech, although she didn't really concede anything. The ABC's projections suggest that Leah Finocchiaro will lead an enlarged CLP in the next Assembly, and that will explain the tone of that speech. Rather chipper, rather upbeat, because Leah Finocchiaro is a lawyer, but we could also call her a builder tonight. She's starting to rebuild the CLP into what she calls the modern next generation CLP. She had an opposition of two, herself and one other. The ABC gave her a notional third seat at the start of tonight. She's likely to end it, though, with a trebling of numbers. Give or take a few, she should have at least 6 and possibly more MLAs in her party room when it convenes in Darwin for the first sittings of the next Assembly. So, yeah, not technically a concession speech, but certainly one that tries to rally her New Look team around her and to set their sights eventually on the next election, fully 4 years away. So, with that one out of the way, it does leave only one remaining part of the puzzle tonight, and that will be the Labor leader and Chief Minister Michael Gunner's speech. We don't have any precise timings on it, but we are keeping an eye on the venue for that, the Waratahs Club. So, of course, matching up with that speech, we'll be bringing Michael Gunner to you live when that happens. But we might, in the meantime, go back to our panel and start to pick up on some of the themes put down by Leah Finocchiaro. And Sam McMahon, CLP Senator, I've already done my summation, but there's a big look to the future here, Sam. A young dynamo in Leah Finocchiaro, pretty adamant she'll do the best she can to hold this Labor government to account.
Yeah, absolutely. And no, you're quite right. It was not a concession speech, which I fully agree with, because we haven't conceded. And I am still of the belief that we can form government. If we can't, then we're going to have an absolute cracker of an opposition. I know how hard it's been for the last 4 years with Gary and Leah, just the two of them, holding the government to account. So I know that however many MLAs we end up with, they're going to have an absolute cracker of either a government or an opposition. So I'm very optimistic for the future.
You might be very optimistic for the future, the immediate future. Later tonight, Sam McMahon, if you think there's still a chance that the CLP could form government, how do you see that happening?
I don't see that happening tonight. As I said, my count hasn't changed. I still have CLP on probable 9, Labor on probable 10, at least one independent, maybe one TA, and several undecided. And I think that some of these are probably not going to be decided tonight, or maybe not even in the coming days. Some of these are going to be very close.
What do you make of that, Malandiri?
Look, my numbers differ very much to Sam's. I mean, we've called Fanny Bay, Casuarina, Guadja, Sanderson, Nightcliff, Wanguri, Drysdale, Karama. Antony called Port Darwin for us. So we're certainly looking good there, I think, Jack. Obviously, the Barclay, I'm keen to see some more stats come through for that. And Fong Lim, we've heard, I think Antony gave that to us as well. And I know that Mark Moynihan, whilst not wanting to declare it just yet, he's sitting pretty comfortably, I would have thought. So my numbers differ very much to Sam McMahon's, and I'm, incredibly pleased
that we are where we are in terms of the support for Territory Labor.
Is there any doubt in your mind that we've formed a Labor government here in the Territory tonight?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, we're just waiting now for the final booths. I mean, what we're seeing tonight is really, especially with the bush seats, we don't normally go this slowly, but obviously with the way the Electoral Commission's had to do the count because of COVID-19 and the strategic sort of style of counting, we're just seeing it coming much slower, that's all. So I'm feeling that we just wait. It's good to see where Anthony is in Daly. It's good to see that even Blaine, we're not prepared to concede that. We're just interested to see what happens in the next 24 hours in terms of those votes coming in. We know that Mark's done incredibly well to get to that point. Breitling, again, Dale obviously has our Dale Wakefield, and there's two Dales in Breitling, but our Dale has done incredibly well to be in the position that she is there tonight. Naturally, we're waiting for Shirley's stats to come through on Namatjira. It is tough, just with the inclusion of some of the Alice boundary into Namatjira. But some of the stats I've looked at tonight, and we're not prepared to concede any of those.
Has she convinced you, Senator? Not quite. If not, tell me what you thought of Leah Finocchiaro's non-concession speech. She said the CLP is back. You disagree on how back it is, but what did you think of what she had to say?
Look, Melandieri's got slightly different figures to me, and in the end she may be proved correct and I may not, but I am still not convinced. I still think, Port Darwin, yes, it is looking more like it's going towards Labor. Thanks very much to Terry Mills. He can take that on the chin for if we do end up giving Port Darwin away to Labor. I still think it's too close to make a call. There's too many seats that a handful of votes are in it. Whilst I concede that Labor is slightly ahead of us, I don't think it's a done deal yet.
Melandieri, what do you make of that argument from Senator McMahon that there is a Territory alliance effect on the CLP's chances this evening, and that's part of what's
look, I guess my focus has been, Jack, is on our performance. I mean, clearly it's good to be where we are tonight for Labor, in particular when we had both parties focus all their energy on wanting to isolate us. I mean, both these parties preferenced each other. We obviously got the 3 seats from the TA in terms of support, but when I spoke to Paul Kirby in Port Darwin, that was really way down the list, and as what kind of difference would that preference make, I don't know. So we went into this basically facing two major parties now, with TA coming into the scene, both wanting to really go us. And we just had to hold firm and stay steady and, just ask the people of the Northern Territory to stay with a safe pair of hands, and that's Michael Gunner.
And do you have numbers on the seat of Mulca that has potentially not decided that Michael Gunner is the pair of hands that they want managing things in North East Arnhem Land?
Well, I mean, let's remember that as much as I would love to see Len Walker in that seat, Mike Gaiula is the incumbent, and incumbents usually should have a better chance. So I think that there'll clearly be obvious discussions that have to take place with those who are independents that do come in, and I'm sure all of that will take place in due course.
Delia Laurie, your response to the argument from the country Liberals that Labor might hold government, stay in power, in part because of the way the Territory Alliance has played the game?
Look, that's completely not correct. You look at CLP, they were wiped out at the last election. They were left with 2 members in Parliament. I think one thing I heard consistently over the last 4 years is everyone wants a strong opposition. So the view that someone else is to blame for CLP's result tonight, I think it's a nonsense, quite frankly. What we saw was soft votes going off both parties, and as Antony, talked about where the votes were going in the vote towards Territory Alliance, it was coming off both. It wasn't coming off the CLP. It wasn't just coming off Labor. We had people in the centre, people who are, looking for an alternative to the major parties, saying, well, I'm actually attracted by an alternative that Territory Alliance was offering. So you've seen a gain in CLP seats here. You've seen a pattern for Labor holding across Darwin, and some inroads in terms of holding in Palmerston. There's a couple of seats there that are it's still a bit early on in terms of the numbers. You've seen definitely in Alice Springs the strength still with Robin Lamley and Matt Patterson. I don't know the latest on Catherine, so I don't know where that seat's going to go. But Territory Alliance is its own group of people running on its own policies, putting its own efforts in, and they're going to be forced to be reckoned with going forward. I just don't buy the CLP blame game. I'm not going to enter into that. What I will say is every Territorian went into this election wanting a stronger opposition. There was a lot of disenchantment with the government. There was a view that people got very nervous around the COVID and the pandemic in terms of, do you change, do you risk it, a new government coming in a pandemic environment. But there was a lot of unhappy people. Businesses had been hurting. People were sick of the crime situation. So, if Labor get through to being the next government, whether it's in a minority or majority situation, one thing we know is for sure. There'll be a stronger, louder and far more determined opposition, and that may well be CLP, Territory Alliance and independents. Now, as we know, strong oppositions are always good for good government.
Is that what you were aiming for, though? That's falling short of what you wanted to do, which is change the government. Opposition is quite a consolation.
Well, we don't know where it's going yet, yeah? So it's looking definitely like potentially you've got a sort of a combination of seats that are in play still out there that you're just too far in doubt. Too tight with the numbers as they are currently. To sit here and say tonight that we've got a very clear result. For those of us who live and work in the Northern Territory and know how small these seats are and know what can happen once you get recounts on Monday and counting into Tuesday on seats in doubt, geez, that's a big call. I'm pleased as a Territorian that we're going to have a strong opposition. Yeah, that's what we've so desperately needed for 4 years. I'm also pleased that Territory Alliance has gone out there and given it a great shot, and we've still got seats in play that we might win.
Thank you, Delia.
And it's gone 10:37 in the Territory on a night when the ABC's projecting that the Gunner government will be re-elected, the only question being whether it's slightly in minority or with a majority at that magic number of 13. No one much in the mood to concede anything so far, not Leah Finocchiaro and not Sam McMahon either, nor Delia Laurie, the both of whom are on our expert panel, bringing you analysis from Darwin, while Antony Green and I are based at the Election Data Hub here in Sydney. So the next thing is, I suppose, a major set piece in any election night, and that would be the emergence of Michael Gunner to deliver what we'll describe as a victory speech. Normally that would follow a concession, it's true, but let's go ahead and assume that Michael Gunner feels in a confident enough position to deliver a speech tonight. You're seeing the venue hasn't exactly filled up with people yet, but we do expect that it will shortly, when the leader makes his appearance there, to declare whatever he wants to declare. While we wait to get there, why don't we go back to Antony Green. Antony, you can set for us the overall picture of where this vote count is at after so many hours and what the parliament might look like.
39.1% for Labor, Country Liberals 30.6%, Territory Alliance 12.8%, the Greens 4.6%. Territory Alliance are polling 14.5% in their own seats, the seats they're contesting. The Greens are polling 10% in the seats they're contesting, which is roughly twice what they got last time. And if we look at the change in vote that's occurring, that's the change. Labor down 3, Territory Alliance up 10, Country Liberals down 1, others down 7.2. If we look at the chamber, we'll first let the chamber on, the 25-seat chamber. We'll show the seats which we're definitely giving away, which is Labor 12, Country Liberal 6 and 2 others. At the moment, there's no Territory Alliance seats. If we add in a few more which are leaning that way, the 13th gets Labor to that extra seat, and we've got the Territory Alliance leaning. It adds up to 1, but, it's not... I'm not convinced that that's necessarily certain. Now, we've got a couple of seats, 5 seats we're keeping in doubt. And the reason we're saying that Labor hasn't got 13 is this seat, Arnhem. We've got the first of the remote mobiles, and as I thought would happen, Ian Goombala is now running second, Jerry Amato from the Country Liberals second, and Labor's only on 40.5. Now, the Country Liberal Party had preferences for Mr Goombala, and if those preferences flow strongly, then Labor could win. We've got another mobile to come. And that's it will be from a different language group, no doubt. And I'm not sure what those numbers are, but there's no way I can call it on those numbers at this stage. So that's why we haven't gone to 13. He says that Arnhem remains in doubt, and I'm pleased I took it out of the category earlier because that was the correct thing to do. Catherine remains in doubt also. Labor's on 32.8. Joe Hersey from the Country Liberals on 32.1. Melanie Usher on 30.3. Used to work for Sam McMahon before becoming the candidate for the Territory Alliance, deserting to the other side. And at the moment, the Territory Alliance preferences will determine the winner, and that will be Joe Hersey. I can't see that Labor's going to slip out of the top spot on first preferences. Therefore, it will be the Territory Alliance that goes out, and in which case, that's a Country Liberal gain. But at the moment, we've left it because we don't have a preference count. Araluen, it's down to 13 votes at the end of night. Robin Lamley, despite being 10% behind 39 for the Country Liberals, Damien Ryan, Territory Alliance on 29.2 with Robin Lamley. The preferences favour her, and the two-party preferred swing we're getting out of that at the moment is 8.1 to the Country Liberals. We have it on, they're on 13 vote difference. So Araluen's too close to call. If Robin Lamley had a good or well-organised postal vote campaign, then perhaps she will do that well with those outstanding votes. The next seat's Daly, which I'm having some difficulty with. We've got 60% counted. Labor is ahead on first preferences just. We have a preference count which has Labor ahead by about 160, 170 votes. But the Coolangatta early voting centre preference count is yet to come in. I expect when that comes in, it will wipe out Labor's lead and Daly will be too close to call, which is why we haven't called it. And in Namatjira, 28.6 for the Country Liberals, 28.5 for Labor, 23.2 for the Territory Alliance. Territory Alliance might get into second place, but I don't think they will. I think they'll stay in third place, in which case it becomes a Country Liberal versus Labor contest. And we've got a two-party preferred for that count. And at the moment, now Labor is ahead by 30 votes, but the postal votes and the outstanding absence and pre-polls will favour the Country Liberals. That was a huge difference last time. So while Labor is ahead by 30 votes, our projection is the Country Liberals will win it. For the moment, I've left it in doubt because there's a conflict between the actual votes and the projection. But they're the 5 seats we've left in doubt. So Arnhem will determine whether Labor gets to 13 seats. Araluen will determine whether there's any Territory Alliance members elected. Namatjira, Catherine, and the other seat I mentioned, whose name I've forgotten at the moment, it's getting late in the night, they will determine how many seats the Country Liberals end up with, and maybe, in Namatjira's case, maybe an extra Labor seat. Yeah,
so there's a little something remaining for all parties as far as questions that are unanswered tonight. Antony, thank you. We are, as we've flagged already, waiting for Michael Gunner to emerge and deliver what we're describing as a victory speech. So why don't we go back to Felicity Davey there at the party function centre. It looked a bit barren when last we saw a shot from where you are. Felicity, is it filling up? Just set the scene for us.
Well, you can't see it. The podium's behind me, but on the other side, the room's packed, and it's packed full of grinning faces. the rank and file certainly are, as we spoke about earlier tonight, Greg, calling it for Labor, but Labor itself, Michael Gunner's team, they're playing it cautious tonight. They're not ready to come and claim victory yet. My understanding is that there are still some booths they want to see called for them for certain, and they won't be here to talk about victory until there's a majority government for sure, is my understanding.
Wow, well, that is an extremely cautious position given the ABC's projections, which are that you just may not get to 13 and may not tonight. Now, if that were the case, I guess are you suggesting that, yes, we would hear from Michael Gunner, but it just might be a more nuanced speech than would traditionally be expected? Is that the suggestion?
Well, I think what I'm suggesting maybe is that we might be in for a long night. And although it sounded like Leah Finocchiaro was wrapping up, so she might be able to go to bed early tonight, it sounds like, we might have to wait a little bit longer before Labor feels confident. They did say to me just before, some of his team, a couple of booths, that there were some, quote, burly booths they were looking out for. We're not quite sure which ones they're paying attention to the most, but certainly the sense that I'm getting is that they really want to make sure that they've got government in their own right before they're talking about or claiming victory.
Right. Well, having been at a few late-night party functions, Felicity James, that can only mean one thing. These things can get very messy if the leader doesn't show up too soon. And I'm going to go so far as to say, particularly in the Territory.
I think it might already be going a little bit off track here, just in front of me, Greg. I think people are sort of losing sight of maybe what they're here for, but they're all having a good time, that's for sure. Of interest, we had the Dreamtime match here. The AFL's Dreamtime match was held in Darwin on the same night as the election. Joel Bowden just arrived. He's a former Richmond player, and he was grinning from ear to ear about, I guess, both Richmond's win tonight and also Labor's prospective victory here tonight. Although there's not many people, people left the football pretty early, I have to say. There was only a few people watching that. Most of them are in here watching Antony Green up on the big screen.
Well, that's good to hear. So while we're talking to you, we have been able to show our viewers a shot from the other room over the back of you, which we hadn't really appreciated before because we saw this empty venue where Michael Gunner is set up to deliver this speech. How many would you say are actually assembled there now, Felicity?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I've never been good at just like head counts on the spot, but I'd say we'd have at least a couple of hundred here, and we're at a football ground here. So as you know, the Darwin evenings are nice to be out in. So there's also people outside of this room here, the Waratah Football Club room. So it's not just in here, but I guess you could probably get a sense from the sound around me that there are a lot of people here and that the club rooms are packed.
Well, at 11:15, we might let you go and make further inquiries as to the whereabouts of Michael Gunner, Felicity, and we'll hear back from you later when there looks like there's going to be movement from that venue. So Felicity James just bringing us up to speed there with the situation coming from the Waratahs Club, which is where Michael Gunner will eventually emerge. But that does leave us enough time to go back to our panel also in Darwin. And Jacqueline Breen, if you can indulge me, I'm going to actually try and direct two questions here. One, first of all, to Delia Laurie about Territory Alliance, and then one that goes to our two senators. But Delia, I'm just wondering, as we look at Robin Lambley, the sole flag bearer for Territory Alliance, if Michael Gunner, in a minority situation, I know you're going to tell me this is hypothetical, but if he came to her and enticed her the speakership, what would be your attitude as a party advisor to having your one and only representative moving into that position? You can see the attraction, I think.
Oh, look, I think anyone who knows Robin knows she absolutely loves being on the floor and being a very strong voice for the people of Alice Springs. I think that's why they keep re-electing her, basically. She's a great parliamentary performer. She's got the experience as a former minister. She's an incredibly passionate woman, and I think we all know that Michael Gunner will go searching for Kezia Purick in terms of the offer of the Speaker. I think that would be an absolute travesty. I think that Chancey Paik showed his stripes. I was incredibly proud to watch him as the Speaker. I know he'd been the understudy, and he was really keen to be the Speaker. And if he's not the Speaker in a Labor government going forward, then that's an absolute travesty.
Yeah, I only posed the question because obviously it's a live one for Michael Gunner to have to address, we presume. But anyway, I might just go, before handing back to Jacqueline Breen, just to our two senators, Malarndirri McCarthy and Sam McMahon. You're sitting here talking opposite sides of the political line, but I know that both of you are heading back to Canberra for senatorial duties tomorrow, and then early next week, Malarndirri McCarthy, I think the pair of you are going to unite on something of very great interest to Territorians. Because we have a bit of time to play with, just bring us up to speed on where the pair of you are at with trying to argue that the Territory in the federal parliament should have more than one electorate. We see you and Sam united on this, I believe.
Yes, that's correct, Greg. Labor's got a private senator's bill in the Senate, which we will debate pretty much first up on Monday before lunch, and that's when we have the private senator's bills heard. So I'll certainly be wanting to speak on that debate, and no doubt Senator McMahon can speak for herself, but we have worked together. Sam McMahon's brought the Nationals with her in terms of the Senate. We've seen through the inquiry that's currently underway as well, Greg, that the Australian Greens support this. I know Senator Jackie Lambie has also told me that she supports it. I think we also got a call from Senator Lyons. So if people vote the way they say they will, we should see the private senator's bill get through. But at this point in time, though, we will just debate it. And I do look forward to that, and certainly ask our fellow Australians across the country to sign up to a petition that I have that we can table in the Senate at some point. So anyone who'd like to support the Northern Territory retain the seat of Lingiari and the seat of Solomon, we'd really like your support on this as well.
All right. Well, that's a bipartisan push, as I understand it. Jack, we'll hand back to you.
It is bipartisan as far as the country Liberals and Labor goes, but we're yet to hear anything very encouraging out of your coalition partners, Senator McMahon, on that petition. As far as I understand, last I checked, they weren't coming out in support of the bill that you're co-sponsoring to get 2 seats for the Northern Territory. What's the blockage there? Why can't you convince Canberra that the Territory needs better representation than just one federal seat?
Well, that's not quite true. We certainly, as Malarndirri said, I certainly have the support of my Nationals Party colleagues. In fact, they co-signed the bill with myself and Labor. So they're very, very supportive of it. I have not heard from the Liberals as to what way they're going to go. So it's not that they are not supporting it. I just don't have a commitment from them yet on what their actions will be. There certainly is a huge...
What does that say, though, if they haven't... you've been campaigning on this for a while now. You're one of their coalition partners. You've made the case, and the case doesn't need to be made for the representation that the Territory needs and deserves, the problem that it's had, the representation that it needs. What does it say that the Prime Minister or other members of the Liberal Party, Matthias Cormann in the Senate, haven't given a response and haven't taken up the cause?
They haven't given a response is exactly right. It doesn't mean they're not going to support it, and they may well do. I mean, that is a matter for their party room to discuss and to formulate how they intend to vote on it. But there's certainly a lot of individual support. I have not had one person say to me that they would like to see the Territory lose representation. In fact, quite the opposite. They're very keen for the Territory to maintain its representation. Don't forget, this is before the Senate at this stage, so it doesn't involve the Prime Minister. It's a Senator's bill. Now, if it passed through the Senate, then it would go to the other house, and then that would be a matter for them over there.
What's the blockage, though? They haven't said anything about it yet. Matthias Cormann is across the issue. What's the hold-up?
Well, there is no blockage. They may well come out in full support of it next week.
Senator McCarthy, are you
I look forward
frustrated?
To that. I do. I totally look forward to that.
They may well do.
Seriously. I think if we can get that support, then that will really be incredibly awesome for the people of the Northern Territory. So let's see if that does happen. And I have no doubt that, Sam McMahon is putting that pressure there. But, we have worked tirelessly on this. And I also want to, do a big shout out to the Lingiari family out at Wave Hill and on Gurindji country. They've certainly written to the Prime Minister expressing from a cultural perspective as well, Jack, that, it took them a long time to make the decision to give the Parliament the name of Lingiari, and that was such a significant thing. And I know, it's hard to explain that often, but I think the cultural aspect of this is also important. And, we've heard, the song from Little Things, Big Things Grow. So, we really just want to remind the rest of Australia that we want to keep growing.
And just on that, today is Freedom Day.
That's right. So it is the anniversary, 54th anniversary today. And a big shout out to all the people out at Kalgoorlie. We'll definitely be there for the 55th, I'm sure.
Yes. Well, hopefully we're not waiting as long for the results of the election as we might have to wait for a response to the petition. But let's go back to you now, Greg.
Yeah, so we're still on hold here, really, Jacqueline Breen, because we're in Michael Gunner's hands. We're hearing that, there will be movement at the Waratahs Club before too long. There's still that empty room, but as we know from our earlier coverage, there's a mass of party members waiting just outside it. They'll be ushered in as his car approaches the club. Now, why might he be delayed thus far? Well, as we understand it, he and his leadership team are really anxious about the status of a couple of seats. Now, one in particular is Arnhem, where Selina Yubo is the sitting MLA. And as we understand it, Michael Gunner just wants to get a better fix on the remaining booths or ballots that are still to come in. So why don't we go back to Antony Green and take a look at Arnhem. It seems critical to Michael Gunner. He says so anyway, or his team does. What are you reading on it?
I've got Arnhem, and I'm going to add two other seats because there are two other seats still in play. This is Arnhem here, which is the southern Arnhem Land, an area south of the Roper River, and Groot Island over here. So there's two mobile polling booths in this district, and they cover different areas. Now, if I bring up that electorate and we look at the setup, Selina Yubo up against Ian Goombala is the candidate who's running against them. If you look at the votes here, we've got one of the mobiles and we've got Tyndall, and I think we've got Catherine Early votes to come. Selina Yubo's on 40, Mr Goombala's on 28.5, and Jerry Marto from the Country Liberals on 20.2. He had a how to vote recommending preferences to Mr Goombala. So there will be, and his how to vote was to the CLP. So if the Labor Party vote stays on 40%, then there's a chance they can be run down on preferences. That's why they're waiting on that second mobile, because if the Labor vote holds up in that one, they will win that seat, and that's the 13th seat. Now, the other seat which has come back into play is Barclay. Now, when Malindiri McCarthy was talking about what had happened at the Tennant Creek, I didn't really believe it, but it's actually happened. The gap has narrowed. It's 39.3. There's one big mobile, which I think includes the on-the-day Tennant Creek booth. 46%, so that's come right down. Labor's on 43.3, and there's 10% there with the two other candidates. If you look at the change in vote, it's a big drop in the Labor vote. A big rise in the CLP vote. Elliot McAdam ran as an independent last time, which is where that independent vote last time came from. If I look at the two-party preferred swing, it's a big swing, 18.7%. CLP is ahead on 52.9, but that has come right down by about 8 or 9% on that early vote. Labor won the early vote in Tennant Creek. If they do as well within that booth at which is part of the mobile this time, than Labor could yet win Barclay. So we put that one back into that. We've taken it out of the country Liberal total because we just don't have enough information. There is one other electorate, and that's Daly, which is Gary Higgins' seat, which I have not been able to get, and I'll just run through the pictures here. Gary Higgins, retiring country Liberal member, he was the former leader until the start of the year. Ian Sloan from the Country Liberals, who came to Darwin as an Irish backpacker, managed to stay, got a job, now runs the tavern at Berry Springs, so he's a bit of a backstory there. Anthony Venice is the Labor candidate who's run last time. First preference votes, Labor's ahead, but Regina McCarthy's preferences favour Ian Sloan. Now, the two-party preferred we're seeing at the moment seems to be 4.5% to Labor. Labor is about 150 votes ahead. But we haven't got the two-party preferred from Coolangatta Early Voting Centre, and from the first preferences, it's clear that Labor's lead will be completely wiped out when the two-party preferred from Coolangatta comes in. So that's why we haven't given away Daly. So I think Daly is another one. So I think Daly, Barclay and Arnhem are 3 seats that the government is actually looking out for. So it's not just Arnhem. There's 3 seats there, and they're clearly deciding they want to wait for those numbers.
Yeah, now I suppose it's foreseeable that they could break in different ways. Arnhem, Labor loses. Barclay, it picks up on, the later trend that you've just outlined. All of this making the difference around what number? A finishing position of 11 or 12?
They
or 12
have 12
or 13?
Labor has 12. This will determine whether they get to 13 and maybe even 14. So that's what this is about. But it's understandable. If the counting is going on, the counting tonight will determine whether they have 12 or 13. So I think it's perfectly understandable why the Chief Minister's not going to come out and speak yet.
It's a vastly different speech you give when you think you're at 12 as against a speech when you think you're at 14.
Yeah, and look, it's like the Eden Monaro by-election the other week. Everyone was very keen to have a result, and everyone was jumping in and calling it one way, and we wouldn't call it. And eventually the figures turned up at about 12:30 at night that allowed you to call it after we'd gone off air. Now, he's trying to make sure that we stay on air for his speech, I think. So
I'm sure, as the nation does, Anthony, that he is heavily reliant on your analysis. It's better than anyone else in the game, but they'll be in the dark as much as anyone. And I guess if that happened, if we did go off air and he gave whatever speech, a nuanced one, it is conceivable that you could be out giving breaking news drops on other platforms on the ABC.
We could have to wind the clock back and do a call of the board yet.
Yeah, well, that's old school, the full call of the board. But yes, you might now appreciate why it is that Michael Gunner is holding fire there. You're not going to want to make a speech until you know exactly what it is that you're trying to declare. So hence the caution from the Chief Minister. And while we wait for that and further movements within the Labor Party room that we've showed you a shot from there a few times, there's still nothing to update you on. It's barren and awaiting the leader's arrival. So let's go back to our panel there, and maybe Malandiri McCarthy will come back to you because Antony Green is suggesting that your early mail in Barclay was on the money. Things are in fact looking better.
Why was he so surprised, Greg? I mean,
genuinely not, I guarantee it. Just giving you some kudos where it's deserved, Malandiri McCarthy.
Look, I've got some extras for you if you like.
Go
Greg.
on. Tell us
Sure.
what you got.
Okay, so I've got the mobile team Barclay 1, and this is on 2 candidate preferred. So this would be around the north of the Barclay in terms of mobiles. So we're looking at the Labor candidate Sid Vashist on 335, just from that particular booth, and the CLP on 291.
Right. You might be wishing at this point in the evening that your cousin was receptive to your overtures. Uncle, not cousin, about preferencing. Too late for much of a change there. But what do you know of his disposition when it came to Labor preferences?
Oh, look, he was certainly very supportive of Sid Vashist, and, they did obviously have conversations at some point throughout the campaign, Greg, and I think too that, people do know Labor in those regions and naturally wanted to still go second if they weren't, if they were going for Gadrian Houston first.
So sorry, Jack, just before I go, can I just butt in for one more, Jack? Sorry, getting messy here, but it is late at night. Now, just on Arnhem, though, we also pulled that apart with Antony. There were suggestions, were there not, that Selina Yubo had come in for a little bit of, I won't use the word dirty tricks, but it hadn't been an easy campaign for her. Against that backdrop, does the result that we're seeing in Arnhem come as a great surprise? Do you want to elaborate at all on what it was that she endured?
Yeah, for sure. For sure. What we certainly heard throughout the mobile polling, firstly, I suppose we always knew that having Tyndall, having the RAF base was going to make a huge difference in some capacity. However, we were fairly confident that there'd be strength in the other area. But the other thing that Selina was also facing was having Minieri or Hodgson Downs also included into Arnhem. And so, naturally, one of the issues that come out, or certainly came out in a number of the bush seats, in particular Barclay as well, is the concern around fracking too, Greg. So we knew, with that particular issue plus the inclusion of defence, we know that Ian Goombala, who's run before, certainly was going to be fairly strong in Nooka, one of the communities there. And we just thought and believed that Selina would still make it through. So these factors, which we kind of knew were there, we knew that they would impact. And obviously, as we can see, it's quite delayed in getting the kind of result we would have liked to have got to by now. But I'm not discounting Selina Yubo. She's well-loved, well-liked, certainly in Numbulwar and Group region, Bullman, Barunga, Beswick, Gilkmingan. So I'm still certain that we'll see Selina get over the line.
And someone like Michael Gunner, who's had a baby during this term of office, and
there's been quite a few babies.
There's been a baby boom in the Labor government.
Lauren Moss in Casuarina with her baby, and Nicole Manison, obviously.
Malandira, you mentioned the issue of fracking, which hasn't come up at all tonight, really, although, Delia, it was the key policy difference between the Territory Alliance and the two major parties. Did you overestimate the opposition to fracking that still exists in the Northern Territory community? It was such a big issue at the last election, but seems to be on the sidelines of this one.
Look, I think if we didn't have a pandemic where people are actually genuinely worried about what's happening in their life, I can't count the number of people who are so deeply passionate to stop fracking in the Territory. And I think there's this sense of disbelief with so many that it could go ahead. And I think people are hoping that people see sense, whoever is in government, in terms of the gas glut, the prices tanked, and the concerns that prevail across our communities in terms of, water contamination. So I don't think anyone of us who go across our community underestimate the depth of the feeling against fracking. Lock the Gate, I think, did a poll and it was about 86%. It's just that at a point in time in people's lives where they're worried about whether there's a pandemic coming in any day across a border, where they've seen the people they love literally lose their jobs. We've had, just in the month of June to July, 3,000 jobs gone. People's livelihoods crash. So they are more real and present about how can I put food on the table? How can I pay the bills? People's mortgage relief that they went for, well, that's now lifting and they're going to be met with larger bills. So when you're trying to find the money to pay for the food and pay for your rent or cover your mortgage and your business has crashed, that issue of we've got to save our future, we've got to save our environment is not the issue, the first issue you're voting on. You're voting on a desperate need for certainty in your life. Your health will come first. That health vote will kick in first. And then there's that desire that the talk that all three parties had around economic growth. kicks in because people are desperate for it.
It was the case that Terry Mills actually called for the election in the Northern Territory to be postponed because of the arrival of the pandemic, and questions about how that would affect logistics was what he was saying. He was concerned about how the pandemic could potentially disenfranchise people in remote areas, especially even more so than they already are, and they could struggle to access the vote. But I think I picked up that there was also concern that the pandemic would have a distortionary effect on the way people were thinking about their vote. Terry was saying that the election should be delayed until October, and that would have meant that there was potentially more clear air for people to think about other issues. Was that part of it?
No, look, it was very clearly on the issue around people's safety and being able to, we knew the Electoral Commission weren't able to go out and actually do the enrolment drive in April. So the genuine concern that, 18 to 22-year-olds wouldn't actually be enrolled to vote. The genuine fear that people had at the time, when you look at when Terry was calling for that extension, it was the whole stay-at-home period in the Northern Territory. It was where people weren't sending their kids to school. So the logistics that the Electoral Commission would confront in terms of running a campaign in a pandemic, giving people the chance to actually be enrolled to vote because biosecurity barriers were coming up, were huge issues for Terry and Territory Alliance.
Not a normal election here in the Northern Territory at all, and it won't be elsewhere. Greg, we'll go back to you.
Yes, thanks, team. There in Darwin, we're monitoring events from the election hub here in Sydney, and word is reaching us from the Waratahs Club that Michael Gunner is in his car making his way towards that venue. What has prompted him to finally make that journey, we can't be entirely sure, but we do know he and his advisors were looking very closely at 2 to 3 seats that hung in the balance. Antony Green listed some of those for us a moment ago. So what we propose to do is go a little old school, because we don't know quite how long it might be for Michael Gunner. We were going to run through a whole slew of seats, but we'll just hold that thought because, of course, in the city of Darwin, motor vehicle ride from one part to the next for Michael Gunner can't take too long. So let's go ahead and assume that he's 5 to 10 minutes away. Probably not enough time to run through each and every of the 25 seats. Let's go through, though, and pluck out those which remain significant and upon which Antony Green is training his gaze closely. Which ones are we going to jump into now?
Well done, Greg, for getting away from what the script told you. We've got 2 seats which are just coming in now, which are part of that critical thing, what's going on. In Daly, we finally got the Coolangatta Early Voting Centre, 2-party preferred. They're the first preference votes, 35.7 for Labor, 35.3 for the CLP, 18% for the Territory Alliance. You look at the what we're going to do is the 2-candidate preferred, and at the moment, Labor on 2-candidate preferred is ahead by 6 votes. And given the trend in the postal votes, we're predicting the CLP will be 50.2. Now, both of those leads are just too small. So Daly is right back in doubt. That's why we've kept it there for a while. That 2-candidate preferred came in. Labor is ahead by 6 votes, but the projection is the Country Liberals will win for 50.2. So too close to call, a lot more counting to come. The next one was Barker, and this has come right... Barclay, sorry. I'm thinking Barker in South Australia. 40.9 for Steve Edgerton. That number's come right down. Labor's on 38.4. Gadri and Houston on 18.6%. The 2-candidate preferred is that CLP are ahead. Now, Labor is ahead on about 51.9 after preferences. So they're ahead on the vote. We're projecting that the CLP will get 50.6. The postal vote heavily favours the CLP in these outback electorates because it's mostly farmers and farm workers and stuff. So at the moment, Barclay remains in doubt, but Labor is on 51.9. I don't know the exact vote number. There's other distances. So considering we saw, this has always been the problem with these outback seats, you get quite disparate swings in one mobile group as opposed to another. Who's out there campaigning? But clearly part of the electorate, Steve Edgerton did very well. I think the final mobile included the on-the-day vote in Tennant Creek. So maybe that matched the early voting centre. But at the moment, Labor is ahead on the count in Barkly. Our projection is the CLP just win. So Barkly is right back in doubt. And I'll just, because I haven't had a chance to look, I'll just see if there's been any updates in Arnhem yet while I've been talking to you. Yes, there has been. 47.4 in Arnhem. Labor is on 41.5. Mr. Goombler on 34. Jerry Mardos 16. That's got to be a really strong preference flow to close that gap. That one's still in doubt. We can't call Arnhem tonight. So that's another of the seats they're looking for. But now Labor is ahead on the votes in both Daly and Barkly. Projecting based on the postal votes, etc., from last time, Labor will fall behind in both. And Arnhem, then maybe they've got better preference estimates. The preference count was Labor versus the CLP, and I suspect that's been dropped. They have probably got better scrutineers' figures. They may have been scrutineering Labor versus Mr. Goombler, which is probably exactly why they've been holding off. They want to hear what their scrutineers are saying. We get a different count. The scrutineers may have been doing a different count.
All right, so Daly and Barkly, let's just follow that trend line to say Labor drops behind and never makes up. But they hold on in Arnhem.
It's 13 seats.
That's 13.
Barkly and Daly are still the possible 14th and 15th. I'm just looking at the numbers behind you, 12. So Arnhem becomes a 13th, then Barkly and Daly are two possibilities. But if they hold Arnhem, they have 13 seats. Now, they should have better scrutineering figures. I suspect this is what they've been waiting for. They want to know what their scrutineering figures are. If he's going to come out and claim victory, he's got better figures than us. We don't have that number.
Of course, this is utterly consistent with what I think yourself was saying, Anthony, but also party advisors you would speak to were saying, look, it's messy, it's confusing, we can't tell, but looking at where Labor started, 16 seats, a good result for them was always going to be where we are right now, isn't it? 12 or 13. When you factor in that some correction from the amazing results of 2016 was inevitable, is that roughly how you would summarise this night?
When the election started, I said they had 16 seats. Fong Lim was the seat they could win back. They lost Namatjira, which was the notional CLP seat. They lost Breitling, which was the always hard-to-win seat in Alice Springs. They'd never won an Alice Springs seat before. They lost Catherine. They'd never won Catherine before. They lost Brennan, which was one of the Palmerston seats. But the two they held, Port Darwin and Drysdale, are why they're back in government. They've got a re-election of a candidate in Palmerston for the first time, in Eva Lawler in Drysdale. And Paul Kirby in Port Darwin has held that electorate. Those two seats have been critical. It makes you wonder why Tracy Hayes didn't run in Port Darwin. She's run in Fanny Bay. If the Country Liberals had won Port Darwin, if they had had a higher profile candidate in Port Darwin, would they have won? Same in Araluen. They've run Damien. They may yet win Araluen. But there's a few things that I want to consider like that. But it's been what you expected. And the other thing I would also say, it's been a Darwin and Palmerston versus the rest of the territory. In Darwin and Palmerston, we've seen the Territory Alliance collapse, the Labor vote hold up. The Territory Alliance didn't get all of the collapse. The Territory didn't do that well. And so Labor's done well in Darwin and Palmerston. In the rest of the territory, the vote has fractured under various different reasons. Alice Springs, the vote has been fractured all over the place.
And those reasons, the pundits will go to town trying to work out why, but those reasons could be anything from strength of candidates fielded and the campaigns they mounted, a COVID factor, a broader economy factor, because things aren't great for the Northern Territory budget or the economy. But look, I'm going to cut myself off there, Antony, because the moment has arrived when Michael Gunner, Chief Minister of the Northern Territory, arrives with his wife, Christy, and of course he's sported a baby through much of this campaign during his public appearances. Michael Patrick Francis Gunner, he's aged 44, and if this is not going to be a victory speech in every sense of the word, I'll eat my hat based on the expression on his face and those of his supporters too. Candidates and the party members chanting 4 more years. 4 more years. And that's his caucus team. They're calling it a win, even if he technically stopped short. That's what we'll be listening out for. Does Michael Gunner claim it as his? Whether he reaches that majority number of 13 seats or not. What a year for Michael Gunner. It started with a heart attack of all things, and that led to some surgery. Not emergency surgery, but quick, smart surgery all the same. He bounced back from that and was well and truly into campaign mode come February. All of this at the same time that Australia fell under the COVID-19 pandemic, with all of its ruptures on the routine of business for the nation and for the conduct of politics. Quite obviously, COVID restrictions on social interaction have been summarily dispensed with in the Territory. Sure, it hasn't had any transmission for some time, but look at this. The closest of personal embraces. We got the kisses happening, the handshakes. I'm not seeing the elbows that you do in the southern states. This from a leader, don't forget, who made community safety the number one message of his campaign. Save yourself from the pandemic, said Michael Gunner. We'll keep those borders closed as long as we need to, 18 months if necessary. Anyway, let's assume they've all been screened, temperature tested, sanitised, and are acting here tonight at the Waratahs Club in full compliance with the medical advice of the Northern Territory. Not so sure they are, but that'll be a question for journos come Sunday in the Northern Territory. A long, slow procession of embraces up to the top stage, around in the next room to deliver his speech. He does look like a relieved man, Michael Gunner. He said about that heart attack, by the way, he wasn't sure it was one until he went and had the checks. And doctors assured him, pretty quick smart, yes, that's what you've experienced. And so it was that he underwent some corrective procedure. And here he is, advisors pointing the way. We'll be silent now. Over to Michael Gunner, Chief Minister and Labor leader of the Northern Territory, to the applause of his adoring party members.
Friends, fellow Territorians, it's been a long night. A long night. A lot of votes counted. A lot of votes left still to count. We can turn the volume up. Some of the 2 candidate preferred counts actually have the wrong candidates in them, which means we will need a few recounts. So, there is still a bit more that we do not know. But this is what we know. Labor is in front on the votes. Labor is in front on the seats. And tonight I can tell you, I am very confident that Labor will form the next government of the Northern Territory. There's a long way to go in some tight seats, which means we are not done winning seats yet. Friends, we remain in the hunt. In Arnhem, in Barclay, in Blaine, in Breitling, in Brennan, in Daly, in Katherine, in Namatjira. So I am very hopeful that in the coming days we will be welcoming more Labor members into our team. We are the safest place in Australia, the best place in Australia. Tonight we gather on Larrakia land. I acknowledge the Larrakia people. I acknowledge the traditional owners of all our lands and seas, and I recommit our government to doing more and doing better for all our First Nations people. This has been a hard fight in a tough year. 2020. Bloody hell. It's not over yet. But for me, for our team, the most important battle of 2020 is not a contest between political parties. It is a bigger fight, a fight that affects all of us, that requires all our effort to keep protecting Territorians through this crisis, the fight to keep our communities safe, to keep our small businesses open, to keep our people in work, the fight to save lives and save jobs. If we are fortunate to keep serving, we will work for you, for all Territorians. We won't just save jobs, we will create them. We will keep building renewables to power our economy, infrastructure to strengthen the bush, and better housing for those who need it. We will keep investing in schools. We will keep investing in schools and hospitals and the services that you count on. We will keep tackling the hard generational challenges that were shoved aside for far too long. We will keep faith with the people of this special place that we are all lucky to call home. Our government is not perfect. We have made mistakes. We have learned lessons. But I believe, I know, that by working together, by sticking together, we can transform this once-in-a-century crisis into a once-in-a-century opportunity for the Northern Territory. We can make the Territory. We can make the Territory Australia's comeback capital. That is our opportunity. Friends, if you'll indulge me a few brief thank yous. I should start with the Territory's Health Service for saving my life 7 months ago. My wife told me that if I mentioned her tonight, she would finish the job, but I will take that risk. Building a life and a family with Christy is the best thing I will ever do. To the fine people of Fanny Bay, I thank you for honouring me for 4 more years in your service. To my deputy, Nicole Manison, the best wing woman I could have ever asked for. You are a champion human being. To all my cabinet and parliamentary colleagues, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for toughing it out. We still have members and candidates in close fights. We are thinking of you all tonight. to Labor's Community Action Network. Our Red Army, you legends. This year alone, 65,000 direct conversations about the things that really matter. Thank you. My final words of thanks tonight go beyond politics. Tonight, let's thank and honour the people who had barely time to vote this election, who barely had time to give it a thought, as all their time has been spent serving others. The police on our borders and in our communities keeping us safe. Our healthcare heroes in our hospitals, clinics and remote communities. Our educators who kept Territory kids learning. Our public service, one and all, who go above and beyond again and again. Thank you. I reckon bagging public servants is the cheapest shot you can take in politics, and you shouldn't do it. I have seen the work you have done, especially this year, and I will always respect you. The small business owners who shut down to save lives and who have since kept the Territory open and people working, thank you. We will not forget you. Thank you. Our retail and supermarket workers who never stopped. Know this, your Chief Minister is a former shelf stacker and very... To all these Territorians and many, many more, thank you. You are the front line. You are the secret to the Territory's success. We are one of the safest places in the world because we are home to some of the best people in the world. Friends, let's celebrate tonight, a beer or two. Then tomorrow it is back to work for the people of the Territory and for the next 4 years. Our job, our focus, our promise remains. We will always put Territorians first. Thank you.
Into the warm embrace of his wife, Christy, goes the Chief Minister of the Northern Territory. Leaders thrive on victories and on confidence. And you definitely get the impression that Michael Gunner is running on both, imbued with the flush of victory tonight and sipping on a beer. He is unsure as to the size and nature of this victory. Toasting himself and supporters, though, he asserts, "I'm very confident Labor will form the next government of the Northern Territory." A little hesitant, though, when it comes to the question of majority or minority. He's rattling off a list of seats that, in Michael Gunner's view, could yet break back towards Labor, presumably landing him in territories of 13, 14, etc. That magnitude is certainly in majority territory. So the only other striking quote that I jotted down in my notebook as I listened to that victory speech, yes, it was a victory speech, was 2020, bloody hell. Because it has been quite a year, hasn't it? Whether you're a political leader who's suffered a heart attack or just a citizen who's had to put up with everything that COVID-19 has thrown at this nation. So we are close to wrapping up our coverage on NT Votes. Of course, we can't do that without going back to our panel in Darwin, who've brought us some wonderful insights throughout the night, and I will just quickly whip around and invite some final observations and comments by each of them. Sam McMahon, CLP Senator, Malandiri McCarthy, her Labor opposite number, and then Delia Laurie, who's come in representing as campaign manager of Territory Alliance. Not much of a night for Territory Alliance, but let's work backwards across the panel. Delia, I'll start with you, and each of you, I'll pretty much open the court for some brief and final observations. Delia, most certainly not the night you'd been looking for or even talking about when we began our coverage all those hours ago.
Look, a deeply disappointing night for Territory Alliance, but they're resilient, they're strong, they're great Territorians. They'll bounce, they'll go forward. This is very much early days in their growth as a political force here in the Territory. We're going to have a strong opposition regardless of the result tonight, and that's what we've all needed.
Malandiri.
Thanks, Greg. I just want to say a very direct thank you to the people of the Northern Territory for staying the course, for trusting in Labor, for keeping the faith. Clearly, these next 4 years will be really important for all Territorians, and the Labor government is here to serve all the people of the Northern Territory. And so a very big thank you. And clearly, we're also waiting, obviously, to see what additions there will be to the seats that we've already declared this evening, and I look forward to seeing those candidates in those seats still yet to be finalised in the Northern Territory Assembly.
Yeah, one to watch, and we'll be staying across it too. And Sam McMahon, there are the building blocks here, the foundations for a CLP to strike again in 4 years, get its house in order, build on this momentum that Leah Finocchiaro has infused your party with. So not all bad, even though you come up short.
Yep, absolutely. Greg, look, I'm still not conceding. I may be an eternal optimist, but I'm still not conceding. And no matter what happens, this is definitely a win for the CLP. If we can't form government, we're going to form a damn fine opposition. Congratulations to Malandiri on the seats that they have won or retained so far. A good showing by them. To Territory Alliance, I am genuinely sorry for your loss. However, I do stand by what I said, Delia, that you have directly handed the Northern Territory another 4 years of Labor through your preferencing. So I think that's going to be a sad day for the Northern Territory if that's the realisation. But at least we will have a very, very strong opposition there to keep the government honest.
Yep, well, one thing you can say about elections, Sam McMahon and everyone, is they are a starting line for the 4 years to come. So everyone moves forward from here. Thank you so much to all of you. It's our deep regret that in COVID-19 pandemic we couldn't be with you, Antony and I and the rest of the team, inside the Northern Territory's borders. But what that does mean is you've been expertly guided, pushed, questioned and prodded by Jacqueline Breen in the studio there tonight. And Jack, big thank you to you and all the panel for such outstanding coverage tonight. Let's set a date again for 4 years' time. So that's our Darwin panel signing off and wrapping up for the night. Let's go back to Antony Green for his final thoughts and summation of where we end this count with, Antony, I guess the promise that there will be further numbers to trickle in the hours, if not days to come.
Well, at the end of the counting, we've got the Labor Party on the cusp of majority government. We'll look at the votes that were recorded at the election first. The Labor Party's on 38.9%, the Country Liberals on 31.8%. Territory Alliance, Terry Mills's party, was the newcomer at this election, only polled 12.7%, and Terry Mills lost his own seat. Robin Lamley, the deputy leader, is very narrowly close to being defeated, just ahead by 13 votes. And their third member has been defeated as well. The Greens have polled reasonably well. The change in votes occurred. The Labor vote was down. The Country Liberal vote static. The Territory Alliance did well, but mostly at the expense of independents from the last election. And so overall, when we look at how that translates into seats in the new Parliament, there's 25 members in the Legislative Assembly of the Northern Territory Parliament. If we just look at the seats we're definitely giving away, we say Labor has definitely got 12 seats. The Country Liberals have 4 and there's 2 others. And if we I think we can add some extra seats which are leaning that way, and that gets Labor gets up to 13, and there's 6 CLP, Territory Alliance 1 and 2 others. Territory Alliance I think is very doubtful. I think the thing to say is that the Labor Party has got a definite 12 seats. Their 13th seat would be the seat of Arnhem, which is just too close to call, and they've got the wrong preference count. But Labor scrutineers seem to think they've won. There's 2 other seats, 2 outback seats, Daly, which is currently held by the CLP, and Barclay, which is currently held by a Labor member who's retiring. Labor is ahead on the count in both of those, but are projected to lose on the postal votes. We haven't counted those postal votes yet. So at this stage, Labor's got a definite 12, strong chance of reaching 13, and may have more. And of course, 13 is the magic number to give majority government. And even if Labor falls 1 seat short, there's 2 independents on the crossbench, maybe even 3, and they're not likely to back a Country Liberal Party government when Labor is only 1 seat short of majority. So the Gunner government has been returned. It's taken a bit of the kicking in the outback and down in Alice Springs, but it's held its vote in Darwin. It's even for the first time retained seats in Palmerston, retained Port Darwin for the first time. First time they've won it 2 terms in a row. So overall, the Gunner government is back. The Country Liberals have recovered. The Territory Alliance has failed in its attempt to break the 2-party dominance in Northern Territory politics. And more counting comes tomorrow and over the rest of the week.
Antony Green, Chief Election Analyst. They never made it easy for you tonight, but you made your call, and once again, it was the right one as events transpire. Now, that's where we're going to leave our coverage and wrap it up tonight. An election that's returned a Gunner government by its estimate, possibly in majority, but if not, then certainly with the largest block of votes with which to form a workable minority government in the Territory. It'll take several more days, perhaps even a fortnight, for those tighter seats to be finalised and declared. But one way or another, Michael Gunner's convinced he will be the Chief Minister when those final declarations come through. Now, of course, ABC News will continue to update its numbers and seat predictions as the data comes in, and you can find that wherever you get your news, on air or online. This NT election has blazed a trail in Australian politics on how to conduct a poll, how to campaign in the lead up to one, all of it under the cover of COVID-19 social and border restrictions. Make no mistake, though, it'll be watched by all who plot elections wherever they may be in this country. And there are a few coming up in the next little while. The ACT's next in mid-October, Queensland a fortnight later, then into next year, Western Australia follows in March. We've learned a few things too about how to cover these events remotely if necessary. So, on behalf of all our teams, the one in the Territory, Antony Green, and the rest of the mob here at the Election Centre in Sydney, thanks for watching NT Votes in 2020.